This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents TekWar, Book 1 of the TekWar series, written by William Shatner, performed by Jeffrey Kafer. 1. He didn't know he was about to come back to life. Up in the orbiting penal colony he slept, unaware of anything. Time had passed, days and weeks, and then months and years, and he kept sleeping that long sleep. Suspended in a coffin-like plastic cubicle in the great orbiting prison that passed endlessly around the Earth, passing over greater Los Angeles again and again. Today that was all going to change. But Jake Cardigan didn't know anything about it. Not yet. The gleaming broad-shouldered robot was wearing a spotless white suit, and his chrome face and skull were freshly polished. He came striding purposefully through the crowds of wayfarers on the clear glass-colored ramps that interlaced within the vast see-through domes of the greater Los Angeles spaceport. It was a hot, hazy morning in the spring of the year 2120, and the sectors of GLA that rose up around the port already had a blurred, sooty orange hue. The fuzzy sky was full of motion. Air cabs, sky cruisers, air vans, and sky buses all flickered through the blur. Sleek monorail trains went whizzing silently by at a dozen different levels, and both the crisscrossing pedestrian ramps and the sharply curving motorways were crowded. All the drone and roar of it was kept out of the domes of the spaceport. A sudden barking broke out 2 ramps above the hurrying robot. One of the small mechanical sensor dogs had spotted some sort of smuggler, a slim, dark young man, and started to chase him. They went zigzagging along a green-tinted ramp right overhead, toppling some travelers and leaving assorted sounds of surprise and outrage in their wake. The robot ignored the chase, pushing his way around the space tourists, who'd paused to gaze upward and rubberneck. A skinny 10-year-old Japanese boy, just home from a moon camp according to his pullover shirt, bumped into the white-suited robot and steadied himself with candy-smudged fingers. The robot lifted him out of his way with both chrome hands, then brushed the small, sticky smears from his breast pocket. Gradually, the crowds thinned and the colors of the walls and ramps dimmed, and eventually everything was gray and the robot was in a less frequented section of the port. A human porter, a fake-legged veteran of the Brazil Wars, recognized the robot as they passed each other on a gray ramp. "Going up to the freezer again, huh?" "Obviously," answered the mechanical man in his deep, metallic voice. "Hell of a place to visit. Yet better to visit it than remain there." "Yeah, I guess." The porter gave a shivering shrug, got a fresh grip on the handle of the luggage cart he was guiding, and continued on. The access door the robot wanted had a pale green light screen suspended over it. The screen blinked as the white-suited robot approached. Then words appeared. "Shuttle Flight 16 to Penal Colony now ready for boarding. All prisoners safely loaded. No danger to passengers." The robot brushed again at the place where the boy had touched him, made a sound in his metal throat that resembled slightly a laugh. Spreading the chrome palm of his left hand open wide, he touched the thumb with his right forefinger. The palm hummed faintly for exactly 4 seconds. Then a slip of bright yellow paper came whirring out of a thin slot in his hand. Jerking it free, the robot handed it to the gray-uniformed young woman who'd appeared in the open-access doorway. She took the special ticket a bit gingerly, scanned it. "Oh, your Winger M6/SCPS-31PB. She said, checking his name off the short passenger list. "We met on a shuttle flight up to the freezer just 11 months ago," he reminded her. "You want to make a better effort to memorize passengers, especially those who work for the Southern California Parole Authority." The shuttle attendant said, "Yes, I should have remembered the suit." Winger brushed at his coat yet again. "If you'll stand aside," he suggested, "I'll see about getting aboard." She pushed herself back against the wall, gesturing him into the boarding tunnel. The prison-bound shuttle roared and vibrated as it went climbing up through the blurred orange morning and away from greater Los Angeles. Winger recrossed his metal legs and glanced casually around the gray cabin. There were only 3 other passengers sharing this section with him, all going up to visit prisoners, judging from the forlorn look of them. Very one-sided experience, he remarked to himself inside his metal skull. Back in the rear section, safely locked behind a dirt-smeared sheet of tough plexiglass, sat 5 new prisoners heading up to the freezer. Among them were a cyborg veteran of the Brazil Wars who'd been rated an incurable thief and sentenced to 50 years in suspended animation, a lank black man convicted of smuggling the illegal electronic brain stimulant called Tek and given a 25-year sentence, a twice-convicted Hispanic rapist set to do 5 years, a plump 31-year-old blonde woman convicted of unlicensed prostitution and given 4 years, a youthful telekinetic thief arrested for a series of shopliftings at the Malibu Sector Underwater Mall and sentenced to 7. Winger had data on the whole lot, but none of them especially interested him. Making that sound that wasn't exactly a laugh, he turned away from the prisoners. One of the visitors had brushed against Winger as they were disembarking and gotten tears and some sort of magenta eyelid stain on the right sleeve of his coat. He was still rubbing at it as he entered the AC section of the administration offices of the prison colony. He walked rapidly across the gray-ribbed flooring to the large half-circle gunmetal desk at the oval room's center. He seated himself in the steel visitor's chair and waited, drumming chrome fingers on both chair arms, while the recog camera that was mounted on the desk looked him over. Winger M6/SCPS-30 PB, said the desk's vox box after he'd been recognized. What can we do for... My name is Winger M6/SCPS-31 PB, he corrected, as he unzipped his jacket and then unzipped his paisley shirt. Noted. And what can we do for you today? I have a special parole release order plus all the standard parole forms required. He touched 3 spots on his bare chrome chest, and forms of various shades and shapes started whirring out of a thin slot. When he had the sufficient amount, the robot spread them out atop the desk and closed his shirt and coat. I'm requesting the release of prisoner number 19,587, Cardigan Jake. The recog camera read the assortment of official forms, Voxbox muttering slightly. All seem to be in order. As always, said Winger, allowing some impatience to show. Now will you please initiate the resurrect processing? Cardigan Jake, said the desk. His sentence of 15 years wasn't supposed to be up for another 11 years, was it? It's up today, right now, said the robot. Therefore, I'd appreciate your acting on my request for his immediate reactivation. Of course, Winger M6/SCPS-30 PB. The desk made 3 low chime sounds. Resurrection processing for prisoner number 19,587 has been formally requested and will begin shortly. Winger didn't bother to correct the desk about his name the second time. I'll go wait in the resurrect wing, he said and rose. The robot left the room and entered a long, curving gray corridor. Before he'd covered even half its length, the side door came hissing open. A frail, dark-haired man whose skin was nearly the same shade as the gray walls came rolling into the corridor, riding in a dark metal servo chair. I want to talk to you, Winger, he said, about why you're taking Jake Cardigan away from here. 2. Winger watched the chair come rolling quietly toward him. Dr. Goodhill, he said. You're looking well. Goodhill touched a control panel at the side of his chair, causing it to break to a halt. Spare me the bullshit, he said in his thin, weary voice. I'm dying and that's obvious. I won't even be in this hole much longer. One more example of the folly of using inferior materials to build with. Tapping his metal chest, the big, gleaming robot squatted beside the dying doctor. "How long before you retire?" "Fairly soon. This began as a sort of retirement. I came up to the freezer as an admissions therapist when I realized I couldn't hold down my job with the Southern California State Police any—" "I have access to your bio, Doc," cut in Winger, "if that's all you wanted to chat about." Wheezing slightly, the frail psychiatrist touched the controls again. A jointed metal auxiliary arm snaked up from the side of his chair to dangle a sheet of pale blue paper in front of the crouching robot's face. "Why is Jake being released?" asked Goodhill. "I happen to be, as you well know, only a functionary," replied Winger. "I deliver special prisoners up here. I also come to spring certain ones who've been granted an early resurrect." "Does this mean he's been cleared?" The robot didn't immediately reply. Instead, he shut his chrome eyelids and a faint murmuring hum came spilling out of his skull. "Ah, yes. You and prisoner number 19,587 were once colleagues," he said 14 seconds later. Letting his eyes snap open, he looked into the therapist's gray face. "In better times, you were both dedicated lawmen together, and now look what you've both come to." "I've always been certain that Jake was framed on those tech-dealing charges." "You're really starting to sound like your patients, each and every one of whom swears he's innocent as a lamb." "He was a good cop, for a hell of a long time. I never believed any of that crap about his being tied in with the tech runners." "Remind me to print you up a transcript of his trial sometime." The robot rose up to his full height and frowned down at Goodhill. "After reading over that with an open mind, you won't have any doubts about his guilt." "I've already read the damn transcript, once down there, twice since I've been working up here in the freezer, and it still doesn't convince me," said the doctor. "When I was alerted that you'd come to revive Jake Cardigan, I thought maybe our esteemed SoCal law system had finally gotten its head out of its—" "That hasn't happened, Doc. To the best of my knowledge, his premature release has nothing to do with any new findings having to do with his guilt or innocence." The robot shrugged his wide shoulders. "But say, since you're so interested in him, why not come along with me? That way you can be right there on the spot when prisoner number 19,587 returns to the world of the living, Doc. He'd certainly like to see a friendly face upon—" "I know what I look like now," said Dr. Goodhill, anger giving strength to his voice. "I wouldn't want Jake to see me." The robot nodded. "Then if that's all—" "Yeah, thanks for the information." "I was built to serve." The robot remained, unmoving, waiting until the chair had taken the frail man out of the corridor and away. Then he made his laughing noise and continued on his way. 3. Light replaced darkness. Very gradually at first, then with an almost explosive brightness. He felt pain. It throbbed in his head, went shooting through his entire body. Air, rasping and raw, came rushing into his lungs. Jake Cardigan gave a convulsive jerk, groped out with his left hand. Everything turned cold all around him, and he began to shiver. A chill metal hand slid under his buttocks. The hand held a rough sponge. "Mess," croaked a metallic voice. "You made a mess." Jake got his eyes all the way open, and the harsh light overhead made him flinch. "Sorry," he mumbled to the gunmetal robot that was swabbing the white metal table Jake found himself sprawled on. All sorts of wires and tubes were dangling down over him, and Jake had the feeling that most of them had recently been attached to him. "Mess," croaked the robot again as it finished its cleaning of the table. "Voiding of whatever may be left in the bowels and bladder is a common resurrection phenomenon, Cardigan," explained someone back out of his range of vision. "No need to be embarrassed at all." Jake didn't yet have much curiosity to spare, so he didn't even try to look around and identify the speaker. He had several other things to concentrate on. He was having trouble breathing. The process didn't seem to be automatic anymore. He had to force himself to breathe in and out. He continued to experience a great deal of pain, especially in his head and across his chest. There was cold, too. This small metal-walled room where he'd awakened was chill. He couldn't get control of his shivering or make it stop. The big dark robot took hold of his arm, yanked him up to a sitting position. He sprayed Jake up and down with some harsh-smelling medicinal mist that came squirting out of his right forefinger. "Stand up," he suggested. Give me a minute." Being pulled abruptly to this new position had made him dizzy. The gray walls were flickering and the floor was swaying. Jake sat hunched forward, elbows resting on his bare knees, and watched his naked feet for a few seconds. "Schedule," said the big robot. "Sufficient time's been devoted to this reanimation." "That's all right," said the other speaker. "I can look after the prisoner now. Forgive me, the former prisoner." Frowning, Jake struggled to remember something. "Yeah, they say you're not supposed to dream in the freezer," he said, mostly to himself. "Except, I'm pretty sure I did have dreams." The gunmetal robot was moving away from him, lumbering by a plexiglass coffin that sat empty on the chill floor. That must be the box Jake had slept in for 15 years. The robot left the room. "I dreamt about..." "What?" "My childhood. Yeah, my father especially. Police work. Women, several of them. But there was one dark-haired young woman. Now who the hell was she?" Behind him, someone made a metallic throat-clearing noise. "If you're completely finished with your reveries, Cardigan, you can get yourself dressed." Jake got his head to turn. There was a chrome robot, decked out in a fresh white suit, sitting in the small room's only chair. A black chair. Legs crossed, the robot was watching him. "Winger?" he said. "None other." Nodding his head slightly, the robot got up. "Garments." He stepped closer, holding out a large, see-through plyo sack. "That they are," agreed Jake, making no move to take the sack of clothing. "We have a shuttle to catch," urged the robot, "not to mention considerable paperwork to get through before we can leave. I suggest you commence dressing." "Okay, sure, I'll give it a try." Jake looked down at the floor. After taking a deep breath, he boosted himself off the metal cot. About a second or so after his bare feet touched the floor, he became woozy again. The floor teetered and flipped Jake over. He hit it with both knees, put out a hand to keep from toppling over completely. His stomach made rude noises. The white-suited robot offered no help. "It will take you perhaps as long as an hour to regain full control of your body again." Gritting his teeth, Jake pushed with the palms of both hands. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, shoved, succeeded in getting himself upright. He was a man in his late 40s, of middle height with sandy hair. He was close to being handsome, but in a weather-beaten sort of way. Right now he was pale, and the various scars and wounds he'd collected stood out on his body. "I'm remembering you now, Winger," he said. "We never much got along when I was a cop." "Chiefly because you have an unreasoning bias against mechanical beings, from servos to androids," said the robot. "That accounts for it." "You're also a mean, uncaring son of a bitch," said Jake. "That accounts for it, too." Winger made his laughing noise. "Exactly. Which is why I'm the one who's here to greet you on awakening, and you're the one who's been napping in a prison coffin." Jake opened the sack of clothes. "So it's 15 years later, huh?" "Not exactly, no. Actually, it's only been 4. Jake was getting into a pair of shorts. He stopped, balancing on one foot. "Only 4? Why the hell is that?" he asked the robot. "Did they realize I was innocent after all?" I have no hard information as to why you've been granted a special parole. Special parole, he said, resuming his dressing. That means somebody intervened, pulled strings, used influence. You must know who did that, Winger. I have no data whatsoever, said Winger. As soon as you finish Cardigan, we can go see about checking out. Checking out? Jake laughed. It was the first time he'd done that in a while. Well, in 4 years, apparently, and the laugh sounded rusty to him. But it was laughter, and basically he felt good about being up and around and able to do it. Checking out has a pleasant, civilized sound. Makes me feel like I've been staying in a hotel and not a prison. The computer terminal sounded very sympathetic. On behalf of Warden Newenhouse, it was saying to Jake, we wish you well in your imminent return to society. The warden regrets not being here in person, former prisoner number 19,587, to send you personally back into the world of 2120. Unfortunately, some unexpected quake damage to one of his above-ground condos in the Bel Air sector of Greater Los Angeles requires him to be elsewhere. He has, however, authorized me to pass along his good wishes. Even though you haven't served your full sentence, Warden Newenhouse is confident you've learned your lesson and will never return here to the Southern California Cryobiotic Penal Institute, or for that matter to any of the 53 other prisons and correctional facilities in the state of Southern California. The Chrome Winger leaned in his chair, which was flush next to the one Jake was occupying. You're not paying close attention to this farewell address, he admonished in a tinny whisper. This is meant to be uplifting. Jake had been concentrating on trying to fill out the assorted release forms he'd been handed on entering this gray oval room. He had them all on a metal clipboard that rested on his lap, but the pen kept shaking in his hand. Having a slight problem writing, he admitted to the robot. You once were a law-abiding, nay, a law-enforcing citizen of GLA. Therefore, it seems that you ought to be able to return to, Winger said. The shakes is a common after-effect of the reanimation process. How long do they last? Not more than an hour, usually. Usually? Relax, Cardigan. There's nothing at all wrong with you, nothing serious, Winger assured him. The medics have already determined that. I don't recall consulting with any medics recently. It was all done when you were being hooked up in the reanimation room. The whole exam was carried out while you still slumbered. Very efficient. Jay gave writing another try. This time he could control his hand well enough to scribble a fuzzy approximation of his signature on the various forms where it was required. Any questions that I may answer for you on the brink of your departure, former prisoner number 19,587? Jake looked up at the Vox box of the terminal that sat on a plas stand a few feet in front of him. Yeah, as a matter of fact, he said. I'd like to know exactly why I'm being turned loose 11 years early. There was a silent wait of 31 seconds. We have no information on that, replied the voice of the computer. The warden suggests that you simply enjoy your newfound freedom and not worry about, has it got something to do with a review of my case? No. Who interceded to get me? We have 3 more departing prisoners to process, said the terminal, allowing a shade of impatience to sound in its voice. Permit me to return your belongings to you. A 2-foot square slot whirred open in the floor near Jake's booted feet, and a plas box popped up into the room. The box contained Jake's ID packet, his bank's card, a long time expired, a wad of plas paper money, and his laser gun. Jake distributed the stuff in the pockets of his new and not exactly well-fitting suit. He saved the weapon for last, holding it up toward Winger. How come the gun? He inquired as he tucked it in his waistband. Your particular parole allows you to carry weapons. That's unusual. It means somebody has had to. Have you finished scrawling your name on all those papers? Jake nodded. Each and every one. Winger stood, took the forms from Jake's hand. Stooping, he tossed them into the slot that had produced Jake's belongings. We can take our leave now unless you have some reason for lingering. Nope, Jake assured him. None at all. 4. When the shuttle was 5 minutes out of the departure area, Jake took one quick look back at the freezer. Sky Academy, he murmured. He stopped looking at the great dark prison colony and looked instead toward Earth. There were only 2 other passengers on the flight down to the greater Los Angeles spaceport, a large blonde woman of 40 and a thin boy of 17. They were sitting 5 rows behind Jake and the robot. "He's dying," the woman said, starting to cry quietly. "Cork it, Ma. You can tell by looking at him in that pathetic plastic glass box. He's dying, wasting away. Geez, Ma, he looks exactly the fucking same as he did when we visited him at Xmas. No, he's getting a lot thinner, Ogden. He was always thin, Ma. I ought to know since the kids at school were always razzing me on account of I had such a skinny fucking father. Do you think he knows we visit him?" "Oh, sure, yeah. Didn't you notice his little skinny mouth breaking out into a big grin when those robot bastards wheeled in his coffin?" "I'm being serious, Ogden. 15 years is such an awful long time to be asleep." "Ma, sometimes you act like you've been asleep your whole entire life yourself." Winger nudged Jake in the side. "The tragedy of a 15-year sentence," he commented quietly. Jake said, "Now that we're clear of the freezer, why don't you tell me what's really going on?" The robot shrugged. "You've been granted a special parole. There are no further details." "But somebody has to have changed his mind. They must realize I wasn't involved in any tech dealing." Shaking his gleaming head, Winger replied, "This much I can tell you. There is no one, not a single soul in the SoCal legal system, that includes judges, cops, attorneys, who still doesn't firmly believe that you are guilty as charged 4 years ago." He tapped the gun at his waist. "But someone with influence had to arrange this parole," persisted Jake. "Did my wife have anything to do with it?" "She's not an especially influential person, is she?" "She knows some influential people." "Yes, so my files show. Her one-time employer was Bennett Sands, for example, and he's a very important man in worldwide business circles." The robot steepled his chrome fingers against his chrome nose. "Neither your wife nor Sands had anything to do with your resurrection, Cardigan. In fact, I doubt if Sands would be especially anxious to have you... but that's none of my business." Jake eyed him. "What are you hinting at?" "Nothing," answered the robot. "I must say, by the way, that it's somewhat strange to see you turning to a robot for help. According to your records, and I've studied the lot, you always preferred to work back in the days when you were allegedly an honest cop, with human officers rather than androids and robots." "I've worked with plenty of mechs too, but sure, I prefer... We consider the term mech an insult." "So do I," said Jake evenly. "It's always seemed to me that since mechanisms have no real feelings, they can't have hunches. That's why they don't make the best cops, or the best companions." "Hunches and emotions don't have anything to do with police work," said Winger, "and it seems to me that all your troubles culminating in your stay up in the freezer—" He pointed ceilingward with one gleaming thumb. "All those troubles grew out of your emotional problems. First, you became dependent on electronic brain stimulation by way of tech and the brain box. Next, you got yourself mixed up in the activities of the big-money tech runners. You sold out your colleagues for dough in order to—" "No, I didn't," broke in Jake. "I was a techie, yeah. I used the stuff and I don't deny that. But I never worked for any of those bastards and I never sabotaged a single police investigation that I was involved with." "Sounds very convincing," observed the robot. "And it sounded pretty good at your trial, too, when your lawyer put you on the stand. But alas, the judge, the jury, and even the judicial review computer never believed you. Their mutual conclusion was, to put it in layman's terms, horse shit." Jake laughed, shaking his head. "I guess I've been on ice too long," he said, leaning back in his seat. "Sitting here arguing with a robot." "You're a lot likelier to get a straight story from me than you are from any of your human friends," the robot told him. He unzipped his jacket and his shirt. "Here now is something I'm required to pass out to all returnees." The robot's chest whirred and hummed for nearly a half-minute. Then a small booklet emerged from the slot in his chrome chest. Jake asked, "Do you ever run out of paper?" "This is a brief review of the major changes that have taken place in the world since you left it," Winger said, handing the yellow booklet to him. "We cover politics, entertainment, sports, and several other topics." Accepting it, Jake thrust the booklet in a jacket pocket. "I guess I do have some catching up to do. You'll discover that all the important changes aren't in there for reasons of space," said the robot. "So for some things, Cardigan, you'll simply have to live and learn." Twilight was spilling rapidly across greater Los Angeles. Beyond the domes of the spaceport, the oncoming darkness was filling in the spaces between the buildings, towers, and spires of the various sectors. Windows of 100 hues were blossoming with light. The flitting skycraft glowed and glittered, and the floating billboards started flashing on with multicolored intensity. Jake came down the disembark ramp from the shuttle slowly. He found he could walk pretty well now, but he didn't want to push his luck. "This is as far as I'm obliged to escort you." The white-suited robot was walking 2 paces to the rear of Jake. "You'll hear from me once a month, for the time being at any rate, and of course, should you have any problems, feel free to contact me by vidphone at any hour." "I'm not anticipating any problems that you'd be good for," Jake spoke without turning. They'd entered the reception area, and he was scanning it. There were no people around at all. The dozen pale green plastic chairs were empty, and in a shadowy corner a dented servo bot was mopping the floor very slowly. On the far wall, a cluster of ad screens were playing to nobody. Naked girls vacationed at a Brazilian spa on one pic screen. On another, a skyball star was extolling a popular brand of marijuana cigarettes. On another, a beautiful red-haired woman was holding up a model of a moon condo. "I thought," said Jake, stopping in front of a row of empty chairs. "The relatives had to be notified about a release from the freezer. It used to be the law. It still is. What about my wife and son? Weren't they? My duties don't include the handling of such details as that." Jake started walking again. "Do we still live in the same place?" "Yes, you do." "There's nothing wrong with Kate or Dan?" "Not a thing far as my records show." "I was expecting they'd be—" He let the sentence die. There was no need to share what he felt with the robot. Winger made his laughing sound. "Well, welcome home, Cardigan." He patted him on the back with his metal hand, then turned and started walking away. "Try not to do anything that'll get you back in the freezer." Jake hesitated, then crossed the threshold and stepped out into the night street. The spaceport door whispered shut behind him, and he started walking toward an air cab stand up the block. He coughed once, twice again. The air felt even fouler than it had 4 years ago. "Maybe that's because I've been away," he reminded himself, "and out of the habit of breathing this stuff." Coughing once more, he increased his pace. He decided to head for home without vid-phoning his wife. Better just to walk in on her. And Kate probably had a good reason for not meeting him. Jake stopped next to the air cab at the front of the line of 3, a battered orange one. "Can you take me to the Pasadena sector?" A round-headed robot was slouched in the pilot's seat. "Huh?" he asked, sitting up, rattling a bit internally, and then gazing out at Jake. Jake leaned in closer to the open window. "Pasadena sector?" Sure, hop in, buddy." The rear door hissed, then came flapping open. "Is there any blood still back there?" Jake had one foot into the cabin. "Don't see any." "Sometimes the servos do a lousy job of cleaning up messes like that. I guess it's okay now, so climb aboard." Sitting on the back seat, Jake asked, "Why was there blood back here?" "Huh?" The robot cabbie whacked himself on the side of the head with the heel of a coppery fist. "All that shooting this AM must have futched up my hearing. That happens sometimes." "Shooting? Where to, by the way?" Jake gave him the address to their underground condo, realizing this was the first time he'd said that in 4 years. "Did you get involved with the police?" "No, just minor tech wars." The robot muttered some instructions to the dash controls. The cab shook, rattled, went rising straight up into the night. See, there's this guy who turns out to be a tech chip pusher riding back there. That was this morning around 5 a.m. All at once we got forced down. These bastards used a disabler beam on us, and there's a big phoot, and we drop about 500 feet and smack the sand. It was, see, over the Malibu sector. Foot. And we drop. Then I swear 6 Japs pile out of an air van, come charging across the beach with laser guns waving. One of them, a big hefty guy, he's using one of those new needle guns. You know, it shoots bap, 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 and 50 or 60 little steel needles dipped in nerve poison come shooting out. Almost all of them hit this rival pusher who's riding in my crate. They just about stitched the poor guy to the seat. Blood starts splashing all over, and the poor gink starts going into spasms and then convulsions. Made one hell of a mess. You ever see anything like that? Few times. Jake looked down through the see-through floor of the air cab at the greater Los Angeles they were flying over. He noticed that there were the usual fires burning out in the canyons. Passing over the sprawling city where he used to work, Jake became increasingly unsettled by the view. Hundreds of changes had taken place since he'd been put to sleep, some of them major. Another tower had been added to the Southern California State Police Complex in the L.A. Heart sector and the Military Veterans Hospice in the Old Hollywood sector, where his father had spent his last months, wasn't down there at all anymore. Another string of bright-lit floating restaurants had been added at the 1,500-foot level of ped ramps out at the edge of the New Hollywood sector. There had apparently been a serious monorail accident within the past hour, and 2 burn-gutted passenger cars were still dangling high in the air near the Beverly Glen transfer. A crew of workmen in hoverpacks were working on the tangle with laser torches while a copter crane came rising up to go to work. A lot more above-ground housing had been built over the Pacific shoreline, too. Jake found the whole experience was like looking at a picture you thought you were familiar with, but that now seemed subtly altered. Jake shut his eyes, trying to relax. Kate is sure to know what's going on, he told himself, about why I was let out early. Sure, more than likely she's had something to do with this. Jake had married fairly late, when he was getting damn close to 35. He'd come near marrying a couple of times before, but hadn't. With Kate, though, he'd been absolutely sure, and she had told him she was equally certain she loved and wanted him. That was true, wasn't it? Jake asked himself as they flew home across the deepening night. Sure, Kate always loved me, and she was faithful. Any of my doubts must just be because... I didn't catch what you just said, buddy, apologized the robot cabbie. Because of my hearing problem, you know. Nothing, sorry, thinking out loud. It's one of those days. That's how I've been feeling ever since those damn Japs started swarming all over us. Toward the last few months there, just before Jake was arrested, he'd started wondering about Kate. Sometimes it was tough to turn off being a cop. You tend to see clues and evidence everywhere. They had one child, a son named Dan. Jake, of course, had intended to bring up Dan a good deal differently from the way he'd been raised, with more closeness and a lot more affection shown. But that hadn't exactly worked out. The police life has a way of taking your time and... well, it just never worked out as well as he'd hoped. He and Dan were close, though. Jake had made sure of that. He'd seen to it they spent time together. Not as much as he wished, but some. Dan grew into a good kid, bright and honest. Place, isn't it, buddy? Straightening up, Jake looked around him. The air cab was settling down to a landing in the small, illuminated Sylvan Park area that masked the entrance to the underground building where he lived with his wife and 11-year-old. No, wait. Dan would be 15 now. Yes, this is it. Thanks. He paid the fare from the cash they'd returned to him up in the freezer. Hope you don't have any further trouble. You and me both, buddy. The air cab climbed up and went chugging away, passing over dozens of similar small parks. The plas lights planted in the fake turf of Jake's park made the leaves of the trees, all of which were real, glow bright green. The mechanical birds were still twittering the same song they'd sung 4 years ago. At least one thing hasn't changed while I was away. Jake started for the stairway that led down to the elevator room. A very handsome android butler dressed in gray livery was walking a platinum-haired poodle along a hedge-lined path. He looked human except for his eyes, which, in obvious need of repair, were blinking much too rapidly. "Evening, Gov," he said in a very realistic voice. "Good evening." At the entry door, Jake pressed the palm of his right hand to the ID scan. 6 seconds went by, and then the tiny Vox box mounted just below the scanner barked, "Cardigan, 22C, enter." The metal door quivered and slid aside. Jake crossed into the elevator area. The door of the cage on the far right in the row of 3 opened, and he stepped in. 22, he requested. The elevator recognized him. "Good evening, Mr. Cardigan," it said amiably from its overhead Vox box. "I trust you had a nice day." "Matter of fact," answered Jake, grinning, "today has been quite a bit better than most of them lately." "Glad to hear that." The cage dropped swiftly down to the 22nd level of the underground condo complex. It opened its doors, cautioning, "Watch your step, Mr. Cardigan. Good evening." As Jake neared his door, he heard odd noises and scurrying sounds from inside. Drawing his laser gun, he opened the door and dived inside. 5. A squat, silvery servo mech was vacuuming the rug. A taller, round one with a half-dozen long, spidery arms was dusting the cassette shelves. There was no one in the living room. Jake entered, scanning the place and wondering why the servos had picked this particular time to tidy up. "Kate?" he said tentatively, then repeated it more loudly. "Kate?" Gun still in his hand, Jake shut the door behind him and crossed the carpet. Things looked just about the same as they had 4 years ago, except the apartment computer terminal sat on a new stand. The carpeting in the hall was new, too, and a shimmering shade of blue. "Kate? It's me, Jake." He moved slowly along the hallway. No response. Behind him in the living room, the servo mechs finished up their chores, put themselves away in their wall compartments. The master bedroom hadn't changed much either. The wide circular bed was neatly made. News spread, some glittery kind of cloth Jake wasn't familiar with. Probably one of those new synthetics from the moon colony mills, he decided. He touched the palm of his hand to a yellow-tinted patch of wall across from the bed. The ID panel gave a ping of recognition and a portion of the wall slid aside. The interior light squares turned on. All of Jake's clothes, the civilian stuff anyway, since his uniforms had been turned in after his conviction, were hanging there on 2 long lucite rods. But Kate's things are gone. Unless she was storing her wardrobe someplace else these days. That's possible, I guess. In 4 years, people can change their habits. But down in his son's room, there was nothing. No bed, no clothes, no clutter. A blank, white-walled room, the carpeting smelling faintly of self-cleaning chemicals. "Mr. Cardigan, Mr. Cardigan." It was the voice of the condo computer calling him from the living room. "Yes, what?" "Mr. Cardigan, I have an important message from your wife, Mrs. Kathleen McRobb Cardigan." "That wife, huh?" He went striding down the hall. "Glad you finally remembered." Jake perched on a sofa arm, eyeing the small black terminal. "Mrs. Kathleen McRobb Cardigan regrets to inform you that she has divorced you, Mr. Jonathan Cardigan, Jr., said the terminal. It sounded like it had the same voice as the terminal who'd given him the farewell pep talk up in the freezer. That occurred exactly 2 years and 16 days ago in the Civil Court of the State of Southern California, Pasadena Sector Annex, Robo-Judge XX-30F-227 presiding. Divorce granted under the Absent Criminal Act of 2107. Jake had started to stand, but he sat back down. He noticed the gun in his hand, leaned and placed it carefully on the plastic-glass coffee table. 2 years ago. Why didn't anybody tell me? It is not possible to convey information of any kind to a comatose prisoner incarcerated in the... Why didn't somebody tell me today? That silver-plated winger, for instance. That I do not know, replied the Vox box. Your former wife further wishes you to be informed that she no longer resides in the state of Southern California or in the United States of America as a whole. She and your former son, Daniel Jonathan Cardigan, have resettled in Mexico and... Former son? Are both in the best of health. They do not, neither of them at this point in time, wish to communicate directly with you. At some later date, should their feelings about the suitability of contact with you change to any degree, you shall be notified by an authorized legal representative of the former Mrs. Cardigan. That's fine. Great. This condo was transferred entirely to your name at the time of the divorce decree and is now yours to do with as you wish, Mr. Cardigan. Half of your joint savings remain in the bank's system, and once you have reactivated your bank's card, under the terms set forth in the Resurrected Criminals, Returned Lunatics, and Pardoned Rapists Act of 2097, you will have access to $41,684.87. That amount includes interest accumulated over 4 years, plus half the amount realized from the sale of your air car, as well as what was realized from your adjusted police employment retirement plan. This message was set to be delivered to you upon your return to— You said 4 years, cut in Jake, meaning Kate must have known I was coming out today. How'd she find out? I do not know. This latest version of the message from Mrs. Cardigan was fed into our system at 4 p.m. today SoCal time. From where? The place of origin is logged in simply as somewhere in Mexico. Zero in on that if you can and get me more details. After a few seconds, the computer told him, I am unable to obtain any further information. You don't have an address or vid phone number for my wife, former wife? Such information is unavailable at this time. Can I provide you any further service or the phone? Jake was looking around the living room. Where's it stored these days? The same place. I will activate it. A panel in the far wall slid silently open, revealing the phone alcove. It was furnished with a padded metal chair, a stand, and a vidphone. Pink? Jake crossed to it. The former Mrs. Cardigan switched from black phone to pink phone 3 years ago. Shrugging one shoulder, Jake stepped into the alcove and seated himself facing the small rectangular screen. The heavy-set black woman shook her head again. Wish I could, Jake, she said apologetically. Frowning at the image on the phone screen, he said, Sure, I understand, Anita. When you were with the SCSP, it was different, the middle-aged woman explained. But now your status ain't exactly fragrant anymore, besides which Pacific Videocom is a lot tougher than it was back in your Law and Order days about giving out restricted numbers. I'll get Kate's number some other way, thanks, she smiled. Hey, anyway, I'm glad you're out, Jake. You figuring to stay out? That's one of my major goals in life, he assured her, grinning and killing the call. Jake sank back in the stiff chair for a few seconds, massaging the bridge of his nose. Not going to be as easy as I thought. Beg pardon, said the condo computer terminal. Wasn't talking to you. Perhaps I might summon a house medic for you? No need, nope. He straightened, punched out another number. A large dented robot, his bare metal torso scribbled with an assortment of lewd graffiti in various basic colors, appeared on the screen. Bonnie the Vampire's Bar and Grill, Santa Monica sector, yeah what? I want to contact Newsboy O'Hearn. Where you been, asshole? Away. Well, so is O'Hearn. The asshole vanished without a friggin' trace 3 years ago, said the bartender robot. Theory at the time was he maybe got himself teleported to an especially faraway place by some competitor or a disgruntled hoodlum. Anything else? How about Cyborg Slim? You could maybe try Mom's Cafe down in the Manhattan Beach sector. Say, you're Cardigan, aren't you? I am. Some go in, some come out. That's the way the friggin' world when you come to think of it. See ya. He broke the connection. After sighing slightly, Jake tried another number. Mom herself, a frail woman of 50, answered. Cardigan, welcome back to the living, she said. You look great, just the same, but that's to be expected, seeing as you've been in suspended animation. Myself, I'm not looking so good. I won't lie to you, Mom, you're not. What's wrong? I'm not sure, but about 2 years ago I took a strong and violent dislike to the kind of food I serve in this joint, and I don't seem to be able to eat much any longer. Try dining out. No, I can't do that, Jake. I'm much too busy cooking here to have time to go out anywhere. I'm looking for Cyborg Slim. He's not in his old line of work any longer, Mom said. Cops picked Slim up for info siphoning about 6 months back. He got sentenced to 25 years of amnesia. They did that to him up at the state rehab in the Oxnard sector, and now the poor bastard doesn't remember a damn thing about his former trade. And Slim was one of the best computer tappers in the business. He's driving a sky truck for a hydroponic tomato ranch in the San Diego sector, and has this half-ass smile on his face all the time. Maybe I can use Suicide Smith. Oh, you haven't heard about him either, have you? Suicide committed suicide last Xmas, Mom told him. Here we always thought the guy was kidding about wanting to do himself in. I mean, you wouldn't nickname a guy Suicide if you knew he was really going to do it someday. Well, he did it. That's too bad, said Jake. I need a phone number that may be fairly well protected. Anybody else you can suggest, Mom? Wiz Robinson's still around, Jake. Jake considered that. I don't know, he's not as reliable as true, but on the other hand, Wiz is above the ground and his brains haven't been frazzled. There is that about him. Okay, where can I find him? Let me do that for you, she volunteered. You at home? Same place. He gave her his number. I'd like to get the number as soon as I can. I'll track Wiz down and have him contact you, she promised. Try to relax and don't get excited. That's the secret of a successful life. I've been doing more than my share of relaxing lately. He hung up. 6. The vidphone screen remained blank. You're looking good, Jake. Looking very good, all things considered. Wish I could say the same for you, Wiz. Why the blackout? Reasons. I got my reasons, came the whispering voice of the tapper. Let us simply say, Jake, that Wiz Robinson is lying low. Okay by me. Now listen, Wiz, what I need is, your opinion of my abilities hasn't been very high, not high at all. Tonight, however, it's gonna change. I have anticipated, making some clever deductions from the hints that Mom dropped, your request and gone to work. What are you telling me, Wiz? That you have the vidphone number I want? Exactly, Jake, that's exactly what I'm telling you. The blank screen informed him. You want the phone number of your erstwhile missus, isn't that so? Yeah, I do. Have you got it? Of course I do, of course. The little lady, quite a looker from all accounts, is residing in Mexico across the border in the state of Quintana Roo. Do you need the exact spelling of this unusual and musical name? No, I've been there. Spent your youth across the border, yes, it comes back to me now, continued Wiz. The little lady, who continues to call herself Kathleen Cardigan, by the way, if you want to take that as a sign of anything, although most of my exes still go around dubbed Mrs. Robinson, and they, all and sundry, hate me like vile poison. The little lady's present phone number and address are as follows. He provided Jake with a Mexican vid phone number and the address of the small villa where Kate was living. I appreciate this, Wiz. Think nothing of it, Jake. It's merely another example of the sort of first-class service I provide my customers, even customers who have been going around saying I'm a second-rater. What about my son? Is he living there too? The lad is away at school, but I don't as yet have full details. Do you want that stuff too? Want all the information I can get on them, Jake told the blank screen. Now how much do I owe you, Wiz? Nothing, not a peso, replied the informant. This has been a free sample, Jake, a demo of my exceptional gifts in the area of unauthorized information retrieval. Should you want all I can gather on the kid, it'll cost you $200, Jake said. Okay, it's a deal. Might there be, Jake, anything else I could unearth for you? I can use anything on why I was paroled from the freezer. Noted and jotted down in my infallible memory, said Wiz. I bid you now a fond good evening. Good night, Wiz, and thanks. Jake clicked off the phone. He pushed back in the chair and stood. He slowly circled the living room, first with his hands in his pockets, and then with them behind his back. Go ahead and call her, he urged himself after 5 minutes of pacing. Jake took a deep breath, returned to the alcove. He punched out the number Wiz had given him. The zigzag rainbow patterns indicating an out-of-the-country call flashed briefly across the phone screen. Then a face appeared. It was the nearly blank metallic face of an inexpensive answering bot, one eye and a vox box. Cardigan residence, the robot said. Kate Cardigan, please. Maybe the fact that she was still using the name was a good sign, meaning she still felt a link with him. "Identify yourself, if you will. I'm Jake Cardigan." The single white eye glowed briefly green. "Please stand by, Mr. Cardigan." The robot faded, its image replaced by blackness. 30 seconds went by. "Kate," Jake said when she appeared. "Listen, Hi, Jake. I figured you'd be able to track me down eventually, and so I'm making this tape for you when you call." His wife, make that former wife, was saying. He leaned forward, frowning, watching the picture on the phone screen. Kate had changed in 4 years. She was thinner, for one thing, at least 10 pounds lighter. Her auburn hair was cut differently, much shorter, and she appeared to be, tired, uneasy? Yeah, a little of both. She also looked as though she might be recuperating from something, a virus maybe. "Have you been sick?" he asked, before remembering he was trying to question a recording. "Want you to know I'm fine," Kate was saying. She sat in a wingback white rattan chair out in a walled redstone and adobe patio. There was sunlight and a lot of bright foliage and flowers surrounding her. The tape had apparently been made this afternoon. "Dan is doing very well. He was accepted by a very fine prep school down here, and he's getting good grades in his major subjects." "What are they?" Jake didn't even know what his son was studying, what he wanted to be. Dan had always said he was going to be a cop. But that was 4 years ago, when he was 11, and before Jake had been sent up to the freezer. "Best that right now we don't see you. We both, as you must know, wish you only the best in life, Jake. And perhaps sometime in the future we'll all be able to get together." Kate paused, glancing down at her folded hands. "I'm not saying this to hurt you. Please understand that. But Danny was terribly upset by what happened. He'd admired you so much, and then... Well, it took a long time for him to get over that, to accept the fact his father was in prison. Seeing you just now, I'm afraid, would only..." "I was innocent!" shouted Jake at the screen. "You know that, Kate. So does Dan." "If you'd remained up in the freezer for the full 15 years, it might be different. But 4 years, Jake, simply hasn't been long enough for Danny to adjust to all that's happened." "If I stayed the whole sentence, he'd be 26 when I got loose, probably married and with kids of his own, and only a vague idea of who the hell I was." "Please keep in mind that I have no bad feelings toward you. I did, after all, love you once. I'm sure that now you're free, you'll be able to build some sort of very satisfying life for yourself. But that life can't have anything to do with Dan and myself. You're a good man, Jake. Good luck." She was gone. The screen was blank. Angry, he punched out her number again. "I've got to talk to her directly." A different robot appeared, a polished chrome one with a vaguely humanoid face. "Good evening, I'm WC/1587, your Pacific VidPhone operator," it said. "How may I be of service?" "I'm trying to reach this number." "That particular phone is no longer in service, sir." "I was just talking to it." The gleaming robot replied. "That's possible, but it is presently out of service. In fact, VidPhone communication will not be resumed on that number for the immediate future." "Is there an alternate number?" "None whatsoever, sir," answered the robot operator. "We can, however, send you a faxgram notification if and when the number does go back into service. Would you care to have us do that?" "You might as well." "The standard charge for taxgram notification is $25, Mr. Cardigan. That will automatically be billed to your account." Nodding and ending the call, he left the alcove. Jake paced again. "Okay, it sounds like the marriage is definitely over and done," he said. "The best thing for me to..." "Is there something I can do for you, sir?" asked the computer terminal. "Yup, you can quit asking me if there's something you can do. Keep in mind that it's my duty to just shut up for now." Jake went over and sat on the sofa. He got up to pace. He sat in an armchair. He got up to pace. "What you're going to have to do is leave her alone," he told himself finally. "At least for a while. Eventually you'll have to work out something so that you can see Dan. And since when did she call him Danny?" He wandered down the hall and into the bedroom. Kneeling, he shouldered the wide, round bed aside. There was the same small worn patch in the carpeting. "No, you're through with this damn stuff, even if it is still there." He got up, sat on the edge of the bed. But who would it hurt? It would hurt Jake, and he'd given his word to himself that he wasn't going to use the stuff anymore. Hell, it's probably not even there. Kate must have tossed it all out years ago. Except the little hidden compartment wouldn't open for anyone but him. Even so, some of the SCSP investigators must have long since found it and confiscated it. If they had, how come it hadn't shown up as evidence at his trial? They'd showed plenty of other evidence pointing to his involvement with tech. Okay, all right, let's find out. Back on his knees, he pressed his palm flat on the worn spot. The recognition ping sounded, and the expertly concealed panel in the rug popped up open to reveal a small compartment hidden in the bedroom floor. And everything was there. He saw his spare brain box, the plastic glass vial that still held 3 good usable tech chips, and the electrodes to attach to his head. Remaining in the kneeling position, Jake stared down into the hole. 7. Jake had shoved the bed back into place and was sitting atop it, boots off and feet up, leaning back against the wall. Arranged alongside him was his tech gear, which he hadn't used in several weeks. It's been 4 years, he reminded himself. Intellectually, he knew he'd been up in the freezer all that time, but he still didn't feel as though he'd been away at all. He'd said goodbye to Kate at the spaceport that morning. Dan had been left at home and boarded the prison-bound shuttle. They'd put him to sleep about 2 hours after he got up there, pausing only for a quick physical and a quick psychiatric evaluation. Then he was awakened and told it was 4 years later. And yeah, it really was April 3rd, 2120. He'd confirmed that from the vid news a little while ago. He scowled. There was something I dreamed about, something important. He tried again to remember, but couldn't retrieve it. Jake picked up his brain box. It was black and silver, fitting comfortably in his hand, and was shaped something like an old-fashioned pocket calculator. The headset, which Jake picked up next, consisted of a ring of flexible alloy and 3 contact electrodes. You just plugged the headset cord into the side of the box. Jake did that now, then swung the trio of electrodes back and forth a few times in his left hand. What difference would it really make? There was no one here, and the apartment wasn't bugged. He determined that before taking the gear out of its hole. He had enough chips, 3 of them, for at least 3 hours on the box. I'll only do 1, though. 1 would be enough. He'd do an hour of tech and then quit. Quit for good, probably. That would prove he could handle the stuff and wasn't dependent on it anymore. I think I can state without fear of contradiction that this has been one hell of an exceptional day. If you only use tech once in a while, at times like now when the stress level started rising, then you weren't actually hooked at all. Bullshit. He dropped the gear to the bed. You can't let yourself start again at all. He was breathing more rapidly now, starting to sweat. A single tech chip wasn't going to do him any harm. Besides, you've only got 3 in all. Once those are used up, that'll be it. You sure as hell aren't going to buy any tech after that. Picking up the small plastic glass vial between thumb and forefinger, Jake held it up and gave it a gentle shake. Just 3. He opened the vial, extracted a chip, shut it, and dropped it onto the bed. The silicon chip was roughly the size of an average cockroach and had 2 rows of 5 tiny spikes along its underbelly. You inserted it into a chip socket on the top side of the brain box. That powered the box, providing you with the opportunity for any sort of fantasy you desired. Casually, Jake picked up the brain box. He clicked the chip into place and rested the box on his lap. Everything should still fit. He slipped the headset on, adjusting it so the electrodes touched the 3 spots on his head that would allow for maximum brain stimulation. Looking down at the brain box, he let his right hand hover over it. There was a keypad just below the socket. You ordered your specific fantasy that way. A fairly simple gadget, really. Most law officials agreed that the first tech chips had surfaced about 30 years ago, but they didn't agree on who invented the brain box system. The consensus was that the earliest ones had showed up near the Kyoto Institute of Technology in Japan, but several of the anti-tech agents Jake had known insisted that tech in the box were a bootleg product, of course, of a military research lab that had existed for a time on the outskirts of Sweetwater, Texas. Didn't really matter. The stuff worked. Suddenly, rapidly, Jake pushed the activate switch. Next, he tapped out a specific brainstem fantasy on the keypad. Just after he did that, someone called him from the living room. "Jake, are you here?" He snatched the headset off, dumped the whole kit on the bed, dropped a pillow over it, and jumped up. He tugged on his boots and went running down the hall. "Kate, is that you?" "Well, of course." She was standing in the center of their living room, wearing the same pale green fake silk dress she'd had on in the vid tape. She looked fine now, though, not weary or ill. "After I got your message, I didn't expect to see you again for a while." He stood smiling at her. "I know, and I'm really sorry about that." Very hesitantly, his wife moved closer and put her arms around him. "That was all just a mistake, so I decided I'd better fly back home. I was really hoping I'd get here before you'd seen the damn tape." Jake didn't speak, just held on to her tight and then kissed her. Finally, he said, "Then you don't want to stay divorced?" Pushing gently back from him, she shook her head. "No, the divorce was a mistake, too," Kate admitted. "You know how lawyers can be. After you'd been away nearly 2 years, well, one of them convinced me there was no chance at all you'd come back before the 15 years was up. I really had done everything I could think of to try to get you a parole, but nothing worked. And 15 years seemed like such a long time." Her head lowered and she started very quietly to cry. "I gave up on you, Jake, and I'm sorry." "It's okay, Kate. It's okay." He took hold of his wife again. "The important thing is, I've decided I don't want to go through with it. Don't want to be away from you any longer." "Yeah, that's what matters." "You haven't said anything to Dan." "Dan? I didn't even notice that he—" "Hi, Dad, welcome home." There was a lean young man, hair lighter than Jake's, standing just behind Kate. He was taller than Jake by about a good inch. "Dan, my God, you're just about grown." 4 years will do that, Dad." He held out something toward his father. "Here's a present for you, sort of a welcome home gift." Jake narrowed his eyes, but he still couldn't quite make out what it was his son was offering him. He couldn't seem to get it in focus. "What is it, kid?" "I made it for you in one of my classes at school," explained Dan. "I really hope you like it." "What class was that?" "Metalcraft." "Oh, sure, metalcraft." He could see it more clearly now. It was a small bronze statue of a rearing stallion. "It's terrific, Dan." "We have a very gifted son." Kate put one arm around Jake's waist and one around Dan's. "Now that we're all back together again, we can start—" "What's the matter, Jake?" "Dan's hair. It looks darker now than when I first—" "It's been a lot darker than yours for nearly 4 years now." "Do you really like the matador, Dad?" "Matador?" Dan laughed, pointing at the statue his father held in his left hand. "My gift. I go, to the bullfights a lot since we moved across the border. Mom thinks they're brutal, but I like them. That's why I made the statue of a matador for you." "It's great. Very nicely done." Reaching over, Jake set the small statue on the coffee table. "How about your luggage? Where'd you leave it?" "It's all here, Dad. Didn't you notice?" 2 large plasti-leather trunks and 6 assorted suitcases, including the tan one Kate had taken along on their honeymoon, were piled on the carpet near the door. "Didn't see them before." Jake shook his head, laughing. "Too many distractions, I guess." Kate asked, "Are you 2 ready for dinner?" "We can go out someplace," suggested Jake. No, it's cooked already," said his wife. "I phoned the computer from the airport as soon as we arrived and told it what to prepare. I know you like Mexican food, Jake, so that's what I ordered up." "Don't both of you get enough of that every day? This is your party, Jake." He picked up his fork. "It looks fine. My compliments to the computer." Smiling, Kate reached across the kitchen table to touch her husband's hand. "I'm really glad we're together again." she said. "You don't know how much I've missed you." "I've missed you too, Dad." Jake frowned at him. "I can't get over your hair," he said. "I thought it was much darker." "Sometimes it is, Dad, but, you haven't seen me for a long time and you can't be expected to know exactly what shade it is now." "That makes sense, sure." Jake refilled his wine glass, held it up. "Here's to our family." "Guess what I'm feeling at this moment in time, amigo?" asked the compact, dark, curly-haired man who was sitting patiently on the far end of the bed and watching Jake. "I'll supply the answer since you look like your brains, what few you possess, are still addled." He stood up. "I feel like a schmuck, Jake. Yes, indeed, because I've been busy busting my ass for months, telling people you were a guy who could be trusted and that you really weren't a techie at all." Removing the headset, Jake said, "You're a little late for the homecoming party, Gomez." 8. As he sat on the living room sofa, Jake asked, "How'd you get in?" Sid Gomez settled into an armchair. "We used to be partners, remember?" He held up his right hand, palm outward. "I'm one of the happy few your condo lets in." "I'm not really back on tech," he said. "But this was my first day home and the way things... Never mind. You've already heard all the excuses." Gomez was about 10 years younger than Jake, and his tight curling black hair seemed to have a life of its own, jiggling now as he gave a disappointed shake of his head. "Lately, my current wife has taken to alluding to me as an idealistic putz," he said, "and that is chiefly because I've been harboring the half-wit notion that you're savable. But Jesus, before you even thawed out from your little siesta in the freezer, you started zapping your brains with that... Are you the one who got me paroled?" After watching his friend for a few seconds, Gomez replied, "I was instrumental in getting you out. Thanks, then, even if you do think I'm an asshole." "You're still about 2 or 3 grades from qualifying as an asshole," said his ex-partner. "But a couple more sessions with the brain box and... How come you didn't contact me earlier?" "I wanted to give you a little time to adjust to civilian life." Jake smiled faintly. "And you wanted to test me, see if I was still hooked," he said. "Doesn't look like I passed the test." "This wasn't the final exam, amigo." "You're still optimistic. Don't see how you can be after all your years with the Southern California State Police." "I'm not a cop anymore, Jake." "You're not? Then my getting out really doesn't have anything to do with the SCSP changing their mind about me and pressuring the parole authority?" Gomez chuckled. "Nope. Narrow-minded bastards that they are, they still think you sometimes clamp electrodes on your cabeza and have brain-stem wet dreams," he said. "You and me, of course, know how wrong they are." "God damn it, Gomez, you know I use the stuff sometimes," he said, his voice rising. "You knew that before I ever got picked up. But you also know I never sold tech or worked for the GLA dealers, and I sure as hell didn't sabotage the investigation of that Laguna sector connection. I was trying to bust them." "That much we agree on." Gomez scratched his head. "For a while there, Jake, while I was still a minion of the law, I kept digging into your case, on my own time." "Is that why you're not with the SCSP anymore? Did they dump you for trying to help me?" "Actually, no, it's more complicated than that," said Gomez. "I thought it was getting close, even had a guy ready to confide in me. Then he suddenly went on to glory, helped along by a blast from a Lay's rifle." "Who was this guy?" "One of our fellow officers, Brian Jessup." Jessup. Jake stood and began to pace. "That's funny." "Share the humor of it with me, amigo." "Funny as an odd." Jake halted, shrugged. "No, it's only that I've been brooding about Kate and... Well, Brian Jessup was interested in her. Few times at parties he paid a little more attention to her than I thought was necessary. She didn't return his interest, far as I know, and I was probably just being your typical old coot with a wife 10 years younger than he is." Gomez was studying his booted feet. "We can talk about your wife at some future get-together," he said. "Right now, though, is there something about Kate I ought to know?" Nothing, not a damn thing. Just sit yourself down and attend to what I'm saying." Frowning, Jake returned to the sofa. What did Jessup have to say? "Whatever the lad knew, he took to the grave with him, or rather the urn, since his wife had him microwave cremated," explained Gomez. but he'd been hinting he knew something that might just help prove you'd been set up. Jessup indicated he'd be willing to confide for a suitable financial consideration. 2 days before we were going to chat, a mall sniper down in the Apple Valley sector did him in, along with 4 shoppers and a show dog. Coincidence? It does seem a mite extravagant way of getting rid of the gent, killing 4 others and a dog worth more than the whole lot of them just to cover the shutting up of Jessup. Tech runners aren't noted for being sentimental. That is true, admitted his friend. At any rate, amigo, that was about the time I came to the conclusion that a cop's life was no longer for me. With my sterling record plus my innate and undeniable Latino charm, I had no trouble whatsoever landing a position with the respected Cosmos Detective Agency right here in GLA. Jake grinned at him. You mean you're a private eye now? I have been for the past year. Later in the evening, I may even show you my badge. As I recall, Cosmos is a pretty good outfit. Walt Bascom runs it, and he's, if you bend your definitions some, honest and reliable, said Gomez. The pay is much better than a cop's, and there are considerably more fringe benefits. Was Cosmos involved in getting me out? It took me a long time, Jake, to realize that if I wanted justice for you, I'd have to get it the way most people do, he answered, by using money and influence. I don't have quite sufficient of either, but Bascom and the Cosmos outfit do, and that's how your special parole got arranged. Jake said, Does Bascom do favors like that for all his employees, or just for the ones with Latino charm? Gomez consulted his feet again. Actually, Jake, I had to promise the detective agency a favor in return. A favor that you do, or one that we both have to work on? Both of us as a team. And trust me, amigo, it's damn lucky for us that this particular case came up just when it did. Otherwise, you might still be languishing in the freezer. Jake leaned forward, resting his palms on his knees. Okay, give me the details on this favor, Gomez. First off, you don't, do you, have any major or massive objections to working for Cosmos as an operative yourself? Jake shook his head. Nope. Even if you had to, say, travel across the border into the borderland and Mexico itself? Nope. Even if you might have to enter a war zone that is at present controlled by hot-blooded and wild-eyed rebels? That wouldn't bother me, no. Gomez nodded, his hair swaying some. Bueno, that's gratifying, he said. Oh, and one other item. I assume you'd have no serious objection to dealing directly with a former lady friend of yours. She is, according to all reports, still muy bonita and— Whoa now. Jake got to his feet. You're talking about War Bride, aren't you? Well, yes, admitted his friend. That quaintly nicknamed Lady Revolutionary is who I am alluding to. Why's the Cosmos Detective Agency interested in a small-time guerrilla leader who does a little smuggling on the side? Things have changed considerably down there whilst you've been away. War Bride has upped her status a good deal, Gomez told him. She now heads a substantial rebel army, and only last month they took over control of the whole blooming state of Chihuahua. In this case, it involves Chihuahua? Yep, it does. Come on, Gomez, Cosmos must have ops on staff who know their way around that part of Mexico. We had several who thought they did. Gomez shook his head and his hair seemed to bounce. 3 of our operatives thus far have ventured south of the border. None has gotten around to reporting back or even to leaving a clue as to present whereabouts. Bascom now believes, thanks in good measure to my powers of persuasion, that since you and War Bride were once close buddies, you're the man who can get safely into— We weren't friends, we just slept together, Jake said. That woman is a mean-minded, foul-tempered— Let me, Jake, hasten to explain to you that my boss is not exactly as enthusiastic about you as I am. Were you to turn this little chore down, he might well regret he used his considerable influence to get you out of the icebox. Jake pointed a thumb at the ceiling. Meaning I might end up back at the freezer if I don't take this job. It's, amigo, a possibility worth mentioning. Sitting, Jake said, I tell you, Gomez, the way I'm feeling just now, maybe I wouldn't mind going back up there. You're merely suffering from post-tech depression. That'll pass. I'd like to think about it. Jake leaned back. About whether I want to work for Cosmos or not. But you might as well give me the rest of the details on this case. Brightening, Gomez extracted 3 try-op photos from an inner pocket of his orange sport jacket. Here's some visuals for you to contemplate the two central figures in this business." He handed the pictures across. 2 shots of Dr. Leon Kittredge, age 56. One of his daughter Beth Kittredge, age 26. She's somewhat pretty, huh? Too slim for my taste, and I favor blondes, since they're usually more capable of inflicting the sort of nastiness I require seemingly in my dealings with members of the— "Jake, what's wrong?" Jake was studying one of the photos, a disturbed expression on his face. The young woman in the 3-dimensional photo was dark-haired, slim, and pretty. She wore a simple suit dress and was standing on a sun-bright stretch of afternoon beach, smiling in a quiet way. "Nothing really, I guess," he said slowly. "Beth Kittredge looks familiar, and I had the impression I'd seen her recently." He turned his attention again to the 2 pictures of Dr. Kittredge, a lean, tanned man with short-cropped graying hair. "Obviously, I couldn't have seen Beth Kittredge lately, her or anyone else." "You could have seen both of them before you went away," suggested Gomez. "Kittredge is a well-known electronics expert, worked in industry and taught at universities around here. What you call a prominent member of the scientific community. His daughter is something of an electronics wizard, too, and she's been helping the old boy in his researches of late," Jake said. "Hey, 56 isn't that old. I'm a little more than a half-dozen years from there myself, Gomez. And when you arrive, I'll call you old boy, too," he said. "Speaking the truth is one of my specialties." Jake looked again at Beth. "How do the Kittredges tie in with this assignment?" "They are the assignment, amigo," he replied. "Don't, by the way, get too interested in the young lady. It may well turn out that both she and her pop are dead and gone." Jake dropped all 3 photos to the table. "Were they killed down in Mexico?" "That's one of the questions we're going to have to answer," said Gomez. "It seems Dr. Kittredge and his daughter were traveling in Mexico last week in their sky cruiser. While they were flying over a great forest area, the ship maybe crashed. This particular Selva Grande now happens to be deep in the territory your pal Warbride and her troops control. All that's come out thus far is a highly suspect report made by some louts who claim to be the local law. They say the ship was apparently wrecked and that both the doctor and Beth are probably dead." "That's all pretty damn vague." "Yeah, exactly. One of the big insurance outfits, Moonbase Hartford actually, that retains Cosmos, issued a large life policy on both the doctor and his daughter. So they want definite proof as to whether either or both of them is dead. Or should that be are dead? Either way, that's basically what the job is. We've got to get down there, find out the fate of the Kittredges, and live to file a report. Be nice if along the way we also found out what happened to our own ops whom we've lost touch with." "That forest is part of the worldwide project to control the greenhouse effect," said Jake. "Don't the United Nations forces have ranger stations in the— Nobody can get any word out of that particular selva. There are supposed to be 2 ranger stations devoted to the policing of that 1,000,000 acres of giant trees, but they're simply not reporting in any longer and can't be reached by any traditional means of communication." Picking up the photos, Jake shuffled them and then brought Beth's to the top. "Be a shame if she's dead," he said. "Both of them could be dead, both could be alive. Cosmos has to find out which it is." He sat quietly for a few seconds. "Bascom wants to see you mañana by early afternoon at the latest. We're obliged to move fast on this, and the Moonbase Hartford folks are growing, with some justification, a bit impatient. You and I will be working together. If you don't mind, we weren't a bad team." "No, we weren't," agreed Jake. "Okay, I'll think about it and let you know tomorrow." Early, promised Jake. "Do you have any information on Kate?" Gomez eased up out of the chair. "I know she divorced you a couple years back. Once you were gone, Jake, she and I didn't see much of each other. I did get an Xmas fax from her last year." "Any idea where Dan's going to school down there?" "None, but we can find out easy enough. I've already got somebody working on that." Gomez moved in the direction of the door. "You might be better off not trying to see her," he suggested. "Of course, coming from a man who's had 3 wives thus far, this advice may not strike you as that of an expert on how to get along with the ladies." 3? "Amy and I parted while you were away. I have a new one now. Another blonde. Most of my relatives claim they can't tell her from the last one," he said. "Jake, I really hope you'll take this Cosmos thing. Early tomorrow, I'll phone you." Gomez pulled the door open, took a step into the corridor. "About the stuff. Go easy, amigo." "I will, and thanks for getting me out." They shook hands. "Keep in mind that you've still got a way to go." Giving him a grin and a lazy salute, he took his leave. Jake returned to the bedroom. He gathered up his tech gear and stood looking at it. Finally, he pushed the bed aside and stashed it all away. 9. Jake woke up. It was an interesting and basically pleasant experience, and something Jake hadn't done recently. Yawning, he sat up in bed and stretched. "It's exactly 9:14 a.m., announced the Vox box implanted in the side of the bed. "Thanks for the information. Since you didn't leave a wake-up call, the apartment decided to let you sleep until a wise decision." Jake swung free of the big bed. "Now hush. As you wish." Grinning, Jake barefooted across the room and touched the door of the shower stall. Recognizing his palm print, it slid aside. "Good morning, Mr. Cardigan. It's April 4, 2120, 9:16 a.m. The outside temperature in the Pasadena sector of Greater Los Angeles is 67 degrees and do something for me," he requested of the stall's Vox box. "Anything you wish, sir. Don't talk to me. We're simply doing our best to get you ready in a cheerful way for another stressful day, and even so." Shedding the pajama top he'd slept in, Jake entered the stall and shut the door. He scanned the choices on the control panel, decided on a 60-second warm water shower, and pushed the correct button. After leaving the alcove, he crossed to his closet. "Most of this stuff is probably out of style by now," he said to himself as the door opened to display his 4-year-old and more wardrobe. "I should have asked Gomez what's fashionable nowadays. No, forget that. His notions tend to include materials that glow in the dark or cause severe headaches to look at for more than a few seconds." The bed Vox box said, "What?" Jake picked a quiet blue suit. "We were thinking about preparing your breakfast, sir, but if you're going to continue in this grouchy mood, perhaps you'd rather skip the whole tell you what," Jake said. "Put the kitchen on manual." "Beg pardon?" "I'll fix my own breakfast. We do have groceries?" "Of course, sir. They were supplied to the pantry from the condo complex's food warehouse within minutes of your return home." "Good. What? Do you mean you want to do everything?" "Sure. Including cleaning up afterwards?" Jake laughed. "I guess you guys can take care of that. Thank you, sir." Dressed, he went down the hall to the small yellow and white kitchen. He was enjoying all the simple rituals of getting up in the morning, he found. Although Jake's life wasn't at one of its high points right now, he basically liked it. And it's several notches above the freezer. He opened the yellow pantry door, grabbed 2 of the square green oranges that they produced up at the Fresno sector biotech farms. "I'm going to take the Cosmos job," he said, crouching and looking on the lower kitchen shelves for a plasglass. "First place, I owe it to Gomez for helping to get me out, and it'll be good to work with him again. Until he showed up last night, I wasn't even certain he hadn't decided I was as crooked as everyone else thinks I am." Phone, called the voice of the computer terminal in the living room. Setting the glass and the cubic oranges on the table, he hurried into the phone alcove. "Yes?" "Buenos dias," said Gomez, whose curly hair was looking especially lively this morning. "I've made up my mind," said Jake, sitting and nodding at the phone screen. "I'm going to take the—" "I figured you would, amigo," cut his partner, "which is why I'm calling you. There's a new development in the Kittredge business, and you may as well tag along with me when— Gomez, what is it that you're decked out in?" He glanced down at himself. "A nightshirt? Black's a strange color for black with orange spots. The spots keep it from being morbid. Now, if you're all finished heckling my sartorial state, listen to what I have to impart." "Go ahead, I'm sorry. It's just that I'm not used to seeing things like this so early in the— Late last night," resumed Gomez in a very serious tone, The Cosmos Agency was contacted by someone who claims to have information about Dr. Kittredge. He glanced to his right, pushed something that was off-screen. You should now be seeing a still pic of this very person. The image of a plump blonde woman of about 45 appeared on the screen. Her hair was pulled back and she wore a pale blue lab coat. Who is she? Asked Jake. Her name is Dr. Hilda Dannenberg, and she's a colleague of Dr. Kittredge's at SoCal Tech, answered Gomez, replacing the woman on the screen. The lady would like to meet at a quiet out-of-the-way spot. Therefore, I've set up a rendezvous for noon today at the Malibu Sector Boardwalk, which has fallen on hard times of late and doesn't attract hordes of patrons. You remember that Brazilian cafe where we used to have lunch? Sure, is that still there? Lots of the old places seem to be gone. It's still there, except it's a biotech sandwich shop now. The doctor'll be meeting us there in a back booth at the stroke of 12, he said. I shall pick you up at the stroke of 11, okay? I'll be here and waiting. Muy bien, said Gomez, and I'm tickled beyond measure that you've decided to join up with Cosmos. He paused, glancing off screen. Did you enjoy a good night's sleep? I'm not going to use the stuff again, okay? Okay. Jake stayed sitting in the alcove for several minutes. Going to take a while before even Gomez trusts me completely, he said finally. It was exactly 10 a.m., and Jake was in the Chicano colony of GLA when the earthquake struck. The cobblestone street began quivering. The two-story imitation adobe building started to shake. A low, angry rumbling went passing under the ground. Sprinting, Jake got himself positioned in the doorway of China's Mexican automat. Two red tiles made of tough glass came falling down off the slanting roof of the restaurant to land near his feet with a clacking noise. Someone laughed. A dark-haired girl of about 11 was riding calmly by on a small electrocycle, grinning at him and shaking her head pityingly. What an abuela, she observed, laughing at him again and then whizzing off down the bright morning street. The quake was over, and Jake realized that the birds who'd been singing in the decorative trees in the nearby courtyard hadn't even stopped singing during the tremors. Apparently, he said to himself as he went on into the restaurant, I'm overreacting. The scent of strong spices was thick in the air, mingled with the smells of coffee and chocolate. All along two walls were cubicles covered by plexiglass panels, and behind each sat a dish of Mexican food. A blonde young woman was inserting her bank's card in the slot beneath a cubicle offering a pastry when Jake crossed the threshold. And a small, dark, chubby man of 56 was jumping out of his chair at one of the small round tables across the big room. Running a zigzag course between the mostly empty tables, Jake reached him before his departure had progressed very far. Rio, Jake said, disappointment showing in his voice. I get the impression you want to avoid me. Rio allowed Jake to urge him back into his chair. I avoid all minions of the law, Jake. I'm not a cop anymore, reminded Jake, sitting and smiling evenly at the plump man. I'm a convicted felon, remember? Oh, see, that's right. Rio picked up the mug of cocoa he'd been about to abandon and gazed briefly up at the low, stuccoed ceiling. You've been dormido. Want to ask you a few questions, said Jake. First off, though, why the hell was I the only one who got upset by that earthquake just now? A kid called me a grandmother. Chuckling, Rio said, While you were away, Juanito, the government of Greater Los Angeles introduced something new. Been going on for near to 2 years. It's a controlled quake plan. Once a week at 10 a.m. in the morning, they let off some pressure and we get a mild quake. He shrugged. I don't know exactly how they do it, but we haven't had a big one since they started this. I better study that booklet Winger gave me. Well, it's certainly been great seeing. Jake caught Rio's arm, guided him down into a sitting position again. Only a few more questions. Very well, for old time's sake, I can. You got to whap it, senorita. He'd noticed the pretty blonde wasn't getting her pastry. The quakes futs up the mechanism sometimes. Here, allow me to. She'll get it, Rio. Reaching out, Jake caught him. The blonde dealt the plastor a smack with the heel of her hand, and it popped open. Gracias, she said, smiling over at Rio. De nada, Jake said. The Cosmos Detective Agency sent. You're working for them now? He started to rise again. Jake brought him down with a tug on the sleeve. They've sent some operatives down into Chihuahua. Not a good location to visit just now. What happened to them? Rio produced a sad sound in his throat. Muerto. All 3 of them are dead? Rio held up 3 fingers, nodding. See, it's very sad. Who killed them? Rio watched the blonde carry her plate to a table. You don't want to know? I do. Well, I hear that in 2 of the deaths it was some important tech hombres who ordered it. I've got no name, so save the next question, Jake. Who killed the 3rd one? It was probably Vargas. Who's Vargas? Rio answered. He's her present lover and he doesn't like guys, especially gringos trying to get too close to her. You're talking about Warbride? Rio made a hush motion with his left hand. It's not smart to talk openly about her hereabouts, or even about Rafe Vargas for that matter, Jake said. A Professor Kittredge and his daughter disappeared down there. Any idea where they are? None. Shaking his head, Rio stood up once more. But she'd know. Warbride? After nodding carefully, he started for the door. A sooty seagull coughed once, took 3 lurching steps along the boardwalk railing, teetered, fell over. Dingy wings flapping awkwardly, it went plummeting straight down to the rubbish-strewn beach 20 feet below. There was a thunk and a rattling when it hit. Gomez said, I refuse to take that as an omen. He and Jake were occupying a rusty green metal bench about a block away from their upcoming rendezvous spot. Jake was scanning the area, eyes narrowed slightly in the hazy midday sunlight. Everything's run down quite a bit hereabouts in the past few years. The wide, once bright yellow boardwalk curved along the Malibu sector coastline for over a mile. On its right side was the Pacific, and on its left stood rows of shops, restaurants, and saloons. Everywhere paint was peeling, plas shingles were popped loose, plastiglass windows and doors were streaked with wind-carried beach dirt. Most of the colored pennants that hung on poles along the walkway railing were faded and tattered. This boardwalk got to be quite a techie hangout 2 or so years ago. Gomez checked his watch and then leaned back on the bench. That led to raids by the GLA cops, our own SCSP, as well as various and sundry anti-tech agencies. In addition, the rival dealers and distributors fought a series of skirmishes, which pitted the Japanese against the Mexicans, against the Central Americans, against the South Americans, against the Africans, against the Swiss, against the moonbasers, against whoever else was left who was trying to get rich peddling tech. It was often livelier around here than at a Gomez family reunion. Things have been getting worse with tech. Gomez shrugged his left shoulder and grimaced. In most ways, yes, he said. There are more rival dealers hustling the stuff, more entrepreneurs trying to manufacture the chips. Use of tech is up in GLA. Estimates put it at about 18% of the total pop. That's up, what, about 5%? Gomez nodded, consulting his watch again. We've still got near 10 minutes before Dr. Dannenberg, he announced. I'm not trying to scare you, Jake, but they've done a lot more research into the stuff while you were away. Did you already know about the possibility of seizures with techies? Been more and more of that showing up of late. They call that effect kindling, the formation of a seizure focus. Too frequent use for some poor bastards anyway causes them to develop a pretty good imitation of epilepsy. You can get partial complex seizures, which sometimes take the form of flashbacks. Or you might come down with the grand mal version. That's where you shake all over, bite your tongue, lose bladder and bowel control, and, if anyone happens to be watching, generally scare the bejabbers out of all and sundry. No, most of that wasn't suspected at the time I went up to the freezer, said Jake. You've been studying, huh? It was part of my job as a cop, reminded Gomez. And then, too, since one of my best buddies has tech for a hobby, why, I figured I ought to learn as much about this stuff as I could. That way we'd have something we could talk about on cold, wintry evenings in front of the... I won't be using tech again. Yeah, 76% of techies promise that at one point or another in their addiction. The percentage that keeps the promise is considerably lower. Jake started along the boardwalk. Time for our meeting, isn't it? Gomez paused to button the jacket of his pale yellow suit and took off after him. Hey, amigo, I'm not trying to lecture you, he said, catching up. But I am concerned." "I know." They walked along in silence for a moment. Then, slowing, Gomez said, "That looks like Dr. Dannenberg herself up yonder trying to enter the sandwich shop. Who's that lout blocking her way?" "Panhandler." About 500 yards up ahead, the doctor was backing away from a ragged man in an old battle jacket that had Braz Vet written in neon tubing across its back. He was rattling a Plaz cup close to her plump face. "I'll go dissuade the lad." Gomez started running, dodging the few other strollers on the boardwalk. The blonde doctor had retreated to the seaside of the walkway, halting finally with her back against the railing. She was making a go-away motion at the persistent beggar with her right hand. He reached out, grabbing for her. She dodged the first lunge, but not the second. Gomez was just a few hundred feet away from them when the beggar made contact with Dr. Dannenberg. There was all at once an enormous whamming explosion. Fire and swirling black smoke blossomed all around the two figures. The concussion of the blast lifted Gomez right off the planking. It knocked Jake over, toppling him down hard on his backside. As he hit, he saw his partner go cartwheeling through the noonday air. Gomez sailed clean over the rail and went falling toward the beach below. "Jesus!" Jake jammed an elbow against the planking, shoved and got himself upright. Stumbling some, he started running for the place where Gomez had gone over. 10. Jake's foot hit a smear of blackish liquid and he slipped, sliding, nearly falling. He regained his balance, continued running. He noticed there was a scatter of chunks and shards of jagged metal on the walkway, as well as blackened twists of wire and melted scraps of colored Plaz, but nothing that looked like human remains. He reached the place where Gomez had gone over. His partner was lying down below on the gritty beach in a huddled position with his knees and elbows nearly touching. He'd landed on a clear stretch of sand near the rusted, gutted remains of an old Sky car and the innards of an abandoned sofa. Swinging over the railing, Jake climbed down the understructure of the boardwalk. There was a dead cat, stiff and grinning at the spot where he landed. Two lanky boys of about 10 were coming cautiously up the beach toward Gomez, walking close together, both curious and frightened. Jake sprinted, skirting the debris on the beach, and got to his partner's side. He dropped to one knee, touched his fingertips to Gomez's neck. "Still alive," he said, relieved. "Some fireworks, amigo," muttered Gomez, eyelids fluttering. "That they were," agreed Jake. "Just take it easy. There ought to be an ambulance here any minute." Alarm sirens had been hooting up on the boardwalk for several minutes now, and far off, the sirens of a medical van could be heard. Jake looked up and motioned to the boys who'd halted about 5 feet away. "Go up onto the boardwalk and make sure a Medibot gets down here," he said. The two boys didn't move. Finally, the blonde one said, "How much?" "For what?" "To run an errand for you, mister." $1. The dark-haired boy shook his head. $5, you can forget it." Jake stood up rapidly and pointed at them. "Get your ass up there right now and get help. You'll get your money when you get back here." The dark-haired one seemed on the brink of arguing, but his companion clutched his arm and yanked him into a run. They started scrambling up the boardwalk supports. "I think," said Gomez in a weak, faraway voice, "maybe my leg. Left one, huh? It's broken." Jake crouched near him. "It could be. Legs don't usually bend this way." "Muy tonto." "Who's stupid, me or you?" "I'm the one. Should have suspected that bum was a kamikaze." "He was a what?" Gomez sighed but didn't answer. Jake leaned closer to his partner. Gomez was still alive, but he'd passed out. 2 white-enameled Medibots came down for him a few minutes later. The black plainclothes cop didn't think much of Jake. "Well, it sure didn't take you long to start something, Cardigan," he was saying. "Only your second day off the ice and already you—" "Come on, Captain Hambrick. You know damn well I didn't have anything to do with what happened." "What I know is that Gomez, who was dumb enough to trust you again, is here in the emergency ward." The captain was tall and wide, and his voice tended to rumble. He and Jake were standing in the waiting room of the emergency wing of the Pacific Coast Hospital. The green-tinted see-through plexiglass walls looked down on a wide landing parking area and beyond that a new tract of stilt houses was in the process of being built out over the ocean. What's important is Gomez right now. Jake was facing his former Southern California State Police boss. Our standing here yelling at each other isn't much going to help him. Outside, another Sky ambulance came chuffing down through the afternoon to the landing area. The rear doors popped open seconds after it touched ground, and two Metabots eased out carrying a stretcher. There was a gaunt young woman, her skin pale and bluish, and her eyes staring and deeply underscored with shadows, strapped to the stretcher. "Techie," muttered Hambrick, watching them rush her inside the hospital. "Seizure, I guess. We can't blame this one on you, though, since you haven't been out long enough to get back into tech dealing." The android Dr. Jake had talked to 15 minutes earlier came back into the waiting room through a white swing door. He was believably humanoid, only the A&D MD tag he was required by law to wear on his meta jacket gave him away. Jake crossed over to him. "Anything new on Gomez?" "He's conscious and our robot brain scanners are going over him, Mr. Cardigan. It looks as though Mr. Gomez isn't as seriously injured as we initially estimated." "That's great. Can I see him?" "Not just yet, no," said the android doctor, shaking his handsome head. "We have to run quite a few more tests before we can be absolutely certain about your friend's condition." "What about the head injuries?" "It will probably turn out to be no more than a concussion." Nodding at Jake and the captain, he went back into Gomez. "So you didn't succeed," said Captain Hambrick, "in killing Gomez this time." Walking away from him, Jake sat on the edge of one of the crimson plexiglass visitors' chairs. Hambrick sat, grunting some in the next chair. "While we're waiting for more news, I want to talk to you," he said. "Tell me your version of what happened." "Tell me something first. That panhandler was an android, but how'd they rig him to kill off Dr. Dannenberg?" "Hell, your tech-running buddies can explain all that to you. That beggar Andy was what they call a kamikaze." Frowning, Jake said, "So that's what Gomez was trying to tell me. Something new to me." "That's right, you guys don't get to see the vid news or read a fax paper up in the freezer." "What exactly is the thing?" "It's a very high-class Andy," said Hambrick. "We got our first kamikaze killing in GLA just about a year ago. Japan's where they first turned up. They're very expensive, but then tech runners rarely worry about budgets. These damn Andys can pass for humans, as can most of the more expensive Andys these days. But the kamikazes can also fool just about any security system, even the most sophisticated ones." He stared out into the afternoon. "Okay, so a kamikaze is instructed to go after a specific target, somebody that one or another of the tech kingpins wants out of the way. The kamikaze locates his target, quite often in a crowd, which means we're usually likely to get some fringe deaths along with the main hit. The android, which can be a male or female, will just walk right up to the target. Sometimes it pretends to be an old friend or maybe a tourist who's lost, or as today in the Malibu sector, a bum looking to get a handout. Then the Andy touches the victim, could be a handshake, a pat on the back, or even an embrace. Soon as that contact is made, there's an explosion. It blows up the victim, the Andy, and whatever's in the vicinity. Expensive, but impressive." "Kiss of death," murmured Jake. "Huh?" "Reminded me of an old underworld custom I heard about once." "We've had 26 kamikaze deaths in GLA so far," Hambrick told Jake. "Across the whole country, the total is around 264. Over in Japan, where they really love the things, there have been 467 kamikaze murders to date." "Okay, I know what it is now," said Jake. "But why use it on Dr. Dannenberg? Far as I know, she hasn't a damn thing to do with the tech trade." Leaning, Hambrick tapped Jake's chest with his forefinger. "Well now, Cardigan, that's just one of the questions I'm hoping you'll answer for me. Oh, and that wasn't actually Dr. Dannenberg." "Another android, wasn't it?" "Yeah, it was." "That explains why I didn't see any human remains." "From what we can determine from the descriptions of the passers-by who saw the lady before the blow-up, the thing was a simulacrum of the Dannenberg woman." Jake watched a flock of power gliders drift far out over the ocean, paralleling the hazy horizon. Why would she have a sim? People use them for lots of reasons. Around here, celebs use handy replicas of themselves to stand in at public events, to take their place at a potentially dangerous event, or even to handle lectures. But this sounds like Dr. Dannenberg was expecting an attempt on her life. That's one of the assumptions. Have you talked to Dr. Dannenberg, the real one? We'll certainly do that too, soon as we find the lady. She's not at SoCal Tech, not at home, and not at several other obvious locations. We're looking for her. So what really happened to the boardwalk was that Gomez risked his life trying to keep one gadget from destroying another gadget. That's about it, agreed the captain. Why were you and Gomez meeting with her? You're going to have to ask the Cosmos Agency about that. The captain grabbed Jake's arm. I'm asking you. Jake took Hambrick's hand from off his sleeve and stood. I don't work for you anymore. Just keep this in mind. As far as I'm concerned, you still ought to be on ice, said Captain Hambrick, rising. You give me too much crap, Cardigan, and I'll do everything I can to see you get sent back to the freezer. I'd figured that out before you even told me. I also think you ought to forget about working for Cosmos. You'd be better off trying to find a nice, quiet security guard job someplace. Jake gave him a bleak grin. This morning maybe I'd have considered quitting. Not now, though. Now I'm going to find out who sent that kamikaze. That noble bullshit doesn't impress me, said Hambrick. You've always been a cold, calculating son of a bitch. That's why they all called you the android. Listen, if Gomez was lying and they're dead now, you really wouldn't give a damn, so don't pretend, you bastard. Jake's fist went back and he started to throw a punch. But then he stopped. Shaking his head, he dropped his hands to his sides and stepped back. Nope. I'm not going to let you goad me into hitting you, Captain. You're not going to get me back up to the freezer that easy. Hambrick laughed without opening his mouth. Giving Jake a disdainful look, he turned and walked away. Jake stood watching him until Hambrick was outside. He worked hard to get his anger under control. That took several minutes. 11. The beautiful silver-skinned and platinum-haired receptionist said, I'm not an android. I'll keep that in mind. Jake was sitting in a licorice-colored plastiglass chair in the Tower 2 reception room of the Cosmos Detective Agency building. What I'm getting at is I'm a human being, she added, tapping a finger against her silvery cheek. I've been going through some what you might call changes in my life lately, and I decided to experiment with my basic look. It's striking. This is only my second day with the new makeup approach, she said. But so far 3 clients have confused me with the servomechs, and a new bot on the custodial staff tried to dust and polish me. There is a sort of mechanical aura. The trouble is, see, you can't just take the stuff off. You have to go have it done at the same salon where they slapped it on in the first place. You considered doing that already? I am, except right now I can't afford having it taken off, since I haven't even finished paying for having it put on, she explained. You're the one who's a friend of Gomez, aren't you? We're friends, yes. How is he? I just heard about his getting himself hurt. He's doing fine, except for the broken leg. That's good news. Send him in, Marnie, said the emerald-green Voxbox sitting atop her stark white desk. Marnie pointed to the box and mouthed the words, That's Bascom. She next pointed to a white door across the room. You can go in now, Mr. Cardigan. Grinning, Jake left the chair and crossed to the door. Walt Bascom's office was large and cluttered. Its walls were made of blind plastiglass that showed nothing of the Laguna sector outside. Bascom was a small, compact man of 55, sun-brown and clad in an expensive and considerably rumpled suit. He was seated on top of a lucite desk in the middle of the office, cross-legged, noodling on a wheezy alto saxophone. There were piles of fax copies, files, memos of many colors, printout sheets, summonses, and assorted paper ephemera surrounding him on the clear desktop. Steepled over a stack of final notice bills was a yellowed booklet titled Bebop Favorites of the 20th Century. Jake wended his way through the sprawl of folders, bundles of papers, weapons, discarded clothes, and abandoned dishware that lay between him and his new employer. "I did," said Bascom as he set aside the saxophone. "Did what?" "Slept in my clothes. You are probably wondering if I had." "I already knew you had. It's one of your trademarks." Jake took a plastic carton of old Lay's guns off a tin chair, brushed off the accumulated dust with a pair of paisley panties that were beneath the carton, and sat down, uninvited. "Did some research on you earlier in the day." "That's only fair, since I've been researching you for several weeks." Bascom wore his graying hair close-cropped. After knuckling the top of his head, he commenced rummaging the piles of material on his desk. "How's Gomez doing?" "Well." Bascom opened the folder. "Jonathan Cardigan, Jr.," he read from the topmost sheet of fax paper. "You've been described as insubordinate, sarcastic, irreverent, cynical, unpatriotic, disrespect. Maybe you shouldn't have sprung me. I trust Gomez. He says you're okay." Jake leaned back in the chair. "And besides, you don't have anybody else who can get safely through Warbride's territory," he said. "You've already had 3 Cosmos operatives killed down there." "1 killed." The agency chief held up his forefinger. "Other 2 are simply missing." "All 3 of them are dead and gone. That's another thing I found out this morning." Bascom scratched his head. "Gomez mentioned you had good sources of information," he said. "Seems you really do. Either that or you're conning me." "I quit lying at job interviews my 2nd year in college," Jake assured him. "I'm fairly sure I can handle this assignment alone since Gomez is laid up. I'll get through to the crash site in the Selva Grande and I'll determine if the Kittredges are dead or alive. If you still want to hire me now that Gomez can't team up with me, then fine. But don't lecture me about my many failings. I've already got Captain Hambrick to take care of that." "Hold off, Cardigan." Bascom held up one hand. "You haven't allowed me to get to the part where I inform you that I actually, within reason, like fellows who are insubordinate, sarcastic, irreverent, and the rest, particularly fellows of that ilk who know their way around down across the border." Hopping free of his desk, he stood facing Jake. "If you want the job, it's yours." "Yeah, I do want it." Bascom, smoothing at some wrinkles in his trousers, worked his way over to a 4-foot-wide hologram projection stage. He sidearmed the folder stacked there off onto the rug. "Can you see from where you're perched?" Jake raised off his chair, moved aside the disabled bartender robot that had been in his line of vision, and sat again. "Just fine." On all fours, the head of the Cosmos Detective Agency searched around the floor. "Ah, here she is." He'd located the hologram cartridge he was after and, smiling, held it up toward Jake before inserting it in the base slot. Upon the stage there appeared a life-size, full-dimensional image of Beth Kittredge. She was sitting in a lemon-yellow rattan chair, smiling at someone to her left and carrying on an unheard conversation. Her dress was of dark green neo-rayon. Jake stood, moving closer to the projection stage. He was feeling an odd constriction around his chest. "Something?" inquired Bascom, glancing over at him. "Nothing, no." He returned to the chair, trying to remember where he'd seen her before. "This is Beth Kittredge," explained Bascom. "Our footage was taken 3 months ago during a reception at SoCal Tech for a few scientific gents who were visiting from the moon colony." He circled the platform. "According to our sources, she still wears her hair like this, long down to the shoulders. A pretty young woman if you like them on the slender side. You obviously find her attractive." "Do I?" "Well, Cardigan, when a fellow jumps up, clicks his heels together and lets his tongue unfurl a foot or two, an astute detective such as myself deduces there's an interest." Jake grinned. "Okay, she's attractive." "Agreed, but don't let that foul up your investigation, and keep in mind that all you may find down there is the young lady's corpse." "Yeah, I know." Beth was suddenly gone from the stage, replaced by her father. He was standing, leaning against a section of neo-steel railing and apparently conversing with someone out of camera range. "Same reception," said Bascom as he made another circuit of the hologram stage. Supposedly, Dr. Kittredge has lost approximately 10 pounds since then and will appear even leaner than... Why the weight loss? We don't know. Bascom sat on the edge of the stage, merging with part of the image. Could have been ill health, worry, or something else again. Any of which might tie in with what happened to him down in Mexico. Dr. Dannenberg might know, but she remains among the missing. He rose up and away from the stage. Another fellow I want you to observe. Kittredge vanished and was replaced by the image of a good-looking blond man of about 40. Here we have... Bennett Sands, supplied Jake. You know him? Jake replied. My former wife, worked for Sands for a while as a sort of private secretary and Girl Friday. That was right before I went up to the freezer. And for a while thereafter, I think. She worked for him 14 months all told, Jake said. Then you knew I knew who he was. Forgive me for being tricky when I don't even have to be. Bascom started another slow circle of the stage. Sands remains a multimillionaire and the director of Biofoods, Inc. His late father it was who came up with the exclusive tissue culture bioprocess system that allows biofoods to manufacture what I still think of as artificial real food, meat, vegetables, whatever. They have plants and headquarters all over the world and on the moon. When my ex-wife, worked for Sands, he was based in GLA. He operates out of Mexico nowadays, said the Cosmos chief. We believe that Kittredge was involved with Sands in some way and may even have been en route to visit him in one of his Mexican hideaways when the crash occurred. What does Sands say? We haven't been able to locate him since the Kittredges, father and daughter, disappeared. The stage made a clicking sound and Sands was gone. This case, said Jake, we're really not talking just about a simple insurance claim, are we? Bascom busied himself with extracting the cartridge and then hunting for a place to set it. What makes you say that? For one thing, someone just tried to kill Dr. Dannenberg when they suspected she was going to pass information on to us, he said. It could be that the Kittredge heirs are a violent bunch and they want to make sure they collect the insurance money, but I somehow doubt that. The beneficiaries under the Moonbase Hartford policy are Kittredge's two sisters. One's married and lives in Seattle, one's divorced and resides in Paris. Neither one is in need of money, and their activities over the past 2 weeks don't tie them in with Dr. Kittredge or his daughter in any way. Okay, then who is it who's taking such an interest in Kittredge? Putting both hands behind his back, Bascom stared up at his off-white ceiling. Well, there are a few others who may be interested in the present whereabouts of the doctor. Such as who? I can't provide a complete list of names just yet, said Bascom, though I'd certainly include Sonny Hokori. Jake stood. Hokori? What's a small-time tech dealer got to do with Kittredge? Hokori's come a long way since you tangled with him 4 years ago, Cardigan. Fact is, he's just about the top man in the business right now. Jake made his way over to the agency chief. Is that why you're really hiring me? Because you think I was working for Hokori back then? That I got the investigation of him and his bosses killed? No, I agree with Gomez that you never worked for Sonny Hokori, and that you were framed. Hokori doesn't owe me any favors, if that's... You're not paying attention. Calm down and listen, advised the compact detective. I mentioned Hokori because he's maybe involved in the Kittredge case, and also I figure you might want another chance at the fellow, okay? Jake took a deep breath, let it out slowly. Yeah, okay, he said. How do they tie together? Supposedly, Dr. Kittredge has been doing research on an anti-tech device, said Bascom. Details on its exact nature are fuzzy, but quite a few people seem to believe that he succeeded in coming up with a gadget that can, well, neutralize tech chips and render them useless. That would have a very negative effect on the future fortunes of Sonny Hokori and his colleagues. How's his system work? Bascom shook his head. We're still digging into that aspect of this business, he said. But the fact that Kittredge has apparently perfected this thing means we're not the only ones who are interested in what's become of him. It could be that Sonny had him killed, and that the crash wasn't an accident. There's also the possibility that Dr. Kittredge had his anti-tech device and his notes on it with him, said Bascom, giving several folks a motive for locating that wreckage. Did Gomez know about the tech angle? Not yet. I was intending to brief both of you this afternoon. Maybe if you'd briefed him yesterday, he wouldn't be in the hospital now. Maybe, admitted Bascom. Any other items you've held back? Nary a one, swore Bascom, working his way back through the clutter to his desk. I've worked out a sort of an itinerary for you. For the first part of your investigation, anyway. He had to search through only 3 folders before finding the sheet of yellow paper he wanted. You can't obviously go directly to the crash site, so we're routing you into Mexico by way of the borderland. You'll stop there and contact the Mexican Federal Police. Get from them whatever they have on the Kittredge crash. Won't be much more than you already have. True, but it's a formality we have to go through. Makes the cops on both sides of the border happy, said the Cosmos chief. After that, Cardigan, you're going to be pretty much on your own. I'll supply you with your contacts down there, but you're going to want to use your own, too. What you have to do is arrange yourself safe conduct to the scene of the Kittredge accident. Keep in mind that we're not supposed to be interested in the anti-tech aspects of the case. We get our fee for establishing whether the Kittredges are dead or alive. That's all. Nodding, Jake said. Finding Kittredge's anti-tech device might earn a bonus from someplace, though. That's very true, but just don't get yourself killed trying for it. In fact, officially, I can't encourage you in the anti-tech direction at all. He leaned across his desk and held out his hand. The starting salary, by the way, is $75,000 a year. Is that satisfactory? For a start. Jake shook hands and left the office. The day was ending when he reached the street level. He walked across to an air cab stand and got into the only one there, a fairly new scarlet one. Where to? Inquired the robot cabbie. Pasadena sector. Jake gave him his condo address. Here we go! The cab shuddered once, then rose up into the gathering twilight. But instead of heading inland for the Pasadena sector, it turned southward and down the coast. You're flying the wrong direction, warned Jake. That's only your opinion. 12. Jake eased out his laser gun. Land this thing right about now, he suggested to the robot cabbie. Otherwise, I'll disable you and take over myself. I got to warn you, said the robot as the air cab flew southward through the dusk, that I'm not your usual mechanical cabbie. You use that gun on me, or even make a jab at me with a screwdriver, and we're both in the soup. With the barrel of his weapon pointing at the back of the mechanical man's skull, Jake asked, How so? They got me rigged to explode, and I mean with a big bang if I get diddled with in any way. Drastic. Whoever it is wants to see you, they want to see you bad. Who might that be? The cabbie's head rattled slightly when he gave it a negative shake. That information I don't possess. What's our destination? The Anaheim sector. Off to the right, the Pacific was growing darker as the sun dropped further below the horizon. Jake moved the gun down to rest on his knee. After a moment, the robot inquired, You going to attempt any violence? Not just yet. The wreck of a huge interplanetary spaceship was lying on its side in a stretch of pocked wasteland, directly below in the deepening twilight. The air cab dropped down through the dusk, skimming under a high, wide, rust-spattered arch that the words Spaceland Park spelled out across in dead light tubing. The cab touched ground, skimmed and skittered for several hundred feet, then settled down about a quarter of a mile from the wrecked ship. I'm not used to landing on a Martian desert, apologized the robot cabbie. This amusement park's been out of business for 14 years. Nevertheless, this is where they rigged me to deliver you. The passenger door popped open. Gun in hand, Jake climbed out into the new night. No hard feelings. The cab huffed a few times, shimmied, went climbing up and away across the fresh darkness. A tumbled-over metal sign to Jake's right read, "Spend 15 minutes on Mars." Far across the simulated Martian landscape, Jake noticed a pack of about a half-dozen wild dogs foraging and fighting. "Only sign of life," he remarked to himself and started hiking in the direction of the fallen spacecraft a quarter of a mile away. Dust swirled up around his boots as he walked. When he was still several hundred yards from the wreck, lights went on inside the sprung-open doorway. Jake slowed, brought up his gun. A faint electric buzzing started up inside the fallen spaceship. There was a faint wind, and it came blowing across the night desert, scattering dust and tatters of paper. One of the wild dogs howled. "Come on in, Jake. This isn't an ambush," invited a voice from inside the ship. Jake kept his gun raised and ready as he climbed inside. There were 2 floating globe lights in the rusted husk of what had once been the ship's control cabin. Seated in a canvas chair was a handsome tanned man of 45. He was wearing a sky-blue fake silk suit and was completely bald. Tattooed on the left side of his polished scalp was one bright crimson rosebud. "Did you have a pleasant nap up in the freezer, my boy?" he asked. "You're coming in a bit blurred, Wintergild," observed Jake. "Your hologram remote projector needs tuning." "You're the first to complain," said Kurt Wintergild, smiling faintly. "Still in business, huh?" "As a matter of fact, my boy, I've risen in the International Drug Control Agency since you went into hibernation," said the tattooed man. "I'm now field director for the Western United States. We always knew you'd rise in your chosen profession. Congratulations." Jake tucked his laser gun into his waistband. "Did you invite me out here to help you celebrate your promotion?" "I was anxious for a private talk," said the IDCA agent, crossing his legs. "What I'd really like to see you do, Jake, is forget all about Dr. Kittredge." "Oh, so?" "My agency is handling the matter, and handling it how? You hunting for the doctor? Even as we speak, Jake, I'm here in Mexico heading up the search." "Meaning you don't know where he and his daughter are?" "We're not actually that interested in Beth Kittredge, only insofar as she might be able to tell us where her father is if we found her." "Did he have it with him?" "Did he have what, my boy?" "His anti-tech device." Wintergild laughed. "Not exactly. But he has something you want. We want Dr. Kittredge himself, Jake. Before Sonny Hokori gets him. Before anyone, you included, locates him." "So the crash was real?" Wintergild laughed again, recrossed his legs. 4 years on ice hasn't modified you much, my boy. You still try to get more than give." He rested his elbow on his knee, leaned toward Jake, and gave him a searching gaze. "I'm requesting that you drop the Kittredge investigation. Walt Bascom'd be the one I'd take that sort of request up with, were I you. Our feelings have already been conveyed to him. Yeah, and I can guess what he told you, which saves me from telling you. Reflect on my suggestions, Jake. I really don't want to have to worry about your intruding in my investigation," Wintergild said. "Keep in mind, too, my boy, that there can be a lot worse things than a stay in the freezer. And you keep in mind that if I ever meet up with something other than a projection of you, watch out." Laughing once again, the drug agent vanished and left Jake alone in the dark. 13. The slim, deeply tanned man took a pack of marijuana cigarettes out of his jacket pocket. "Smoke, Jake?" Jake shook his head. "No thanks, Jerry." It was a few minutes after 6 in the evening, and they were sitting in candy-striped plas chairs beside a large oval swimming pool. Beyond the pool rose an impressive Moroccan-style mansion, rich with wrought iron and bright red tiles, surrounded with thick foliage and bright flowers. This was in the exclusive Watts sector. You implied on the phone I might be able to help you," said Jerry Sundell. "Is it about a job? Because much as I'd like to honor our old deep friendship, Jake Buddy, Sundell Productions isn't as vast as it was before you. I'm not looking for a job in the porno industry." Sundell lit his cigarette and then laughed. "Hey, I'm out of porno, Jake. Have been for 3 years, ever since the Supreme Court West Coast Division ruled that showing sexual intercourse between lifelike androids was as filthy and obscene as when humans screw." He sighed out smoke. "It ruined pornography as we know it." "What are you producing now?" "Legitimate vidwall movies. In fact, I may be able to use you as a consultant on one of them. It's going to be about the tech wars." Tech wars? You know, the battles between the various tech interests, the battles with the various anti-tech government agencies. I'm telling you, Jake Buddy, the stuff of high drama and excitement. He leaned forward in his chair. The movie will also have romance, a terrific subplot, and lots of bimbos with impressive tits. During that earlier phase of your career, you knew some important people in the tech trade. Only casually. And you still have some contacts? Not really, no. I mean, I'm making an important film attacking the bastards. I couldn't still be... Camouflage, said Jake quietly. What do you know about Leon Kittredge? Not much. If you're producing this tech epic, you have to know about... Jake, I'm commencing to be a bit offended. Sundell stood up, tossed his marijuana cigarette into the pool. After its sizzle had faded, he added, What I mean is, I'm a movie exec of substance now, a major vidwall producer, to come here and imply that... Oh, shit. Jake turned to look at what the producer was staring at. The entire impressive mansion was starting to shimmer and shake. Another quake? Asked Jake. Shit! God damn it, shit! The wrought iron trim faded, grew dim, and was gone. Next, the thick cream-colored stucco walls blurred and disappeared. In less than 3 minutes, the entire vast house had vanished. A foundation and the floors and some furniture was all that remained. In what had been the master bedroom, a naked red-headed young woman sat up in the oval bed and scowled over at Sundell. You putz, she accused. Honey, I swear to God I paid the bill to Habitex Inc. Schlep, she yelled. This is really friggin' embarrassing. Honey, I'll phone them right now to complain. The house will be back in less than an hour. What was the house? Asked Jake. A hologram projection? Yeah, it's a hell of a lot cheaper than actually building. This part of the Watt sector is very much sought after, and the lot alone set me back $1,400,000. The unsettled producer explained. So when Habitex Inc. suggested a big Sacco house for just $3,000 a month, I took it. You behind on the rent? No, not really. Only 4 months. The epics aren't paying. Not as well as porno did, Sundell admitted. Now, Jake, I really have to... Tell me what you know about Kittredge first, suggested Jake, getting a persuasive grip on his nearest arm. Tell me what you've heard from your contacts in the tech trade. All right, what I know is this, Jake buddy, this Kittredge was onto something that can foul up the business. A lot of them wanted Kittredge to give up what he was working on. So they killed him? I'm not sure. Some of them only wanted to talk to him, maybe negotiate something, you know. Was Sonny Hikori one of those involved? Him especially, said Sundell. Now, Jake, I really have to get... Oh, shit. He was staring up into the twilight sky, deepening sadness showing on his evenly tanned face. A sky van was chuffing down, obviously intending to land on his property. Emblazoned across its underbelly in glowing neon was Sexy Andy's Rentals and Repairs. You schlub, called the naked redhead. You haven't even kept up the payments on me! Jake, can we continue this another time, maybe? Sure, Jerry, and thanks. Jake started for the place where the gate to the street had been. Jake double-timed up the steps of the library/social center that rose up in the exact middle of the SoCal Tech College campus. The wide glass doors whooshed open for him, and he entered the multi-floored lobby. Students and a scattering of teachers were moving along the various walk ramps, some aiming upward toward the Voxbox floor, others making their way down to the vid-ed levels. Just to the right of the information desk, a Prof. Smarts bot sat in a Plas armchair. Chrome-plated, his humanoid face reminded Jake of Winger, and husky, the bot wore a tweedy jacket and gray slacks. He was smoking a pipe and gazing intently at the slim young woman student who just inserted her bank's card in the slot in his pedestal. Just below the slot, a plaque announced, "This is a licensed Prof. Smarts, copyright 2118 by EdAid Limited, one of 162,000 serving universities and colleges around the world, for service call Arcade Entertainment, Oxnard Sector, GLA." "Still researching the greenhouse effect, Lana?" the robot asked her in his warm, avuncular voice. "Yes, Prof, I need some more stuff on the Great Forest Plan and how it's policed," she told the seated robot. "But listen, I can't afford more than $100 of info this week." Prof. Smarts winked. "Well, we can slip you a little extra on the side, dear." Jake reminded himself he had a date and moved on. An upslanting ramp had an arrow and the words "Student Faculty Drinking Area" embedded in its slick surface. He started up the ramp. Jake stopped just inside the silver-beaded curtain that masked the entryway to the high-technology saloon. It was a few minutes past 10 in the evening, and every light in the new Hollywood sector of Greater Los Angeles could be seen glittering far below the curving view walls of the crowded tower bar. Down at the far end of the long chrome and ivory bar, Jake spotted the pretty Chinese young woman he'd come here to meet. A pudgy man in a candy-striped suit was sitting too close to her, swaying on his ebony stool and steadying himself by clutching at her nearest knee. Smiling in a seemingly cordial way, she touched his temple with the ring finger of her right hand. The pudgy man sat suddenly upright, looking surprised in the few seconds before he toppled over face first into the bowl of soy pretzels in front of him on the ivory bar. "What'd you do to him, Patricia?" asked Jake as he stopped at her side. Continuing to smile, Pat Wong showed him the simple silver ring. "Low-grade stunner. I worked it up myself. It won't keep him out for more than an hour or so," she explained. "It's good to see you again, Jake. Remind me not to fondle you." She eased off the stool. "There's a table over there for us." "Leaving him here?" "Good a place as any. I don't like to be approached by strangers," Pat said. "How are you doing?" Following her to a chrome and ebony table, Jake answered, "I'm actually feeling not bad." She smiled. "That sounds a trifle better than rotten." He sat opposite her. "I need some information." "So I figured from your call. What sort of information do you need?" "You're still writing for Electronics Week and teaching part-time at SoCal Tech." "I'm in the same rut, yes. I've changed less than anyone while you were away. I'm working for the Cosmos Agency now, and with Gomez, you make a good team." Except he's sidelined. "I heard about that. You weren't hurt?" "A few bruises," he replied. "We were assigned to find Dr. Kittredge and his daughter Beth. Any idea about what happened to them?" "They crashed down in Mexico, a week or so ago." "What information do you have about that?" "Only what came into the magazine by way of AP Mex." Jake rested an elbow on the table. "What about their reasons for traveling down?" "Each guest is required to order a drink within 5 minutes of arrival," reminded the table's voxbox in a cultured and polite voice. Jake looked across at Pat. "Still drinking the same thing?" "The rut is all-encompassing." "2 dark ales," he told the table. It whirred and 2 compartments opened in its dark top. 2 glasses of ale popped up. Jake ignored his. "About Kittredge?" "About 11 months ago, Leon took a leave from SoCal Tech," Pat said, running a fingertip along the frosted side of her glass. "He started working in the lab he had in their home in the Woodland Hills sector. I heard, though, that there's also a laboratory someplace down across the border. I'm not sure where that one is. Beth has been working at home with him on his private project. I can't confirm this next, but supposedly Bennett Sands is financing him, in part at least." "Sands again," said Jake. "What are the Kittredges working on?" "Kittredge has had 2 major interests: robotics, specifically the building of super androids, ones that can pass for human in every way. His other interest, a more recent one, has been to come up with a way to stop tech. A brother of his, the ne'er-do-well that most families have at least one of, I'm the one in the local Wong clan. This brother died from using the stuff 3 years ago. A seizure. Jake tapped his fingers on the tabletop. They say Kittredge has succeeded. Who says? My boss, for one, he replied. This anti-tech device, any notion what it is? It involves RF waves, radio frequency waves emitted at a high oscillation rate, said Pat. At least that's what I suspect, based on various hints and clues I've pieced together. As yet, I don't have enough to try a piece for the magazine. How'd you use that on tech chips? She smiled at him. Well, Jake, if you could set up just the right oscillation rate, you could shatter the chip. How many of them at once? If you worked it right, if you, say, broadcast your special high-frequency RF by way of a satellite setup, you ought to be able to access every single tech chip on the globe at once, maybe those on the moon and in the various orbiting colonies, too. Access and destroy them? That's it. Christ. He picked up his glass of dark ale and drank some. It's easy to see why several people are interested in finding Dr. Kittredge. Somebody you really ought to talk to is Hilda Dannenberg. That's what Gomez and I tried to do earlier in the day, Pat. I know, Jake. That simulacrum android of Dr. Dannenberg, was that one of Kittredge's? A joint effort. He and Hilda worked together on the Andes, answered Pat. And initially she helped him on the anti-tech work, too. But once Kittredge got close to achieving his goal, he and Hilda parted company. That happened about a month or so ago. Was there a romance, too? Nodding, she drank some of her ale. More on her side than his, however. Would she be likely to try to kill him, out of anger at being, no, Hilda doesn't work that way. She'd be much more likely to consult a team of good attorneys and sue the man. Any idea where she might be hiding out? Across the border. She went down there a lot with Kittredge and alone. Jake sipped his ale. If Bennett Sands is financing the anti-tech research, what's he get out of it? He sells it to the government when it's perfected. Don't even bother about the possibility of his planning to donate it to the world. Your wife didn't tell you much about Sands, did she? Not a lot, no, mostly because I never asked. You should have, Jake. Why? Because he isn't exactly a decent man. He's in this simply out of greed, which is never a very admirable motive. Do you know where he is? He has places all over, even a villa on the moon. Finishing her ale, she leaned back. Be very careful, Pat cautioned. Something could happen to you, even worse than what happened to Gomez. So I've been told. Jake sat straddling the white chair. He'd just given Gomez a concise account of what he'd found out during the day. A lot more than insurance seems to be involved, he concluded. His injured partner was propped up in the wide white bed. His left leg was uncovered and in a white plastic cast for about 2/3 of its length. Okay, there's another obvious possibility that seems to be lurking behind the facts here. Gomez's curly hair was somewhat subdued tonight. It must have occurred to you. The possibility that Dr. Kittredge and his daughter aren't dead and didn't even crash. Yeah, that the crash is a fake. Rigged by who? Could be the Kittredges themselves. Jake nodded. To throw off the tech kingpins or anxious to halt their researches. Or, amigo, they may want to elude Bennett Sands. He contributes millions to the perfecting of the anti-tech gimmick. Then Dr. Kittredge appears to die. A few months later, another scientist entirely introduces his anti-tech gimmick and reaps all the profits. He's a front for Kittredge, but Sands doesn't know that. You're making forlorn faces. You don't like this scenario? I don't, even though it's plausible. You object because it would mean Beth Kittredge is a party to a fraud, and you don't want to believe she's capable of anything like that. Her father could have faked the crash without telling her about it in advance. She's supposed to be smart. Wouldn't she be likely to inquire, Glorioski, Daddy, why ever are we landing here in the middle of this great big old forest instead of at the goddamn airport? Jake said. Another obvious possibility with Sonny Hikori involved is that they were shot down deliberately and are dead. Just as likely that he waylaid their sky cruiser and grabbed them, suggested his partner, because there's another interesting possibility to this electronic Passover the doctor and his daughter have been planning. If that comes off, then all the tech in the universe is going to go bluey. He held up a forefinger. But maybe not Sonny's. Not Sonny's if he gets Dr. Kittredge to provide his tech chips with a defense against this high-frequency stuff. Sure, that way Hokori would have a global monopoly on tech, said Jake. In a way, I hope he is involved in this. I'd like to meet him again. Revenge can be tricky, cautioned his partner. You've got to depart, Mr. Cardigan, the nurse said and withdrew. Jake stood up and said, I'll be leaving for the borderland early tomorrow. Good luck, amigo, said Gomez. I hope you find them alive. 14. The borderland was a vast, miles-wide strip of land that ran between the United States and Mexico and stretched along the border from California as far as Texas. A wide-open territory, it was governed by Mexico and attracted tourists from all across the world. Las Cruces was as freewheeling as any of the borderland towns, and when Jake arrived there early in the afternoon, all of its many streetlights were full on, glaring, blinking, flashing, and offering hundreds of bright-colored invitations and temptations. There were also dozens of huge vid screens, animated ad walls, tri-op billboards, and hologram teasers. Through the dust-streaked glass windows of the land cab he'd taken from the airport, he saw a succession of hotels, cafes, cantinas, gambling joints, sports pavilions, bordellos, and souvenir shops. Paco's Poker Palace, Crap Shooters Club Deluxe, Movie Museum Bordello, Sleep with Andy replicas of your favorite stars past and present, Rooster Fight Stadium, Casa del Bingo, Mama La Vida's Natural Bordello, Live Hookers Only, Wrestling Hall, Strongmen vs. Robots. Here's something that hasn't changed much in 4 years, he said to himself. Caramba! Exclaimed the robot cabbie. We are arrived, senor. He was copper-colored and his costume consisted of just a multicolored serape and a tasseled sombrero. The land cab rattled, gave out a few moderate explosive sounds, and thunked to a stop in front of the Paloma Hotel, a narrow 10-story structure of glass, silvery metal, and adobe. Jake dropped the proper amount of pesos into the meter box in front of him and picked up a single suitcase. Gracias, he said. Allow me, senor, to ask of you a question, por favor. Jake halted halfway out. Sure. Have I struck you as sufficiently picturesque, as colorful enough? More than enough. I'm one of the new models the company is trying out. I'd like to get the tourist reaction. Jake climbed all the way out of the cab. Well, they just might want to run a few more tests. Adios. He made his way into the hotel and checked in. Captain Ernest Manzano was not in uniform. A long, lean, and sad-faced man of 40, he was wearing a faded blue warm-up suit. His office, in one of the underground wings of the Mexican Federal Police Building, was large and smelled faintly of damp earth. He was sitting behind his carved wood desk in a slumped position, and he didn't become any more animated when he noticed that Jake had entered. Tell me this, Jake, he said. Why waste your time over a couple of missing tourists? Down on this side of the border, people are vanishing all the time. It's easier just to let them stay that way. Sitting in a rattan chair facing the desk, Jake said. It's comforting to see you're as enthusiastic as ever, Ernie. Detective work is only a job. I can never convince you of that. My job right now is to find out what happened to Dr. Kittredge and his daughter. I know, and you're obliged to pay me a token visit. Actually, Ernie, despite what you pretend, you're not a bad cop. My only flaw is that I keep letting myself get interested in some of these cases and some of these people, the captain admitted. It's a very bad habit. What do you know about the Kittredges? Sighing, Manzano lifted himself up. Both he and the chair creaked. You're not the only one looking for them, Jake. Winter Guild is hunting. Who else? Winter Guild, Manzano chuckled. He drifted over to a computer terminal, slouched down into the chair that faced its stand. I know some of Sonny Hokori's men were trying to slip across the border into the state of Chihuahua recently, and Raul Martinez's goons are interested in the whereabouts of the good doctor as well. Martinez still in tech? Very much so. We just closed down by blowing the damn thing sky high. A maquiladora he had off in the wilds near here. A maquiladora is a small factory that once... I know, Ernie. I can also count up to 10 in Spanish. Por supuesto, I forgot the Jornada Gringo, said Manzano as he languidly touched the computer keypad. A three-dimensional simulation formed on the screen, showing a stretch of forest land. The trees were huge, trunks thick and wide, and the topmost branches were hundreds of feet above the ground. "Is this the Selva Grande where the sky cruiser went down?" Jake went over to stand behind the captain and looked down at the screen. Manzano touched a few more keys. "This is where the Kittredges allegedly crashed. You'll notice that the spot is conveniently close to one of the main roadways cutting through the forest, and not far from this." A ranger station appeared on the computer screen. It consisted of a spacious adobe and red tile ranch house and a metal fretted tower of several hundred feet. "Still no word from this place?" "Nothing from either station since your querida war bride took over." "Sweetheart isn't the word I'd use to describe, nor I actually, but I'm striving to maintain my polite public relations persona, Jake, so I stay clear of words like puta." "How strong is she?" "You mean would it be better to wait until the state falls again into federal hands?" "Yeah, I'm curious as to how long you think she'll hold on to control." "Quite a while." Manzano raised his left hand almost shoulder-high and fluttered it. "The Mexican government is not in great shape just now. They won't be able to come up with troops or funds to combat her, and your own government is holding off on committing any kind of support. Chihuahua is going to be run by War Bride for a time, and the lady may even branch out. She's popular and she's smart. So, Jake, if you want to visit the woods, you've got to do it with her blessing." "Do you think War Bride's directly involved with whatever happened to the Kittredges?" The captain leaned back in his chair. "I don't think anything could have happened to them over there without her knowing about it. Even an accident? An arranged accident, see." "Where do you think they were heading?" "Probably to see a gringo named Bennett Sands. You know of him, don't you?" Jake laughed. "Come on, Ernie. You know my wife used to work for Sands." "Naturalmente. It slipped my mind for a moment. Dr. Kittredge and his daughter have visited Sands several times over the past year. He owns a villa and plantation at the far border of Chihuahua." "Is he tied up with what happened?" "Most people consider him to be an honest and honorable hombre." "And you?" He fluttered his hand again. "I have no proof to the contrary." "But?" "I've met Sands twice." He rubbed his palm across his midsection. "Instinct, which won't hold up in court, tells me he's somebody I ought not to trust." That was my impression, but Kate liked him and trusted him. "You're no longer married, I hear." "Apparently I got a divorce during my stay in the freezer. She's living down in Mexico now, in Quintana Roo." "So I heard. Have you heard about Dan, about my son?" "Nothing, no. I'd like to see him while I'm across the border, soon as I run down Dr. Kittredge and—" A faint hooting sound commenced, and then a panel in the far wall slid open. There was a vidphone alcove behind it. "That's my tap-free phone, excuse me." Captain Manzano got up gradually and went over to the phone. "See?" Walt Bascom of the Cosmos Detective Agency appeared on the screen, dressed in a different rumpled suit. "Ernie, how are ya? Good. You look great. Is Jake there?" "He is, and I'm glad we've had a chance to have this conversation, Walt." Taking the captain's place in the alcove, Jake said, "Something important?" "Dr. Dannenberg seems to have resurfaced. She wants to talk to you." "Where is she, up in GLA?" "Down there, specifically in the town of Casas Grandes. That's about 150 miles south of you, isn't it?" "About? How do I contact—" "Tonight at 8, she says she'll be in Senor Blue's Cafe. Can you make that?" "Sure, but is this going to be the doctor or another sim?" Bascom shrugged. "Go find out, Jake," he said, and hung up. There was yet another pungent and unpleasant odor in Jake's fifth-floor hotel room when he returned to it late in the afternoon. Halting a few steps beyond the threshold, he dropped his card key into his jacket pocket. Things in the living room appeared to be even more disorderly than when he'd left. Jake was reaching for the laser gun in his waistband when the door of the bathroom came whipping open. A large, wide Mexican cyborg charged out at him. In place of a right hand, he had a whirring electric knife. 15. Feeling somewhat like a matador, Jake pivoted and flattened back against the wall. The charging cyborg, knife hand buzzing loudly, galloped on by and stopped himself just short of careening out into the corridor through the still-open hotel room doorway. As the big man started to turn, Jake lunged. He dealt him 3 sharp blows to the kidneys. Mierda! Grunted the cyborg, staggering forward, coming close to dropping to his knees. Jake booted him in the backside. The cyborg went tumbling into the corridor and landed flat out on the orange, yellow, and red carpeting. Jake dived toward him. The man made a growling, muttering noise and lashed out with a blade. Dodging, Jake kicked out with his booted foot. The hard toe of the boot struck the cyborg just below the elbow. He cried out in pain, and his arm, the knife still flickering at its end, fell limp to his side. Catching hold of the metal base of the knife, Jake used the man's arm as a lever to snap it away from him. He watched the assailant go staggering away, dancing backward until he slammed into a wall. Then Jake realized the knife and its base had broken completely free of the man's arm. Blood splashed along with broken twists of wire and twisted nuts and bolts. Jake pointed the knife at the man who was crouched on the floor. "I don't like surprises," he said in Spanish, easing closer. "Now tell me who sent you." "Screw you," muttered the big man. "And your mother. You're gonna need a doctor the sooner you answer my—" Suddenly the man jerked upward, butting Jake hard in the stomach. Jake went stumbling back, sideswiping the wall and then dropping to one knee on the worn carpeting of the hallway. The big man scrambled to his feet, started running. He hit the 5th floor fire exit doorway lopsidedly with one shoulder. The door bumped open and he headed downstairs. On one knee, Jake was gasping in air. "Let him sucker me," he said. "Damn it." By the time he was upright and able to breathe regularly, it was too late to chase the assailant. Back in his room, he checked to make certain no bugs, explosives, or other trinkets had been planted. Then he repacked his suitcase, tossing in the knife hand wrapped in a Paloma Hotel towel. He phoned the desk and arranged to check out. He left no forwarding address. It was raining in Casas Grandes, a hard, warm rain that fell straight down through the night. Dodging puddles and potholes, Jake jogged along the curving back street that led to Senor Blue's Cafe. About 1,000 feet up above, a glass-bottomed tourist skybus was drifting slowly over. "Now I'll be part of everybody's vacation memories," reflected Jake, glancing briefly up and getting smacked in the face with the heavy night rain. Just short of the main entrance to the narrow neon-trimmed cafe, he ducked into a thin, quirky alley. At its end was a blue-painted metal door. Turning up his collar again, Jake rapped 3 longs and 2 shorts. "¿Quién inquired a Voxbox. "It's Jake, PJ." "Quién?" "Jake Cardigan, damn it. The voice sounds somewhat like yours." After another 30 seconds, the door opened inward. Jake followed it into a shadowy adobe brick corridor. "Wasn't the secret knock we arranged enough?" he asked. "I'm being cautious, Juanito." At the end of the corridor appeared a small, slim man in a gray suit. "You implied during our recent phone conversation that your rendezvous in my establishment this evening was of an especially secret nature and therefore—" "Okay, I appreciate the concern, PJ." PJ Ramirez was dark, balding, and about 50. He narrowed his left eye, scanning Jake as he approached. "You look very much like my old friend Jake Cardigan." "So I've been told." "Con permiso." The small man reached up to tap Jake on the forehead. "No, you don't sound like an android simulacrum." He tapped Jake's skull once again. "You don't have that distinctive android echo." Grinning, Jake said, "Has Dr. Dannenberg arrived, PJ?" "But moments ago." He escorted Jake into his office. "Mira." The wall of the office was of see-through one-way plexiglass. It showed the main dining area of the small restaurant. "I thought you told me business was thriving," mentioned Jake, moving close to the spy wall. "Naturally, on a rainy night, it slacks off a little, Jake." There were 10 tables and 5 booths in Senor Blue's Cafe, plus a small wooden stage. There were 7 customers to be seen, and a chrome-plated guitar-playing robot perched on a stool on the stage. "What do you think of my new guitar player?" "Get rid of the sombrero. It adds color for the turistas." "At least get rid of the tassels." Sitting alone in the middle booth against the cafe wall was Dr. Dannenberg, or at least someone who greatly resembled her. "She come in alone?" "See, and nobody followed her in here." Ramirez strolled over to his large silver desk. He flipped a switch and a screen mounted on the desk came to life to give a view of the rain-swept street out in front of the place. There is no one lurking outside either. Looking from the screen back to Dr. Dannenberg, Jake asked, Anybody inside paying special attention to her? Nadie, not a soul. Jake stood watching. Dr. Dannenberg was carefully studying the few other patrons of the cafe. She put her Vox watch to her ear, glanced at the main entryway. Ramirez asked, Jake, how was your time in the freezer? Sorry, PJ, I slept through it, so there's nothing much to tell. Be serious. Was it painful, terrifying, anguishing? It wasn't anything. He turned away from the wall, taking a paper-wrapped package from under his jacket. One further favor. Dropping the package on the silver desk, he unwrapped it. The gent who used to wear this tried to do me in this afternoon. Ramirez bent to look at the knife hand, then quickly straightened. Dios! That belongs, I am most nearly certain, to Frankie Torres. Who does Torres belong to? After backing a few steps farther away from the desk, the cafe proprietor answered, Torres is a freelance, Jake, a very nasty man whom one can hire for odd jobs ranging from debt collecting to murder. He usually hangs out in the borderland. Any idea who might have hired him to slow me down? None, said Ramirez. But I can, in my usual discreet way, try to find out. These happened in Las Cruces, just before I took my leave of the Paloma. Jake, you oughtn't to stay at places like that. It's beneath you. The agency booked it, he said. Find out, too, how Torres knew I was in town. See. Ramirez's forehead added wrinkles. This is a serious business you're involved in. I was commencing to suspect that myself. I'll go out and meet the doctor. Gracias for your help. De nada. He whipped a plyo chief out of his trouser pocket. Before you go meet a lady, wipe that mud off your jacket. Can you guarantee that? Dr. Dannenberg was leaning forward on her seat, plump elbows resting on the booth table, stubby fingers intertwined to produce a lump of clutched fists. I can't guarantee anything, but I can make arrangements to get you taken safely out of Casas Grandes. After that, we just hope. Your stay in that penal colony seems to have sapped some of your confidence, and why are you staring at me so intently? Could be because I want to make sure I'm not talking to a sim, he said. Don't let it distract you, Doctor. I explained why I sent the android dupe cardigan. Her fingers unlocked, formed a new pattern. I still am afraid I'm a target for assassins. Obvious as was proved at the boardwalk, my fears are well-founded. If you'd shared those fears in advance instead of sending a decoy, my partner, I didn't come here to make apologies. Okay, who sent the kamikaze? Her stubby fingers parted. She put one hand at each side of the green table. I suspect several people. For instance, do you know Sonny Hakori? We're old buddies, do you? Only by reputation. We were aware that he was greatly interested in our researches. Anyone else? Several tech lords, since they all apparently believe I am still actively engaged in anti-tech research, she said. And also, though I hesitate to accuse... Her head bowed and the rest of the sentence was lost in a mumble. Didn't catch that. Still not looking up, Dr. Dannenberg said, It's possible that Leon wants me dead. Jake sat up. Leon Kittredge? She nodded slowly. For a combination of reasons. She raised her head, looking around the cafe. Do you think I might have something to drink? A beer, perhaps? Jake signaled to Ramirez, who'd been leaning against the bar, and pantomimed the bringing of 2 beers. What would be some of Dr. Kittredge's reasons for wanting you dead? We weren't just colleagues, she said. There was a time when we were somewhat closer than that. She paused, watching his face. I know you assume a man with a daughter as lovely as Beth must have had a lovely wife and would prefer lovely women rather than... Nope, I was wondering why I think you're more attractive than you do. She said, annoyed. I'm not in any need of cheap flattery, Cardigan. Jake waited until Ramirez himself had brought them 2 bottles of Mexican beer and 2 chilled glasses, until he bowed to the doctor and smiled at Jake and gone politely away. Then he asked, Kittredge doesn't seem like the kind of guy who resorts to murder to get rid of old loves. I wasn't an especially good loser, and I gave him a lot of trouble after we parted, she said. And 2, I know a good deal about his anti-tech process. He wouldn't want that knowledge to get out, especially if he may intend to sell it. Obviously, he always meant to sell it to one government agency or another. I mean, sell it to someone like Sonny Hokori. You have any evidence that Kittredge is planning something like that? No, I have only suspicions. What about Bennett Sands? Would he be in on anything like that? She shook her head. No, Bennett has always been an honest man, well, as honest as one can be at his level of success. Certainly, though, Bennett would never get involved in any deal with a man like Hokori. But he was financing Dr. Kittredge. He was a partner, yes, in the development of the new crystal. New crystal? I haven't time, nor have you the knowledge, probably, to explain the entire process. Suffice it to say that part of Leon's system depends on his discovery of a new synthetic crystal. The crystal is essential in producing the high-frequency oscillation needed to destroy the tech chips. Dannenberg told him a bit impatiently. Has he reached the point where he can actually destroy the chips? Leon was nearly there at the time we parted company, Cardigan, and that was some weeks ago. I'm certain that he, especially with Beth helping him, has everything ready for the final testing by now. Could that be what he came down here for? I assume so. So his notes, his equipment, all that would have been with him in the sky cruiser that crashed. If it crashed, it's also possible that it was simply diverted, Dr. Dannenberg suggested, either with Leon's cooperation or without it. And if it was without it, you figure Sonny Hokori might be the one. He or his many competitors? Jake asked. You know Kurt Wintergild? Yes, much better actually than I care to. He knows what Kittredge is doing. Initially, Leon took both Wintergild and his agency into his confidence. Jake poured his beer into his glass, watching the foam for a few seconds. You know Beth well, too, he said finally. I do. If Kittredge is selling out his system to Sonny Hokori or any of the tech kingpins, would she be likely to go along? The doctor took a long swallow of her beer directly from the bottle. Do you know her yourself? Not actually, no. But you've, of course, as an operative for the Cosmos Detective Agency you've seen her picture and possibly vid footage. She drank again. Many men tend to become quite taken with her, and possibly to their misfortune, they idealize Beth some. That could be, but you think she'd be in cahoots with her father in anything illegal? I'd say it was possible. She finished her beer. If you'd be so kind as to order me another, I have something else to mention to you. Jake signaled Ramirez again, holding up one finger. About Beth? Her laugh was thin and nasal. No, about them both, actually, she said. Decades ago, a great many American and European companies, especially those in electronics, had modest-sized assembly plants all over Mexico. The wages here are... They call them maquiladoras. Yes, exactly, Cardigan, and the tech runners have taken over many of them to produce tech chips and assemble brain boxes. She smiled as Ramirez set down her second beer. Something like 2 years ago, Leon bought himself one of those maquiladoras in this area, not more than 50 miles to the west of us here. He turned it into a field laboratory and, I believe, though I haven't visited it in over a year, that he was doing some anti-tech work there as well. Be a good place to visit, then. Can you guide me to... No, but I've drawn you a map. She reached into a side pocket of her jacket, producing a folded sheet of tan paper and an electro key. You won't have any trouble finding it, and you may indeed learn something of value, Cardigan. She dropped the map and the key next to his glass. 16. The air car, rented from a cousin of P.J. Ramirez, started to sputter. Jake was, according to the instruments that were still working on the control panel, approximately 20 miles from his destination and 2,000 feet from the ground. The rain was hitting at the windshield and the whole cabin was echoing from the drumming of the raindrops. Down below him, from what Jake could make out through the night vision see-through bottom of the cabin, there was nothing but dark, thick jungle. The sputtering accelerated to a loud series of stuttering pops. Jake leaned, scanned the panel, and located the status button. He jabbed it with his forefinger. The Vox box blurted something in slurred Spanish. Jake didn't catch it. Otra vez, he requested. The engine, said the status Vox box in English this time, having reached the guaranteed 200,000 air miles, is about to give up the ghost. Install a replacement. he instructed the car. "In this Model Air car, that has to be done manually by the driver or a qualified mechanic." "Where are the spare engines housed?" "There is an emergency engine good for at least 10,000 air miles, stored in the handy compartment beneath the drive seat." After punching out an automatic flight pattern, Jake got himself free of the seat and slid open the drawer beneath it. There was nothing in there but a picnic hamper. He pried it open and found only the remains of a picnic lunch from some months ago. "Where do we store the food?" "Compartment to your rear, opening now." That was where the engine had been stored. It was a compact one about the size of a brick. Jake carried it, listening uneasily to the explosive popping of the current engine, over to the floor compartment marked motor. He opened the lid, studied the dying engine for a few seconds, and then gingerly removed it. The air car fell silent. He connected the emergency engine. The air car remained silent. Jake gave the newly installed device a moderate punch with the left fist. It took hold and started working. The air car bounced twice in the rain-swept air. Back in the drive seat, he took over the control of the craft. He looked below him again and saw the factory that Dr. Kittredge had converted to a laboratory. It was coming up directly below. There were no lights showing, no sign that anyone was in or around the place. Jake flew on to a small clearing about a quarter of a mile beyond and punched out a landing pattern. The descent was relatively smooth, although a few treetops got clipped. The landing was only minimally jarring. Jake sat there for a moment. Nothing as comforting as rain on a metal roof. He got out of the drive seat and went to the door. He took his hand light out of his trouser pocket, opened the door, and stood listening. He heard nothing but rain hitting the treetops, rain hitting the tree trunks, rain hitting the brush, rain hitting the muddy ground circling his landed car. He decided after a bit more than 3 minutes that there was no one around and that his advent had gone unnoticed. Taking a deep breath, Jake clicked on his light and looked down. "That's mud, all right," he observed and dropped clear of the cabin. He stayed crouched in the brush some 100 yards from the maquiladora for 5 minutes after he located the place. He was already pretty well soaked, so the extra 5 minutes didn't appreciably add to his dampness. The factory consisted of 3 long, low metal and plexiglass buildings linked together and looking like a row of greenhouses. There was not a single light showing. In the soggy minutes of his vigil, Jake hadn't spotted or sensed the presence of anyone at all in the vicinity. So this is probably not an ambush arranged for me by Dr. Dannenberg. Standing, he took a final look around and then went running across the mud and gravel that surrounded the old factory site. The electro key that the doctor had provided him worked on the rear door of the nearest glass and metal building. The door whirred, clicked, and swung open inward. Jake hesitated on the threshold. A smell that mixed damp ground, burned plas, and some chemicals he couldn't identify came pouring out at him. He waited another minute, then stepped into the darkness. Nothing happened. Carefully and quietly, Jake shut the door behind him. The darkness swallowed him up. He stayed still, slightly hunched, for another minute before turning on his light. This big room of the old factory had never been remodeled or refurbished. It was filled with dusty workbenches and a few rusty, defunct workbots. Several plaswood cartons were stacked in a corner, festooned with cobwebs and splotched with black mildew. Jake walked on into the second room of the maquiladora. This had been partly converted and subdivided into living quarters. The floors, though, weren't completed and had gaps in the planking. Several partitions were in place, but no new room had been completed. The kitchen unit was the most nearly finished, and the larder was stocked with freeze-dry and dehyde meals. There was a round metal table with 3 chairs. At one of the places sat a plas mug with a thick coating of greenish scum floating atop of whatever liquid it contained. The night rain was coming down enthusiastically, pelting the walls and roof of the long building. Leaving the kitchen, Jake moved on to enter the third and final building. The door was locked, and he had to use the electro key again. The door opened inward, and he followed it into the final room. The door shut quietly behind him, and soft white light blossomed all around him. The plexiglass walls had been blacked out, and the whole large, long room had been converted into a thoroughly equipped electronics lab. But what Jake paid attention to was the spotless white table at the exact center of the white room. Lying face up on the table was the naked body of a young woman. It was Beth Kittredge. 17. But it wasn't Beth Kittredge. Jake knew that when he was still 10 feet away from the softly glowing white table. "Thank God," he said. He didn't want to find her dead. What was lying on the table was an impressively realistic android simulacrum of Beth Kittredge. The mechanical replica of the missing young woman was not quite finished. Jake noticed now the small rectangular gap beneath her left breast. Some inner circuitry showed, plus a few dangling and unconnected strands of vari-colored wire. He stopped beside the table, staring down at the android. Beth was very pretty, and she looked so lost and vulnerable lying there in the white light. Jake glanced around, seeking something to cover her with. "Hey," he reminded himself, "it's only an Andy." He was feeling even more strongly that he had met Beth somewhere before, and that in the long enforced sleep up in the freezer she was one of the people he'd dreamed about. Frowning, shivering slightly in his wet clothes, Jake slowly circled the body. High above, the rain drummed on the lab roof. "This is a hell of a sophisticated mechanism," he said. "As good as, if not better than the one Dr. Dannenberg sent to meet me and Gomez at the boardwalk." Beth's father must have intended this to serve as a stand-in for his daughter. Sure, he knew there was trouble coming from the tech overlords, and he wanted to have a decoy, wanted to protect her from the kind of danger that almost hit Dr. Dannenberg. But for some reason, they'd had to take off before the android was finished. Jake halted near the skull of the simulacrum, leaned down, and studied the young woman's face. They must have downloaded a dupe of the contents of Beth's mind into the brain of this thing, he reflected. Had to, otherwise it could never do any kind of adequate job impersonating her. So it was likely this replica knew just about everything the actual Beth knew, at least up to the time she and her father had left here. Damn, if I could just get her to talk to me. And why couldn't he? The sim looked to be nearly completed. Only a few final hookups were needed. The job shouldn't take more than a couple of hours at most. Jake knew something about electronics and robotics. Obviously, he could never himself build anything this complex, but he just might be able to get this one working, get it functioning at least well enough to tell him something. "I'm not all that anxious to sit around chatting with an android," he said, moving back from the body. "But I definitely need more information about the Kittredges, and this gadget should be a good source." He prowled the laboratory, and in less than 15 minutes he'd gathered together enough tools and gear for his attempt to bring the replica of Beth to life. "No, that doesn't feel quite exactly right." Straightening, Jake took a quick step back from the lab table. He was staring at the android who'd just spoken. The sound of the heavy night rain seemed all at once to fade away. Beth sat up on the table, touching at the gap beneath her breast. "You've done just about everything okay up to now," she said, smiling approvingly at him. "Which is why I'm functioning. But you've put the wrong... Here, it's easier if I just show you." Deftly, she inserted both her thumbs and forefingers into the hole in her chest. "You, see, have to hook this red wire to the green one. You've got it connected to the blue one, which is not going to work too well." Smiling more broadly, she took a look around the lab. "The piece you need to close up this rent in my chest is sitting on that counter yonder." "Maybe you'd like to have some clothes, too?" Jake could hear the rain again. The pretty dark-haired young woman swung gracefully off the table, walked across to the counter, and picked up her missing part. "Your reactions are interesting, you know," she said as she fitted the flesh-tone section in place and tapped at it. "Does that look all right?" A perfect fit. "What I'm getting at is, when I was dormant, you probably thought of me as just a machine, but now that I'm, well, let's call it alive, now you're embarrassed." "Not exactly. I thought you might be cold." She brushed a strand of long dark hair back from her forehead. "No, actually, when I'm too cold to function properly, a signal goes off inside my skull, one, of course, only I can hear." She turned to him and held out her right hand. I'm Beth Kittredge. Well, you know what I mean, an android simulacrum of Beth containing all her memories, feelings, and so on. I'm Jake Cardigan. He hesitated before going ahead and shaking hands. Her flesh felt real and warm. You're a human, not an android, I can tell, she said. How? She shrugged her naked shoulders. I'm not exactly certain, Mr. Cardigan. It's just another of my built-in instincts. My father and Dr. Dannenberg both design androids that are considerably more talented than anything else on the market today. But that sounds like I'm trying to sell you one, doesn't it? Laughing, she walked over to a wall cabinet. Now I'll get myself dressed, so you'll feel more at ease. Opening the cabinet, she started looking over the clothes that were shelved there. Father spoke highly of you, by the way, which is why I won't bother to use this on you. She momentarily pointed the stun pistol she'd grabbed off a shelf in his direction. Your record as a cop wasn't all that admirable toward the end, but we concluded you'd been framed. I didn't realize that you and your father, that Beth and her father were aware of me, Jake told her. Had we met someplace or other? She studied him for several silent seconds before shaking her head. No, I don't believe so, but Father and I are interested in the tech trade and the lawmen involved in combating it, and after all, you were a well-known police officer in your day. In my day. Well, it was, 5 years ago at least that they sent you up to the freezer? She placed the gun on a counter and started getting into a pair of neodenim trousers. Only 4 years, actually. That probably seems a longer time to me than it does to someone your age. Beth was pulling a sweater tunic on over her head. Hey, I'm not even 50 yet. After she finished dressing, Beth slipped the gun into a belt holster. Maybe now you can explain why you're here, Mr. Cardigan, she suggested, facing him, as well as why you activated me. Jake studied her and then grinned slowly. How much like the actual Beth Kittredge are you? Exactly like her, since Father built me to be a dead ringer, she answered. But then they had to rush off to visit Bennett Sands before he had a chance to complete me quite. She paused, frowning at him. Has something happened to them? Is that why you're here? We'd better talk about it. 18. Beth was sitting on the edge of the lab table with her long legs dangling down, watching Jake as he paced. Outside in the night, thunder rumbled in the jungle. Then they both might be dead? She was asking. I don't know. That's what I came down here across the border to find out. Tell me where they were heading when they left here. The dark-haired android rubbed a hand along her thigh. Keep in mind, Mr. Cardigan, that my memory stopped several days ago, she said. At that time, my father and I, and Beth, rather, were planning to visit Bennett Sands shortly at the home he has in the state of Chihuahua. You mentioned earlier that an emergency had come up, causing them to leave ahead of schedule. That was only an assumption, since my father had been intending to take me and not Beth on the trip. Well, something urgent must have occurred, or else I'd have gone and Beth would be safely hiding out somewhere. The emergency had something to do with Sands? She shrugged, spreading her hands wide. I'm guessing it did, judging from where they were when the sky cruiser went down. How exactly is Sands involved in all this business? He was financing my father in his development of his anti-tech system. A frown touched her forehead. She rubbed at her leg again. I've never been as fond of Bennett as my father is. Don't trust him? Well, he always manages to sound very upright and dedicated, eager to develop an anti-tech system for the good of humanity and all that crap. Beth shook her head slowly. Very altruistic, you know, and swearing he's only interested in minimum profits. But you think he was out for something more? It's only a feeling, although what? The past few weeks my father has been getting increasingly, evasive. I suspect, really, that he's been having communications with Bennett that he hasn't told me about. That's unusual. Oh yes, we always discuss everything openly, Beth told him. No secrets, or very few, between us. You've worked closely with him on this anti-tech system, haven't you? Yes, certainly. Then you know all about the synthetic crystal and the specific oscillation required to destroy. I know all about it. But how come you do, Mr. Cardigan? Dr. Dannenberg told me oh yes, poor Hilda. Why did she and your father quit working together? She leaned forward. What is it you're actually after? I told you, my detective agency has been hired to find out what happened to Dr. Kittredge and Beth. Our client is the Moon Base Hartford insurance outfit. Then it doesn't seem my father's anti-tech system should be of any interest to you at all. It is, though, since it could be the reason he and Beth disappeared, plus which I'd like to see it put to use eventually. Okay, then there's one more reason why I'm valuable to you. I can duplicate just about everything my father's done thus far. He nodded. Exactly why I want to get you to a safe place as soon as I can. After that, I'll head for... I intend to go with you, to help find my father. Jake quit pacing and shook his head. I'm working on this one alone, he told her firmly. But it makes more sense, she insisted, if we work together. Nope. We'll exchange information here and now, then I'll see that you get safely stored someplace. Is it because you don't want to work with an android? I'm not especially anxious to work with anyone. But you started off with a partner, Gomez, you said his name was. He's in the hospital, so for now I know the route my father probably took. I know Mexico. So do I. Yes, but I also know Beth. Even so, you're not going to tag... Up above them, near the shadowy ceiling, a bank of 5 red bulbs of light suddenly started flashing urgently. Smiling at him, Beth dropped free of the table. It looks like we're going to be forced to team up. What is it? Trouble. She went running to the door of another cabinet, pulling it open wide. She reached inside and brought out 2 powerful stun rifles. Father prefers to stun intruders. She came striding back toward him and tossed him one of the rifles. Jake caught it and nodded up at the flashing lights. That's a warning of intruders? Yes, someone's already inside the first building and coming our way. She glanced toward the door Jake had used earlier. We don't have as effective a security system as we ought. An enormous rumble of thunder sounded outside. The walls of the old factory rattled. At that same moment, the metal entry door began to glow a harsh, shimmering blue. In just a few seconds, it ceased to be, turning to a flickering, glowing grit that collapsed to the floor. 3 large, rain-soaked men were framed in the doorway. They wore water-spattered plast ponchos, and their wet hair was plastered to their skulls. The largest of the 3 was Frankie Torres, the cyborg who'd tried to kill Jake back at his hotel. He had a new handgun screwed into the socket of his right arm, this one a blunt-nosed laser gun. "Cabron!" he shouted when he recognized Jake. Shedding water, making a blubbering, snarling noise, he broke free of the other 2 and came charging into the lab. Jake had dropped to the floor some seconds earlier, gone rolling over the floor until he hit a wall, and then come up with his stun rifle aimed directly at the onrushing Torres. Torres's gun hand had been swinging wildly, trying to stay focused on the fast-moving Jake. Beth had scurried to the lab table, swung it around, and planted it between herself and the armed intruders. The other 2 came in as a pair, then split and dived in opposite directions. Each held a long-barreled laser gun. Each fired into the laboratory. Their shots went wild. Jake's first bolt of fierce scarlet light out of his stun rifle missed Torres by a good 6 inches. Torres fired and missed too. The blast sliced a chunk out of a counter roughly 3 feet above Jake. My turn. Beth popped to her feet and fired her stun rifle at Torres. She dropped back down behind the table. Her sizzling scarlet stun beam took the cyborg in the side. He made a gagging noise and his head started to tick back and forth as though there were something caught in his throat that he was struggling to get rid of. He lurched sideways, striving to raise his gun hand and get it aimed once again at Jake. But the gun seemed to weigh an enormous amount now, seemed to be pulling him downward. Torres followed the gun toward the floor. It went off, cutting a wobbly circle in the tiles. Dusty and jagged chips of plas came swirling up in a cloud. The cyborg fell into that and hit with a great thud. He twitched violently from head to foot, sighing out a long, sad breath. After that, he lay stiff and still. Jake, meantime, had moved again, and as he scattered, he fired at one of the other invaders. The man, who had a mustache that looked too big for his lean face, fired his laser gun at Jake simultaneously. He missed, but Jake didn't. The man's arms went up and he started to flap them in a limp, disjointed way, like someone who felt compelled to complete some strange exercise. While the second man was dropping down into unconsciousness, the third fired at Beth. His shot sliced the lab table nearly in half. But Beth was no longer behind it. She was running in a low crouch toward the opposite wall. Halting, she dropped to one knee, aimed the rifle, and fired. The beam hit him in the exact middle of his body. Beads of water flew from his poncho, and it billowed up around him. He dropped straight to the floor, sat wide-legged. The poncho settled around his body and masked his last convulsive spasms before he passed out. "Not bad," said Jake to the young woman, getting to his feet. Brushing back her hair, she stood up. Then she glanced up at the warning lights. "They're flashing again. That means more visitors. We'd best get out of here." "Agreed." She hurried over to him and led him to the opposite wall. "There's a concealed escape door. Let's hope I really am an exact replica." Shifting her rifle, she pressed a right palm to the recog panel. It pinged. The door slid open. A corridor was revealed. They started along it, and the door shut swiftly at their backs. "There's a spare sky car in the storeroom this passway'll lead us to," she explained as they ran along side by side. "We can use it to get clear of here. Since we don't know how many more of them there are, retreating is probably the best idea," Beth said. "I think this means, Mr. Cardigan, that we're going to be partners, at least for a while." "Apparently so," he admitted. "And you might as well call me Jake." 19. The doors of the hidden shed whipped automatically open. Beth guided the sky car out into the rainy night, taxied across a stretch of clearing, and sent the craft climbing into the surrounding darkness. Glancing over at Jake, she smiled. "You're not used to riding in the passenger seat." "I'd feel more comfortable at the controls." "Then our partnership's going to be an especially valuable experience for you, something that'll expand your range of experience and build your character," she informed him. "That's how my father likes to describe anything that I initially turn my nose up at." "Yeah, my father handed out similar slogans." Jake slouched in his seat. "Most of them, though, didn't turn out to be true." "Is he still alive?" "Nope." "You didn't like him?" "It was actually the other way around." "That's too bad," Beth said as the sky car rose above the trees and leveled off. "What's our destination, by the way?" "Right now, just head in the general direction of the state of Chihuahua." The dark-haired young woman punched out a flight pattern on the control panel. "What was your father?" "Military man, professional soldier." "Stationed where?" "Mexico, Central America, Brazil." "So that's how you got to know this country, traveling with him?" "He usually didn't take us with him, my mother and I. But after she died, he allowed me, reluctantly, to live with him here in Mexico." "My father and I— Damn." She was frowning at the dash panel. A tiny rectangular screen there had come flashing to life. A bulb of red light beneath it was flashing. "We're being chased." Jake saw a picture of a heavy black sky cruiser on the little screen. It was coming up fast on their tail from the jungle below. "Let me take the controls." Beth shook her head, her long hair brushing at her shoulders. "I can outfly most anybody, Jake," she assured him. "My father taught me originally, and there was also a professional sky racer I used to be fond of." "How well armed are we?" "Just a disabler beam in the tail." "Nothing lethal?" "My father doesn't believe in that." "Okay, I'll handle the tail gunner job." Unbuckling, he left his seat and double-timed flat-footed to the gunner chair at the rear of their sky car. He could see the big cruiser climbing closer through the heavy rain. "Hang on," advised Beth. She gunned the sky car and it shot ahead, climbed, and then started to execute a zigzagging backward loop. Jake found himself hanging upside down in the gunner's seat. They started to pass upside down over the pursuing sky cruiser. The bigger craft had a laser cannon mounted on each of its stubby wings. Two thick, crackling lines of purplish light came knifing through the night rain. They converged on the spot where the sky car would have been if Beth hadn't gone into the loop. Jake thumbed the trigger button of the disabler gun. "Come on, Jake," urged the young woman. "You can do better than that." His first try had missed the pursuing craft entirely. "Okay," he said through clenched teeth and fired again. The next intense burst of green light touched the tail of the black cruiser. All at once, the whole craft glowed a sputtering green. It swayed from side to side in the rain-swept sky, its engine put out of action by the beam of the disabler. It dropped down in bouncing jerks, nosed over, dived toward the dark jungle below. The sky cruiser flirted with the dark treetops for a while, almost hitting them and then pulling up free in time to miss. Finally, it had to give up and went into a sharp downward plunge. Not too bad. Beth brought her sky car around and into an upright position again. I suppose you're rusty, which is only to be expected. I hit the damn thing. She held up 2 fingers on her left hand. Second try. He saw the sky cruiser crash to a rough landing in the woodlands. Nodding, he left the gunner perch and came back to sit next to Beth. How about a truce between you and me? She let her eyes go wide for a second. Oh, don't you and your other partners kid each other good-naturedly now and then? Good-naturedly? She smiled at him, then tapped the dash panel. Nobody else on our tail, she announced, pleased. You fly pretty well. Yes, I do. I'm wondering how those goons knew we were here. Mightn't they have followed you? No, nobody tagged me out of Casas Grandes. Dr. Dannenberg perhaps told someone. I saw her to a safe hideaway before heading for here, he said. Who else knows about the lab? A few others, including Bennett Sands. He's familiar with it, of course. He's even visited us there, she said. You don't trust him either, do you? Not especially. For nearly 5 seconds after he awakened, Jake had no idea where he was. Sitting up, he mumbled a few words. A new day was starting. The sky outside their droning sky car was a thin, pale blue. We're almost there, Beth told him, punching out a landing pattern on the dash. That's the town of Cuidado down there. It is, yes. The sky cars started dropping down through the morning. Directly below was a large domed structure with Toro Plaza inscribed atop it in huge glow letters. I seem to have dozed off. You were tired. A man of your age can't, after all, expect to tangle with a band of louts and not feel weary afterward. Wait now. He turned, studying her profile while rubbing at a spot on the back of his neck. I recollect that you reached over and touched me right after we got through discussing our destination. Yeah, and I felt a faint tingling and I fell asleep, she said. It's just one of the built-in necks I have. You stunned me? Nothing so drastic, no. She glanced at him, smiling carefully. You looked as though you needed some sleep, but don't, suggested Jake, taking hold of her arm. Do anything like that again, Beth. For as long as we're forced to be together, you let me make the decisions. It's not all that important, Jake. It is, though. I don't want you using any of your gadgetry on me. All right, okay. I'm sorry. How many other tricks like that can you do? I have, she admitted, a few other necks. My father decided he might as well build the best simulacrum possible, one that was better than a human in some ways. That's fine. Jake concentrated on looking down at Cuidado, which was a medium-sized city along the border that separated the states of Sonora and Chihuahua. Truly, I won't do anything like that again. I'm just not fond of having anyone put me to sleep. Yes, I should have realized. The sky car circled a public landing area, then settled down to a landing. Yellow dust came swirling up as the craft touched the ground. Activating the door release, Beth said, Don't sulk, okay? I'm not sulking. He got free of his seat, dropped down to the yellow ground. What would you do if Gomez did something you didn't like? She asked, joining him, to clear the air. Punch him? Oh, she said, laughing. Well, you probably can't do that to me, at least not here in public. Would you like to stop for breakfast? They were walking along a narrow street, and most of the small shops and restaurants were starting to open for the day. Already the scents of coffee and spices were in the air. Might as well, said Jake. Then we'll see about our hotel rooms. The Flauta restaurant up ahead has a good rating in Shedenhelm's travel guide, she said, nodding at the sidewalk cafe coming up on their right. 3 stars. You been here before? No, but I have several guidebooks in my memory banks. Allowing himself to grin, Jake took her arm and guided her to a table. Shall I order you breakfast? Beth smiled. I don't require food if that's what you're asking, she said, sitting opposite him. But I can take in food if necessary to back up the illusion that I'm human. Right now, I'll just have a cup of coffee for appearance's sake." There were exactly a dozen small, round, white tables arranged on the red tile paving in front of the flauta. Only 3 of the others were occupied so far, each by a tourist couple. A menu appeared on the small screen at Jake's place. "Language, por favor?" inquired an unseen vox box. "Make it English," replied Jake. The original menu vanished, replaced by one in English. "You may give your orders directly to me," instructed the vox box. "Gracias. De nada." Beth rested an elbow on the table. "We can make do with 1 room, by the way, Jake, since I don't require sleep at 2. It's not a question of propriety, is it?" "Nope. It's a question of my liking to be by myself now and then." "All right, I suppose it will look better too," she said. "What about your contact here in Cuidado? Will he get in touch with you, or—" "We'll have to do some scouting around. The main thing is not to attract too much attention while we're here." "I can see—" "It is! It's Jake Cardigan, none other!" A tall, lean black man of about 35 was hurrying over to their table, smiling broadly. "And, my God, it's Beth Kittredge! Jake, old man, you found the missing Kittredge girl! Damn, what a news story this is gonna make!" 20. The black man seated himself, uninvited, at the 3rd chair at their table. Smiling first at Beth, then at Jake, he removed a small recorder mic from the inner breast pocket of his pale yellow jacket. Placing it in the exact middle of the tabletop, he activated it and said, "We've met before, Miss Kittredge. That was, if you don't quite recall, when I interviewed your father 2 years ago at a reception at SoCal Tech. I'm Ogden Swires with GLA Week, the leading fac-zine on the West Coast. Before we start the interview," suggested Jake, reaching over to click off the recorder. "How about a little polite social discourse, Og?" "Jake, hey, you're interfering with my pursuit of a big story." "For instance, what the hell are you doing in Cuidado? It's not part of Greater Los Angeles." The reporter moved his hand toward his recorder mic, noticed Jake's face, and withdrew it. "I came down to do a story on War Bride, since our readers are avidly interested in what goes on across the border," he replied. "I've been sitting on my toque for 3 days, old man, waiting for one of her public relations people to get back to me." "Public relations?" Jake laughed. "Sounds like she's upgraded her operations quite a lot." Turning slowly to Beth, Swires inquired, "Is your father alive?" Beth answered, "I haven't as yet agreed to an interview, Mr. Swires." "GLA Week has a guaranteed circulation of 4 million, Miss Kittredge. You really shouldn't ignore that sort of coverage, or—" "Were you hunting for us?" Jake asked him. "Is that how our paths happened to cross this morning?" The reporter shook his head. "Old man, I had no idea you were in Mexico at all, nor was I aware that Miss Kittredge had been located." He started to inch his left hand toward the small recorder. "But, as you well know, I really do seem to have a knack for nosing out news." "That's interesting." Jake grinned at him. "Miss Kittredge and I were just now discussing her knacks." "Listen, Jake, there are at least a dozen other news people in town trying to insinuate themselves across the border into Chihuahua one way or another," Swires told him. "Amongst them, old man, are a couple from GLA who aren't anywhere near as sympathetic toward you as I am. You remember how I covered your trial, don't you? I was on your side." "Jake Cardigan isn't as big a scoundrel as he's being painted," was one of your lines that stuck in my mind. "Christ, I was practically doing PR for you," insisted Swires. "That wasn't easy, believe me, considering who owns GLA Week and who they're friendly with." Jake caught his arm. "What do you mean? I thought the Reisberson family controlled your fac-zine." Swires nodded and pulled cautiously free. "They do, but they're especially close to Bennett Sands, who also does a great deal of advertising with us." "And?" "He put a lot of pressure on them back then, Jake. He charged that I was being much too favorable to you, insisted he was dead certain you were deeply involved in tech running." "I didn't know that. You should have told me." "Well, by the time I found out for certain, you were—" He glanced toward Beth, then up into the brightening morning sky. "You were unreachable." "I know where Jake's been." Beth brushed at her dark hair with her right hand. "I wasn't sure." He smiled at her. "I'm a very polite and discreet interviewer, never going into offensive or unsettling topics. At least I can be in cases such as yours, Miss Kittredge. May I ask you a few simple questions now?" Beth rested a hand on his shoulder. "I don't see why not," she said. "Since you're a good friend of Jake's, you're probably the most logical reporter for me to— Mr. Swires, is something wrong?" Approximately 3 seconds after she'd touched him, the reporter slumped in his chair. Then, starting to snore politely, he went tipping forward until his head was resting on the table. Jake nodded at the plump couple at the nearest occupied table who had interrupted their breakfast to stare. "We warned him about drinking so early in the day," he said. Beth stood. "We'd better just leave him to sleep it off." "Yes, that's an excellent idea." Jake got up too. "Are you ready to order?" asked the Voxbox. "Plenty of black coffee for our friend," said Beth, taking hold of Jake's hand. Tucking her legs under her, Beth settled into the vinyl armchair near Jake's bed. "I don't think that's what you feel at all," she was saying. They had ground floor rooms in the small town edge inn Jake had decided to come to. Out beyond his one-way plexiglass sliding doors was a patio that was nearly overgrown with bright flowering bushes. Jake was pacing from the open doorway of Beth's adjoining room to the sliding doors. "Nearly noon," he remarked, halting to gaze out into the sunbright patio. "We're not discussing your contact or why he's late getting back to you," she reminded. "I was asking why you get so damn uneasy whenever I mention your wife or Bennett Sands." "I'm not clear what you're getting at, Beth, and since it doesn't seem to have anything to do with— Sure it does. You just found out that Sands took an active part in getting you convicted." "Nope. All I found out is that Swires was trying to con me into letting him interview you." "He wasn't lying." "Do you have a built-in gadget to detect lying, too?" "It's only an assumption. I've spent most of my life questioning people." Turning his back to the sunlight, he frowned down at her. "Well, then you ought to be able to tell he wasn't making up a story to put you in a good mood." "Okay, let's suppose Sands did want to get me sent up to the freezer. What has that got to do with Kate?" "You're the one who seems to think it has something to do with her. She was working for Sands at the time, that's all. And you've been wondering why she never told you what he was up to. Sands may not have been up to anything. You trusted her." "Of course, sure." Jake went to the bed and sat on its edge. "There's no need to talk about this any further." "Didn't you and Gomez talk about it at the time?" "Not much, no." "What did he think of Kate?" "His opinions don't match mine, but we've never much agreed about women, or clothes. You ought to see some of the— All I'm trying to get at is this," she cut in. "It may turn out that Kate is involved with what's going on right now. If you're still feeling sentimental about her, that could screw us up. I want to find my father, and we can't afford to— He's not your father, he's Beth's father." He was on his feet, jabbing a forefinger in the air. "You're nothing more than a goddamn machine. Quit. Just quit trying to tell me that my wife was sleeping with Sands or that she helped set me up." Slowly she stood. "I wasn't going to be that direct about it." Beth moved to the doorway that linked their rooms. She went into hers, but left the door open. The call didn't come until nearly dusk. Jake was pacing again when the vidphone in the narrow alcove across from his bed buzzed. Dropping into the Plaz chair, he flipped the response switch. "Yeah?" A fat, smiling man in a pale blue suit appeared on the small image screen. "Perdoname for taking so long, Jake," he began, pausing to wipe at his perspiring forehead with a cloth handkerchief. "These are complex and troubled times, and to arrange even the simplest of meetings requires— Have you set up a meeting, Globo?" "See, of course. My skills have, if anything, ripened since last we met, Senor Jake." "Who do I see?" Globo wiped his forehead again, glancing off screen. "He calls himself Sombra." "Come on, the Shadow?" "Many of these revolutionists have a melodramatic streak," explained Jake's local contact man. "It would be best not to chide this one about his romantic illusions." "Don't intend to," he assured the fat man. "How close to War Bride is he?" "Sombra has arranged several previous meetings with her. He's the only trustworthy liaison in Cuidado," answered Globo. "He's the one who set up the Time Life vaccine interview 2 months ago." "Missed that one. Where and when do I talk to the guy?" 7 tonight. Do you know how to get to the Toro Plaza?" "Sure, saw it coming in." "You meet him in the Matador Pavilion." My get-together where there are going to be people around too. The plaza, since it featured only robot bulls and matadors, did not thrive," explained his informant. "It has been defunct and deserted since last May. Tonight you'll find Gate B unlocked." "Okay, thanks for arranging this." "You pay my fee, I do my job. All routine, Jake," said the sweating fat man. "One other thing, Somber specifies that you meet him entirely alone." "I wasn't planning to guide a gaggle of touristas there. It's your reporter friends he's concerned about." "I don't have any reporter friends." "And police friends?" "None hereabouts." "Then all's muy bien, is it not? Adios." The screen went blank. "This doesn't sound quite right," commented Beth from the connecting doorway. "Why?" "Meeting place is too isolated." "I've had lots of meetings in isolated spots over the years." He left the chair. "Don't fret while I'm away." "You're going alone?" "As specified," he replied. "Fact is, I'd better leave right about now. I want to get there in time to look around some." She came into the room. "Be careful." "Always am," he said, clearing his throat. "Beth, I think I'd better apologize for what I said to you this afternoon." "For calling me an android? That's okay, I am an android," she said. "It's probably a good idea to remind me of that every so often so I don't get delusions of humanity. The problem is, well, there are still some things I'm not exactly ready to talk about." "Yes, I understand." She moved in front of him, then leaned up and kissed him on the cheek, putting both arms around him. "Good luck." He moved back from her after a few seconds, saying, "Thanks." She smiled, asking, "First time you've been kissed by a machine?" "I guess it is," he admitted, turning away. 21. The big tourist land bus rolled smoothly and comfortably through the bright, glowing center of the town's nightlife section. The thousands of lights glaring and flashing outside turned the off-white interior of the bus into a multicolored quilt. Jake was sitting alone in a seat near the front of the only partially filled vehicle. He was confident he looked enough like a tourist to get fairly close to the Toro Plaza unnoticed. 2 seats ahead of him, a thin, red-headed young man was aiming his handheld bot camera out the window. "Terrific, terrific," he observed, chuckling. "The contrast will make a nifty social Why in the heck do you want another picture of a raggedy man with no legs?" asked the thin, blonde young woman beside him. "You don't get the point, Marcella." "I guess I sure don't, Rudy." "See, that guy out there happens to be a vet. You can tell by his tattered Mexican army uniform," explained Rudy. "Most likely he was disabled during the recent fighting over in Chihuahua. Now we find him begging in the midst of all this glitter, and that makes a nifty social He could have legs if he wanted to," the young woman pointed out. "I heard on the vid news in the hotel room just yesterday that they do that for every veteran. If you lose a limb in the service of your country, Maybe the poor bastard's making his own kind of social comment by refusing to let showing off, wallowing in self-pity, and if you think for a minute, Rudy, that when we get back home to Binghamton, you're going to inflict endless pictures of raggedy bums on our friends, you are sadly— Shut up, Marcella, and let me shoot this before we pass out of range." "The lady's right, sir," said the vox box of the camera. "You've taken more than enough disgusting photographs since arriving in Cuidado. How about instead snapping that jolly street musician coming up, the roly-poly guitar player with the tassels on his sombrero?" "Shit," commented Rudy, dropping the camera to his lap. "We'll be halting for a leg stretch and a snack at the next corner, folks," announced the robot driver. He was big and chrome-plated, wearing a sombrero. Jake was scanning the bright-lit twilight street. The town had changed quite a lot since he'd been here 7 years ago. Looming up large on the right was a multi-leveled building of white glass and dark metal that was new to him. Inscribed large across its facade in flash letters was "The Arcade." Below that, in letters only a foot high, appeared, "Home of the best in techno sex. You want it, we got it." "Subtle," murmured Jake. The bus swung into a purple-tinted parking lot next to a peach-colored restaurant and sighed gently. "This is it, folks," announced the sombreroed robot. "We're stopping at the Hometown USA Cafe. They serve only the finest sans biofoods cooked American style. We'll be halting our tour for exactly 22 minutes. As soon as the doors whooshed open, Jake was the first to disembark. He was leaving the tour here. The Toro Plaza lay 6 blocks to the south, and no sensible bus went anywhere near it. The dusk was smeared with black smoke. It came swirling out of alley cookfires, went scrawling up across the fading day. Jake had walked beyond the protection of the lights. This block was dark, most of its buildings ruined. Propped in the doorway of a gutted apartment complex was the body of a gaunt old woman wearing the shreds of a dark overcoat. 5 fat carry-on crows were hopping about on her slumped corpse, pecking at her. Farther along, the body of a dead dog lay sprawled in the mouth of a sooty alley. Scrawled in glow paint on the crumbling plas brick wall of a long-defunct servo repair shop were the words, "Beware the Max." Just beneath the inscription of a one-legged man in a faded Mexican army uniform sat on a crate. He glanced up at Jake with minimal interest. Jake fished into his pocket for a coin. "What's the Max?" The one-legged man said, "I'm not a fucking beggar, senor. Keep your money." "Sorry." Jake let the coin fall back. "The Max," said the one-legged man, "is a nickname for Las Maquinas." "And who are they?" The one-legged man made a dry, rasping sound that might have been a laugh. "Perhaps you'll find that out tonight." "Gives me something to look forward to." He continued on his way toward the Toro Plaza, which was still 3 long blocks from here. Suddenly, overhead, a white sky ambulance went roaring by, belly lights flashing red, siren hooting. In the doorway of a burned-out bodega, a 4-year-old boy in a 10-year-old boy's trousers stood silently bouncing a ball. His eyes didn't seem to see Jake at all. Halfway up the next block, light showed in a few of the ground-floor windows of a ramshackle apartment house. Just before Jake reached there, the door came flapping open. A thin, dark-haired girl of no more than 13 burst free of the building, ran down the 6 stone steps and into the twilit street. There was a bleeding gash across her cheek, another zigzagging along her bare shoulder. She wore a white singlet and faded blue shorts. Stumbling, she went running across the rutted street, not noticing Jake at all. From out of the building lunged a heavy-set young man. Instead of a right hand, he had a silvery knife with a 10-inch blade. "Out of the way, cabron," he said to Jake as he took off after the running girl. She darted into a shadowy alley. The heavy-set cyborg galloped across the street, charged into the alley in her wake. This could be a setup, Jake reflected, but I better make sure. Drawing his laser gun, he headed for the alley. 22. Stopping at the edge of the dark alley mouth, Jake heard the sound of the girl crying out in pain and then hard metal scraping against stone. "I won't miss again, Chiquita," came the voice of the cyborg. "You better just come along home with me." "No." The sound of running, then another cry. Carefully, Jake entered the alley. At first he saw nothing but thick darkness. Then he made out the flash of the cyborg's knife hand as it was raised high. "Just come back, Bonita," he was urging. "Hey, there's only just 3 of us now. Rico probably isn't in the mood anymore after the way you kicked him." "No." Jake saw them now dimly. The young girl sprawled on the ground, the cyborg standing wide-legged over her. They were about 15 feet into the alley. Moving deeper into the darkness, Jake said, "Right about now, amigo, you better start moving clear of her." The young man turned, knife hand dropping. "Didn't I tell you to keep the fuck out of this, gringo?" "Just ease away from the girl." Jake had his laser gun aimed at the shadowy figure. "You ease away, cabron. This is Mac's business, not yours." Halting a few feet from him, Jake ordered, "Back off, now." Instead, the cyborg lunged at him, swinging his knife hand up. But Jake had moved. The blade missed, ripping only the night air. Jake kicked out with his booted right foot, catching the knifer in the groin. "Madre!" He started to double up. Jake kicked again, his boot toe connecting with the cyborg's chin. The young man jerked completely upright as though he were trying to stretch and grow taller. His left arm slapped at his side and he produced a puzzled whimpering noise in his throat. Then he began folding up, first at the knees, then in the middle. He hit the ground hard, flattened out, stayed there. "Gracias," whispered the girl. Jake dropped to one knee beside her. "Let's get you out of here. Can you walk?" "See, I can." She looked up suddenly at something above and behind Jake. Las Máquinas! There were 2 more of them climbing down the side of the building opposite. As big as the one Jake had felled, and both cyborgs, they were 25 feet up on a plasrod fire escape. The near one had a flame gun instead of a left arm, the other a whirring saw in place of his right hand. "You shouldn't have done that," shouted the closer one. Sliding an arm around the fallen girl, Jake scooped her up and started moving. A fat line of sizzling orange flame left the cyborg's arm, cut across the alley, and cooked a large black circle on the wall behind where Jake and the girl had been. Jake fired his laser gun. The beam sliced into the fire escape. He fired again, slicing more of it away. Aware of what was happening, both cyborgs tried to climb up and clear. But Jake had cut through the rickety fire escape above and below them. The center section gave way under their weight. Both came falling down. The Machina with a built-in flame gun hit first, landing with a bone-cracking thud. He kicked convulsively 3 times and ceased moving. His arm jerked, spitting out a final spurt of flame. That cut across the chest of his sprawled companion and set his shirt afire. He thrashed on the ground, screaming. "This way, quickly, senor!" The thin girl tugged at Jake's sleeve. "There may be more of the gang coming." "Okay." He allowed her to lead him farther into the alley and then through a side door in one of the buildings. "Down these steps," she said. "We can go through this cellar and get over to the next block. It's where I was trying to get to." Nodding, Jake followed her down into the darkness. He smelled damp earth and death. The girl held his hand tightly, guiding him through the dark. "Sometimes people die down here, sick people or people the cyborg gang doesn't like. That's why it stinks so." "You live around here?" "See." "Where?" "I'm not supposed to tell. Watch out, senor, I think I just stepped on someone." His foot brushed against what felt like a body. "You'll have to tell me where you live, because I'm going to see you get safely there." "I can't go home until after 10. "Why's that?" She didn't answer. He felt cool air blowing on his face. The girl's grip on his hand tightened. "Here, up these steps." The door creaked open and they were out on a cracked stretch of sidewalk. "We're going to have to take care of those cuts," Jake said. "Home might be the best place to do that." She stood close to him while she considered what he'd suggested. "My name is Straya," she said finally. "Pleased to meet you, I'm Jake." He grinned at her. "Now about where you live." "Well, we live at the Toro Plaza, except that my father, who is sort of a watchman there, isn't supposed to have his family living with him, if you consider my stupid little brother and me as a family." "And why can't you go back there yet?" She touched very gingerly at the knife gash on her bare shoulder. "Once in a while my father gets involved in things that are shady. Then he'll tell me and Juanero, that's my stupid little brother, to go away for a while. If I hadn't been sent off tonight and then been dumb enough to wander into Las Máquinas territory. Anyway, I'm grateful to you for coming along and helping me get away." "What sort of shady deal is set for the plaza tonight? Do you have any idea, Straya?" She looked up into the night sky, watching a fat tourist bus go flying over. "I overheard only part of what he was saying on the phone this afternoon," she answered. "But I know it has to do with some kind of ambush. They're luring someone to the plaza." "And then killing him?" Shaking her head, the girl answered. "I don't think so. My father, he's not much of a father, by the way. He said something about using a stunner and keeping the man out of sight for a few days." "Who's going to do the job? Just your father?" "No, a son of a bitch who calls himself Sombra. He usually has 2 or 3 other assholes who work with him on his jobs." Nodding, Jake asked her, "You can get me into the Toro Plaza without anyone noticing, can't you?" "If I want to, see." Jake took hold of her thin hand. "I'm pretty certain I'm the one this ambush tonight is being planned for," he told her. "I'd like instead to surprise Sombra." "And my father, too," she said, laughing. "Yes, I can help you sneak in. But try not to kill my father, unless you absolutely have to." The curving plexiglass walls of the vast dome that sheltered the Toro Plaza had a multitude of profanity, in both Spanish and English, scrawled on them in dozens of shades of glow paint. There were all sorts of splatters and splashes as well, paint, beer, wine, and blood. Up on the top of the abandoned dome, pigeons and doves roosted, and their droppings also decorated the walls. Hundreds of the birds were fluttering and cooing up there in the darkness now. "We're almost to the gate we want, senor." Straya was leading him along the edge of the dome, her arm linked in his. "They're expecting me to arrive in about 10 minutes. "But they're not expecting you to turn the ambush around." The girl laughed quietly. "Do you have any idea who Somber is working for?" "No, I didn't overhear anything about that." Slowing, she let go of Jake. "Here's Gatex, an old service entrance." Stopping, the girl pressed the palm of her right hand to the recog panel at the side of the wide plexiglass door. "My father rigged this so to let me and my stupid little brother in." Very quietly, the door slid open. Jake followed the girl into the plaza. They were in a long, dim-lit corridor. Straya ran silently ahead of him until she came to a black metal door marked Toros 3. "We'll go through the storeroom," she whispered. "That'll bring us close to where Sombra ought to be waiting for you." "Okay, fine." She touched her hand to the black door. After a few seconds, it slid away to the right. There was a large, high room illuminated only by a few floor-level strips of light. Standing aside, Straya nodded at the open doorway. Jake was one step over the threshold when the girl gave him a surprisingly powerful shove in the back. He went staggering forward, nearly losing his balance. He spun around just in time to see the door snap shut on him. "Well," he observed, "this was a setup after all." 23. Jake noticed the bulls about 10 seconds after he discovered that he no longer had his laser gun. There were 4 of them standing in a neat row down at the far end of the big storeroom. About 300 feet of empty plaswood flooring separated them from Jake. 3 of the robot bulls were a sleek, glistening black, and the 4th was a bright scarlet. "They're dormant, turned off," Jake said to himself after watching them for a few more seconds. Keeping his eyes on the huge mechanical creatures anyway, he moved closer to the door. There was no way, he found, to open it from this side. Jake next studied the walls. They were slick, made of tinted plaswood, without windows, shelves, or anything to get a handhold on. The high ceiling was equally blank. "Getting out of here is going to be tough, especially without my gun." Maybe he really was a little rusty after his stay up in the freezer. He'd believed in Straya, let her convince him she was nothing more than a kid in danger. Not only had she lured him into a cage, she'd somehow managed to lift his laser gun en route. Could be there's a way out of here down at the other end of... Oops. The robot bulls were coming to life. The crimson one had given an angry snort, blackish smoke spewing out of his nostrils. His eyes were alive now, glowing a dazzling yellow, and with his right front hoof he was pawing at the floor. "Pretty obvious stuff," commented Jake, pressing back against the unopenable door. "Black smoke, flashing eyes, but I guess they figured bullfight fans would go for that." One of the black bulls began to move. His eyes glowed red, the smoke spewing from his nostrils was a milky white. Sparks shot up when his silvery hoof rasped at the flooring. He lowered his massive head, thick neck wrinkling, and turned to glare at Jake. "Seems like," said Jake, "somebody wants me to learn how to be a matador." A 3rd robot bull was active. He began making deep roaring noises in his broad chest. Then he came toward Jake in deliberate, mincing steps. Jake scanned the walls again. Not a damn thing to get a grip on, no way to climb up out of range, and nothing in the entire room to convert into a weapon. The black bull made a nasty sound, came galloping right at Jake. His horns were made of stainless steel, the tips knife-sharp. Waiting until the giant robot was almost on him, Jake dodged to his left. The bull rushed by him and slammed into the wall, causing it to shudder. "Maybe with some fancy footwork," Jake reflected, "I can avoid these guys for a while, but—" The crimson bull was now trotting his way. Apparently the 4th bull was defunct. At least they hadn't activated it yet. Maybe, though, they were simply saving it. The 3rd one was moving nearer. Snorting out a great spume of smoke, the red bull charged Jake. He spun suddenly, jumping back, and the bull went roaring by him with almost a foot of clearance. Jake ran to the other side of the room. The 1st black bull was watching him again, about ready to make another run at him. "Maybe I can maneuver them into crashing into each other." He stood still, wide-legged, trying to keep track of the actions of all 3 of the dangerous mechanisms. The other black one came galloping suddenly for him. Jake sprinted over to the opposite wall. The bull missed him. Jake pushed off the wall before the bull could get itself turned. Then he ran straight at the crimson bull. That one lowered its head, pawed the floor, and charged. Turning, Jake started running toward the other bull. The red bull was getting closer behind him. Just short of the black one, Jake dived to the floor and went rolling between its legs. He hit a wall, got to his feet. The red bull couldn't pull up in time. It went smashing right into the black one. Its sharp metal horn stabbed into the black metal side. There came a sizzling, ratcheting sound. Smoke came erupting out of the black bull's side, and its eyes started flashing erratically. Easing along the wall, Jake allowed himself a nod of satisfaction. "One down," he muttered. The two remaining bulls were both eyeing him. The surviving black one decided on another charge, but after covering less than a third of the distance between them, it stopped dead. Its eyes clicked shut. It stood stiff and still. The red one had also ceased to function. A full minute passed. Then the door came whispering open. "If you're through playing bullfighter," said Beth from the corridor, "let's go." Jake frowned, then accepted the weapon Beth was holding out to him. It was his laser gun, and he tucked it into his waistband. "How about the rest of them?" he asked her, nodding towards Straya. The thin girl was sitting in the corridor, unconscious, slumped against the wall. Beth held up 3 fingers. "There was a trio of them," she said. "I stunned 2, kept the third one conscious for you to have a chat with." Jake was looking down at Straya. "Hey, she's not breathing. I turned her off at their central control board. Same time I shut down the bulls." He crouched beside the frail figure. "She's an android?" "Sure, couldn't you tell?" "I don't have your knack." Jake straightened up. "Come on, this way." Beth started walking along the wide corridor. "How'd you find me?" "If I tell you, you'll probably get angry." "I won't, no," he promised, "but I'm curious." Smiling as they walked along the curving corridor, she said, "When you were leaving and I hugged you, well, it wasn't just affection." He started feeling at his back. "You planted a tracking bug on me?" "I don't think you'll find it, Jake. It's the size of a fly speck," Beth told him. "One I designed myself. I happened to bring a few along from the lab. It allowed me to track you and hear everything that was going on, too." "Gracias, dear senor. Oh, you have saved me from a fate worse than death." "Boy, Jake, how could you fall for such—" "You had to have been there. She was very convincing." Beth glanced at him. "Maybe I shouldn't have planted that thing on you, but I just didn't like the sound of this meeting setup. Soon as you left, I took off in our sky car." Jake was silent for a few seconds. "No, that was a good idea," he said eventually. "We're partners, after all. I've got to keep that in mind from now on." Beth laughed. "You're mellowing. A brisk workout with a few bulls tends to do that to me." "I'm sorry I couldn't get them deactivated sooner." "Listen, I think I was winning when you got here," he said. "Another few minutes and—" "You wouldn't have beaten the 4th one. He's rigged to breathe out flame." Beth stopped at an open doorway. "In here." On the slick white floor at the far side of the room lay 2 men, both unconscious. One on his back, one on his stomach. Monitor screens ringed the walls, and at the room's center was a complex control board. In front of it, tied in a plas chair, was Jake's contact here in Cuidado. "I guess," said the fat Globo, "you'd like an explanation, huh, Jake?" "That'd be nice." Jake's grin was not a warm one. The fat man wiped at his perspiring forehead. "This was strictly a monetary thing, you understand," he was explaining. Jake was straddling a chair 5 feet from him. "Selling somebody out usually involves money. Go on. Keep in mind that you and I were never close friends, so it isn't as though I made Judas or— What were you supposed to do?" Globo gave his forehead another nervous swipe. "This is going to sound pretty awful to you." "Tell me anyway." The fat man mumbled something inaudible. Beth was leaning against the wall, hands in the hip pockets of her trousers. "We didn't catch that. Otra vez, por favor." Looking up at her, Globo answered. "I was hired to kill him." "By whom?" she asked. Starting to wad up his handkerchief, he said, "Keep in mind that I was paid a considerable sum." "Who?" asked Jake. "Vargas. Rafe Vargas. That one, see." Jake studied him for a few silent seconds. Vargas is Warbride's lover and second in command. Why's he want me dead? It's not a military thing at all, Jake. He wadded the handkerchief up even tighter. Vargas is aware that you and Warbride were once good friends. Not exactly that. Globo concentrated on his fat fingers as they poked and pressed at the damp handkerchief. The man is very jealous. He doesn't want you getting near the lady again, he said. Once he learned I was seeking to arrange a meeting between you and Warbride, he had me contacted. Who did that? A nobody, a go-between. His name I don't even know. Jake rubbed at his chin. You're telling me that Warbride herself doesn't even know anything about this? Si, nada. Jake glanced over at Beth. What do you think? He's too scared to be lying. Exactly, señorita, obviously. He used the handkerchief again on his sweating forehead. The truth is what I'm telling you. Standing slowly, Jake crossed over to Beth. Now we have to find another way to arrange a meeting with Warbride. I can still help you with that, offered Globo. It would be an honor to... Nope, I'll make other arrangements. Jake borrowed Beth's stun gun from her, turned and used it on the fat man. 24. The robot madam greeted Jake warmly. She was tall and wide, with an ample chrome-plated bosom showing beneath her shimmering glow-gold dress. Been one hell of a long time, Jake, honey, she boomed as she gave him another enthusiastic hug. Her plump chrome cheeks were decorated with glimmering gems, her crinkly blonde hair was made of spun gold, and she smelled strongly of a dozen different flowers. I heard you were out of the snoozer, but I didn't think I'd see you down here at the arcade. Extricating himself politely from her exuberant embrace, Jake took 2 backward steps across the ivory-colored parlor rug. You seem to be thriving down here, Mama Reina. Chuckling, she returned to her huge lucite rocking chair. We got the most successful high-tech whorehouse this side of the border, she told him as she resumed rocking. But since when did you go in for Andy hookers? I don't, he replied. I'm looking for a friend of mine who is supposed to be here. Aw, now, honey, I hate to interrupt a customer. He's not a customer. This guy's a reporter with GLA Week, Ogden Swires. Him. Yeah, he's doing a story on the arcade. She chuckled, slapping at one chrome knee. That vaccine is supposed to have a readership of around 4 million, so an article there'll be great publicity. You just came down from GLA, didn't you? How many of those 4 million you figure are frustrated and horny? Most all of them. Exactly. So a story in that rag of Swires will boost business. Local color and Nookie's a great combination. She ceased rocking, pushed down on the arms of her chair, and shoved to a standing position. I've put on a lot of weight since I knew you in GLA, honey. How's that? Hell, I had to have lots of extra security gadgets built in, explained Mama Reina. Tourists get a lot goofier than locals, but now I'm equipped to stun them, tranquilize them, and even perform a little minor surgery if need be. I can also clear a bank's card in less than 30 seconds. Notice you've added some new rubies, too. Smiling, the robot madam tapped her cheek. Yeah, the gift of an admirer. I got some swell new diamonds, too, but they don't show when I'm wearing this dress, she said, waddling toward the door. Your newshound buddy's in the voyeur lounge. I'll personally escort you there, lover. There were 120 large vid-monitor screens built into the milky plexiglass walls of the large oval voyeur lounge. 4 tiers of 3-foot square screens, each with a wide gilded catwalk for guests who wanted to stroll. At various spots along each catwalk, comfortable air chairs were placed for those who wanted to enjoy an extended view of the activity on any particular screen. The black GLA reporter was up on the 2nd level, walking slowly along and muttering into the recorder mic in his hand. Something like 30 customers were enjoying the screens on the 4 tiers. Hey, Chop Suey, shouted Mama Reina at a Chinese tourist who was aiming his camera at a row of view screens. You were supposed to check your goddamn camera. No pictures allowed in here, so hand it over pronto. I wasn't informed of this, he replied, leaning out over the golden railing on the 3rd level. Being an accredited sociologist and not some perverse thrill-seeker, I intend to employ my camera until... Nuts. The big robot swung up her right arm and aimed a chrome finger at his chest. A thin, crackling beam of greenish light shot out of the tip of the metal finger, hitting the Chinese square in the forehead. He gasped, teetered for about 9 seconds, and then came falling down toward the floor. Mama Reyna scooted swiftly over, caught the unconscious customer before he smacked the silvery carpeting, dumped him on the nearest sofa. Smiling at Jake, she tromped on the fallen camera with her spiked heel. "No pictures, you dinks," she announced to the rest of the voyeurs. They returned to their viewing. Giving the robot madam a nod of thanks, Jake climbed up to the second tier. On screen 42, there's an overweight pudgy man of nearly 50 enjoying free-fall sex with 2 silver-plated nymphette androids. Swires was dictating into his recorder. Screen 43 shows us a fat, middle-aged lady being tied to a pain bed by a naked male android wearing a sombrero. He glanced over at the approaching Jake. "About breakfast." "It's okay, you were tired," Jake grinned. "No need to apologize, Og, for falling asleep in the middle of the meal." "I wasn't tired." He clicked off the recorder, let his hand swing down to his side. "I make it a point to get sufficient sleep, even when I'm covering a war." Whatever your reasons for passing out, Miss Kittredge wasn't offended, so let's simply forget it. Swires eyed him. "I've done some checking since you ditched me, Jake." He slumped into one of the white air chairs. "You're working for Bascom's Cosmos outfit these days. You're supposed to be finding the missing Professor Kittredge and his daughter. Seems you've already located Beth Kittredge, so why the hell are you hanging out around Cuidado?" "There's still her dad to locate." "Did she hypnotize me?" "Nope, and she didn't drug you either. Neither did I. You really simply dozed off." "There's something odd going on. I can sense it." "I hear you've been cleared to cross over into Chihuahua to interview Warbride." "How'd you find that out? I want to see her too, but my initial contact fell through." Swires was distracted by one of the voyeur screens. "Romancing somebody in a vat full of mud doesn't appeal to me, but then neither does the idea of watching somebody romancing somebody in a vat of mud. For that matter, I don't see the fun in romancing somebody in a vat full of mud and knowing that somebody's watching me over a video monitor. I tell you, Jake, if I didn't need this story, I'd pack my gear and go back to my hotel to wash my—" "You're due to take off in the morning for the Warbride interview. I'd like to come along." The reporter frowned at him. "How come, Jake? You're supposed to be a former gentleman, friend of the ladies. You ought to be able to drop in on her any time you want." "I have to see her right now. There isn't time to wait for a message to get to Warbride and back." "What about the Kittredge girl?" Swires narrowed one eye. "Is she coming along too?" "She is, yeah, if that's okay with you." "And I can interview her?" "Sure," promised Jake, "but not until after we find her father. Maybe you'll ditch me again and I won't get a damn thing." "You'll get a story, Og, but not yet." Swires watched another of the screens for a few seconds. "I never found fat women that attractive, and 2 naked fat Andys don't do anything for me." "If things turn out as I expect," said Jake, "you're going to get a damn good story out of this." "When I knew you up in GLA a few years ago, you were pretty honest," said Swires. "I could trust you." "You still can." "Okay, be at my hotel in the morning at 7 sharp, you and the young lady," he said, rising. "But Jake, if at any point along the way I find myself dozing off unexpectedly for even a minute, the deal's off." Beth wasn't in her room when Jake returned to the inn. Standing in the open doorway between their rooms, he called her name. After a moment, the sliding door in his room opened. He spun, reaching for the laser gun at his waist. "Only me," said the dark-haired young woman as she stepped in out of the early morning. Jake relaxed, letting go of the gun butt. "I was concerned about you." Smiling, she sat on the edge of his bed. "I was only outside," she said. "I like to do that when I'm by myself, sit out in the open and just think about things. I've done that ever since I was a kid. When we used to visit my uncle's chateau on the moon, I'd—" "Be better if you kept out of sight when I'm not around." "Yes, sir." "Okay, I'm not trying to sound like your official guardian." He sat in the vinyl armchair. "But we do seem to have several different groups who'd like to do one or both of us in. Do you think Rafe Vargas is really jealous of you? Meaning he might have a less romantic reason for trying to get me killed?" Beth nodded. "Not that you aren't a formidable rival, Jake, but yes," she said. "It might be that Vargas, despite his closeness to your old friend Warbride, is linked up with someone else. Such as Sonny Hikori or one of the other tech kingpins. Yes, or possibly even Bennett Sands, she said. I have a vague impression that I heard him discuss Vargas with my father once. Linking his fingers, Jake rested his chin on them. Let's keep that in mind when we meet Vargas. You've arranged a way to get us across to Warbride? Yeah, but I had to promise Ogden Swires an exclusive interview with you. Her eyes widened. We're going with him? He got us okay to cross into Chihuahua. Seems to me it's a fairly safe way of getting to Warbride. I don't trust any of my contacts hereabouts. But you trust Swires? A lot more than I trust people like Globo. I'll be evasive as possible, she said. Does he know I put him to sleep? He suspects, but I tried to divert him from that notion. Where'd you find him? Jake stood, stretching. Around town? Where, specifically? He turned to look out into the 3 a.m. darkness. The arcade, doing a story. After a few seconds, she asked, When's the last time you were in Cuidado? Something like 7 years ago. Did you ever travel here with your father? I never traveled anywhere with my father. I thought you lived with him in Mexico. When he was stationed in Mexico City back when I was in my late teens, we shared a house, Jake said, still not looking at her. We didn't socialize much. How old were you when your mother died? I forget, he said. Around 16 or 17. Were you all living together then? Nope, she was in GLA. He was stationed in Central America someplace. I was going to school up at a place called the Sky Academy. That's supposed to be a very good school. Very good for troublesome boys. Were you? He thought so. And your mother? She was sick by that time and didn't get to vote. Still, going to school in an orbiting colony like the Sky Academy must have been fun. Almost as much fun as the freezer. He turned and faced her. We have to meet Swires at 7 in the morning. You don't need sleep, but I do. She left the bed, standing straight. Yes, I keep forgetting. Sorry. Shall I wake you around 6? No need, thanks. Good night. Passing him on the way to her doorway, she paused and kissed him on the cheek. Good night. 25. The land van drove itself. A small black guide box had been attached to the dash control panel, and that took care of driving the battered vehicle through the hot, dry countryside. The air circ system functioned only intermittently, and the plexiglass windows refused to open. By midday, the interior of the van was too warm, and the scents of the previous cargoes and passengers had grown thicker. All around us stretched sad scenes of devastation. Swires, seated in the drive seat, was dictating into his recorder mic. This village we're passing through now, wherein some of the fiercest fighting in all of the Chihuahua Rebellion took place but scant weeks ago, is like the gutted skeleton of lost hopes. Many of its humble cottages and shops are blackened, fallen down ruins. Its hollow-eyed denizens wander like forlorn sleepwalkers, and circling in the glaring sky like lost punctuation marks are the ebony scavenger birds who await a chance to descend and— You used that phrase before, mentioned Jake, who was slouched in the passenger seat closest to the right side window. Twice, in fact, added Beth, who sat beside him with her long legs tucked under her. Have I? The GLA Week reporter clicked off his recorder mic. That happens to me sometimes when I get too emotionally involved with my subject. How did you get involved? Asked Jake. We've been rolling through Chihuahua locked up tight inside this van. Haven't stopped, haven't talked to anybody. I'm a sensitive observer. When I see what the Civil War has done to this area, it touches me. I don't have to get out and roll around in the muck. The van swerved to avoid a dead horse in the wide, dusty roadway that cut through the center of the town. Then, rattling and chuffing, it turned onto a side road. Beth asked, What time did you say we're supposed to reach our first rendezvous spot? The fellow who delivered this robot van told me that'd be around 1 p.m., Swires told her. Then we ought to be just about there, Jake said. We look to be heading for the backcountry. There were no more houses now, only dry yellow fields on each side of the narrow, twisting road. Scattered across a burned-out stretch of land were the remains of 3 big gray combat robots. Arms, legs, torsos, heads, blackened and twisted. The van slowed, swung sharply to the left, and hopped off the road. It went bumping over a ditch and into a flat yellow field. The engine turned itself off, and after producing a few final pings, The vehicle grew silent. "Apparently," said Beth, stretching her legs out in front of her, "we've arrived." The air 100 feet directly in front of them started to shimmer. Slowly, with occasional jerks, a building began to take shape. It was a large, sprawling hacienda with seemingly thick adobe walls and slanting red tile roofs. Lush shrubbery sprouted up in front of the hologram house, and a wide red brick path appeared leading to its polished oaken door. "Impressive," observed Swires. "So's this," said Jake, nodding to his right. 5 dark men in tan uniforms that were trimmed with scarlet were standing close to Jake's side of the halted land van. 4 of them held laser rifles pointed at the passengers. "Less flippancy in your answers, if you don't mind." The captain took one precise step forward and slapped Beth hard across the face. "Damn you!" Jake started to lunge at him. "It's okay, Jake." She caught his arm, holding him back. "Easy now." He subsided, but the deepened lines remained across his forehead. The man who'd hit Beth was small and thin, about 50. His left eye was circled with scar tissue and frozen in a perpetual wink. He'd introduced himself as Captain Aguilar. "Let me explain what's going on," he told them. "We have good reason to believe that an attempt is going to be made on our leader's life. These would-be assassins of Warbride are supposedly going to be posing as foreign journalists." "I'm certainly not an assassin," insisted Swires. "You've checked every damn item in my ID packet. Hey, you even confirmed my ret patterns with that unsanitary retina scanner your sergeant lugs round in his knapsack." "Quite possibly you are who you claim to be, Senor Swires," acknowledged the captain. "This outspoken young woman, however, has absolutely no identification at all." "I was involved in a crash," she said. "Everything was lost." "You claim to be Beth Kittredge?" "I am Beth Kittredge." The captain shook his head. "That seems to me very unlikely." Jake asked him, "Why, do you have some reason for believing otherwise?" "And you, Senor Cardigan, are a convicted criminal who purports to be an employee of a North American detective agency which itself has a highly unsavory reputation." He shook his head even more vigorously. "You also have a most unfortunate attitude." Swires gave an exasperated groan. "Oigame, por favor. My interview with Warbride was set up by your own publicity rep," he informed the small captain. "I sat around on my token cuidado for days waiting for all the damn rigmarole to get itself—" "You're in a war zone here," reminded Aguilar. "What some effete public relations person may have promised you back in the safety of—" "What's the hacienda for?" Jake pointed at it with a thumb. Captain Aguilar said, "Senor Cardigan, if indeed that is who you really are, por favor, don't interrupt me again." Jake was looking him up and down. "I think I used to know you, Aguilar," he said thoughtfully. "Sure. You used to be a pimp for rebuilt Andy hookers up in Tijuana back about—" "That will be enough, basta!" The captain raised his hand to strike Jake, then decided against it. "You all remain here under guard until certain officials in Warbride's provisional government arrive to take over your questioning. The hacienda, senor, is for that purpose." "When will they get here?" asked Swires. "Quien sabe?" Shrugging, Captain Aguilar walked away. The 4 others stayed where they were, ringing them with laser rifles in hand. Beth leaned close to Jake. "Was he really a pimp?" "Yep, he was. As I recollect, and this was quite a time ago, I arrested him at least twice." "That sure isn't," complained Swires. "Gonna help our case." The gleaming black land car came driving into the field late in the afternoon. Its windows were blank and there was not a single speck of dust on its entire bright surface. Captain Aguilar and the 4 other soldiers snapped to attention. Jake was squatting near the believable projection of a brick pathway. Beth was sitting, legs crossed, right on the path itself and spoiling a portion of the illusion. Swires was spread out on the ground and resting on one arm, his back to the flowering shrubs that bordered the front of the hacienda. Rising to his feet, Jake watched the long, dark car roll to a stop some 30 feet away. Aguilar moved toward the rear of the vehicle. He clicked his heels and bowed as a blind door hissed slowly open. "General Ribera, sir, welcome." Bowing once more, he then stepped back to salute again. A tall, slender man in a cream-colored suit emerged from the car. "These 3 are the suspected assassins," explained the captain, gesturing at them. Ribera was staring right at Jake. He started laughing. "What the hell are you up to now, Jake?" "Eddie, how long have you been a general?" Swires popped upright. "Things are looking up," he remarked. The general and Jake were in what appeared to be a large wood-paneled living room. Ribera was perched on an upturned plascrate. Jake was pacing. "Quit wandering around, Jake. You kick up dust and shatter the illusion. You set up one of these hologram haciendas wherever you go?" "No, but Aguilar likes to. I find it best to humor him in small things." Halting, Jake asked, "When did you quit being a lawyer up in the borderland?" "Nearly 5 years ago," answered his friend. "Then it happened while you were away. I decided to join with Warbride. You haven't kept up with the political situation here in the country, but things have been growing much worse. President Romero is a charming lady, though nowhere near as tough or practical as Warbride, but she's allowed those around her to step up the oppression and— but there's no need for oration. Tell me, what brings you here?" "I came to see Warbride." "To rekindle your former— Jesus, Eddie, just about everybody in Mexico seems to think that she and I had one of the great romances of the century." Jake spread his hands wide. "But it wasn't that at all. I have to see her now because of a case I'm working on." "Police business?" Grinning, Jake replied. "I'm out of the freezer, but not off the shit list. No, I'm a private operative now, working for the Cosmos Detective Agency in GLA. Ribera said, "Not a bad outfit. Bascom isn't exactly honest, but he's not a rascal like some of his competitors. What does our mutual friend have to do with the case?" "Cosmos was hired to locate Professor Kittredge and his daughter." Slowly, General Ribera stood. "That's who the young woman outside is. I thought I recognized her," he said. "Doesn't she know where her father is?" "Nope. Do you?" Ribera turned halfway away from him, watching Jake through narrowed eyes. "What is it? You suspect Warbride is involved in the professor's disappearance?" "There was apparently a crash, and it took place in the Selva Grande, which she now controls." Jake started to pace again, and yellow dust swirled up through the floorboards. "And among the several attempts to knock me off that have occurred since I crossed the border, at least one was arranged by people close to her." Ribera held up his right hand, palm toward Jake. "No, that isn't true. There's been no order to harm you or anyone around you." "Does Vargas need her okay to try something like that?" "Ah, Vargas. I'm pretty certain he gave orders to have me killed, Eddie." "My relationship with Warbride is not without problems," admitted the general. "One of them is Rafe Vargas. She and I don't agree as to his worth or his loyalty." "So he could be behind the attempt?" "Most certainly, see." Jake stopped close to his friend. "You have no idea what happened to Professor Kittredge?" "None whatsoever, no." He put a hand on Jake's shoulder. "But I'll arrange for you to get safely to Warbride's camp," Jake said. "Bueno." 26. At dusk, they reached the great forest. The huge trees rose up hundreds of feet and stretched away ahead of them like endless rows of giant pillars. Darkness was slowly starting to fill in the spaces between the trees, and their high, distant branches seemed to be fading. General Ribera, who was driving the black land car, stopped at the edge of the wide roadway that went cutting through the Selva Grande. "Yet another checkpoint," he remarked. 3 uniformed men, each armed with a laser rifle, had been leaning against the trunk of a single immense tree. They snapped to attention, and one of them came trotting over to the halted car. "Buenas noches, General," the soldier said after looking in at the open window. "We're heading for the central encampment, Corporal," Ribera informed him. "You can pass on, General Ribera." Stepping back, the man saluted. "That's Carlos Troxa, isn't it?" Jake inquired as the window hissed shut and the land car began moving again. He was sitting in the passenger seat next to his friend. "The corporal's name is Troxa, I believe, yes. Why?" "I remember him from the borderland. Used to be a pickpocket, not a major one." Ribera smiled. "A cause can reform a man, Jake." "Maybe, sometimes. You're even more cynical than you used to be." "I probably am, yes." From the backseat, Ogden Swire said, "Tyranny has an uplifting and ennobling effect. It turns thieves and ne'er-do-wells into patriots in the service of a worthy cause." "Beg pardon?" said Ribera. "He's only dictating something for his story," explained Beth, who was sharing the back seat with the reporter. Swires asked, "When am I going to be allowed to take some pictures, General?" "When we reach the base. But I'd really like to get some shots of this forest. The trees are really quite—" "That isn't possible, Senor. We don't want any specific details of the route to the camp appearing. I can be very discreet in snapping the— It's not permitted." Sighing, Swires returned to talking quietly into his recorder mic. Jake asked, "What exactly have you heard about Professor Kittredge's crash, Eddie?" "Nothing beyond the fact that a crash apparently occurred." They were surrounded now by the giant trees, and the day was moving rapidly toward night. Jake said, "But their sky cruiser came down fairly near here." "Supposedly, yes." "Supposedly? Do you have doubts?" "I mean only that I was away at the time, Jake. Therefore I possess nothing but hearsay information." Ribera glanced briefly back at Beth. "Surely the señorita can provide you with all the details since she was with her father." "Actually, I wasn't," she said. "I heard that—" "She wasn't," Jake interrupted. "Is there anything else you can add?" Shaking his head, Ribera said, "No, nothing. Nada." "You know Bennett Sands?" "Of course, though I'm not overly fond of him," the general admitted. "I must mention, however, that he has been most helpful to us." "How so?" "He's given Warbride considerable financial aid." "To make certain," Beth said, resting her hand on the headrest of Jake's seat, "that his own holdings hereabouts don't get damaged or nationalized." The general said, "That may well be his motive." "Then Warbride might," said Jake, "do Sands a favor." "She might. What sort do you have in mind, Jake?" "Don't know. Something to do with Kittredge, probably." Ribera nodded. "See, that's possible." "But she wouldn't necessarily confide in you if she had." Ribera laughed. "You know her," he said. "Warbride is not the confiding type, not with her lovers and not with her generals." The noise came rolling through the night forest, hundreds of voices shouting and one amplified voice booming out above them. There was a glare, too, starting to show up ahead. Land cars were parked at the side of the wide woodland road, land vans as well, and even some jet cycles. Pulling off the road, Ribera said, "I'd forgotten about this. We'll stop here and go the rest of the way on foot." "What's going on?" asked Jake. "A sort of rally." The general got out of the car. "Warbride's addressing her followers, and the event's being vid-taped." "Propaganda, huh?" Jake joined him at the side of the road. "Copies of the vid-tape will be circulated." Swires asked, "Can I use my camera now?" Smiling faintly, Ribera replied, "No one will object, Senor." Beth took Jake's arm. "Vargas is likely to be here, isn't he?" she asked quietly. "I sure hope so." She tightened her grip on his arm. "I don't think this is the ideal location for confronting him." The shouting from up ahead grew louder, and then there was a sudden and abrupt silence. 5 seconds passed. The amplified voice of a woman came echoing through the great trees. "Who am I?" "Warbride," answered the as-yet unseen crowd. "I cannot hear you." "Warbride." "Once again, please, I still can't quite hear you." "Warbride." "I have been called Warbride since I was 17, since my brother and father vanished, since they were made to disappear because they believed in freedom, not just freedom for themselves, but for all of Mexico. They vanished because they opposed the ruthless tyrant who then ruled our country." With Ribera in the lead, they made their way toward the rally. There were more cars now, more land vans, more jet cycles, all crowded at the sides of the roadway. The bright white light coming from up ahead made the parked vehicles gleam and glow. "And that man, that despot, was not as bad as the whore who occupies our capital now. I have been called Warbride since the day I was raped by federal soldiers, raped by 5 men who served a tyrant. I have been Warbride since that day, since that dark day when I swore that I would marry not a lover, not a good man who wanted me. I would be married to war. And I shall remain the bride of war and revolution until our country is free. Tell me my name." "Warbride! Warbride! Warbride!" Gigantic trees had been cut down, at least 24 of them, to make a large clearing. There appeared to be well over 1,000 people, men and women, in uniform and out, seated on the bare ground and all staring at a wide raised wooden platform. On each side of the platform stood a huge vid screen, each one 25 feet high and 25 feet wide. A dark-haired woman wearing tan trousers, highly polished black boots, and a blood-red sleeveless tunic stood alone on the stage. On both screens there showed an enormous image of her. She wore her hair cut short, and there were traces of weariness and strain showing in her tanned face. She was a pretty woman with an intensity in her dark eyes. She raised her right hand, and her arm flashed and glittered in the spotlights aimed at her. It was chrome-plated metal to just below the elbow. Beth leaned closer to Jake and whispered, "She looks a lot older than I expected." "Careful where you step," Ribera cautioned as he led them up to the bright-lit clearing. "Holograms," realized Jake, scanning the rear rows of the audience. "It helps make for a more convincing propaganda vid film," the general said. "We actually have only about 400 in attendance, but 1,000 looks better and— Senor, I'd prefer if you didn't photograph this particular aspect of our rally." Swires, crouching slightly, was about to use his small pixcam. "These projected people will come out looking nearly real in my—" "Even so." Reluctantly, the reporter lowered his camera. "I'm gonna have to sacrifice my reputation for bringing my readers nothing but the truth," he complained. Ribera said, "We can sit back here, Jake, until Warbride's finished speaking. Then I'll take you to her." He squatted on the ground just behind a very believable row of holograms. Jake sat, beckoning Beth down next to him. "Warbride's a good 5 years younger than I am," he told her. "That doesn't exactly make her a teenager." She settled cross-legged beside him. "You've held up a lot better. Been getting a lot of rest lately." Up on the platform, Warbride was saying, "We must be loyal not just to the flag and the other beloved symbols of our country. We must be loyal to the idea of Mexico, and that idea cannot be the idea of one person, nor of a dictator or of that bitch who calls herself president. Mexico must be the idea of all of us. Mexico is what you think and feel and what you want for yourselves and for your children. Mexico is all of us, all of the 1,500 loyal warriors, men and women, who've journeyed here tonight, and all of you who will hear my words and see my image." She raised her metal arm again, and for several seconds, a gigantic image of it flashed on both the great screens. "There is no room among us for anyone who is not loyal," she continued. "Our cause is too important for that. Anyone who is disloyal to me, and therefore to you and to Mexico, must die." "Damn," said Ribera. "She promised me there'd be no more of these." "A public execution?" asked Jake. "Yes, and that makes us no better than President Romero." Someone was being led out onto the stage now. His pale blue suit was tattered, splashed with blood. His face was bruised and cut. But Jake recognized him. "That's Globo." He got to his feet. "Jake, stay here," urged Beth, reaching up and grabbing his sleeve. "Globo, poor bastard, was disloyal to me if anybody," he said. "He's being killed now to keep him quiet. But you can't go—" "Sure I can." Shaking free of her grasp, Jake started walking through the crowd toward the platform. 27. The crowd became aware that Jake was striding toward the platform. They grew silent for a moment, then began murmuring. One of the small bot cameras that was hovering over the clearing came gliding down to get a look at him. The murmuring of the several hundred real soldiers grew louder. But since they were uncertain as to whether or not Jake was part of the show, no one made a move to stop him. When he was still about 100 feet from the bright-lit platform, Warbride came to its edge and, shielding her eyes with her flesh hand, stared out at him. It took her another 10 seconds to realize who he was. Then she smiled in recognition, and the smile was flashed large on the screens. "Jake, cariño," she said, laughing. "It's been a very long time." "It has," he agreed, stopping a few feet short of the platform and looking up at her. She pointed skyward with her metal thumb. "You were away, and frankly I didn't expect you to be out this soon, nor, mi alma, that you'd show up here." "I've been trying to see you," he said to her, "but apparently that news hasn't gotten to you." No one told me that." "We have business to attend to," cut in a harsh, grating voice from Jake's right. From behind one of the huge picture screens stepped a tall, wide-shouldered man. He wore a tight-fitting uniform, and spread across his broad chest were dozens of medals and ribbons. He was about 40, and a little more than half of his face was handsome. The rest of it had been replaced by silvery metal. His left hand was metal too, of the same gleaming silver. "General Vargas!" cried someone in the crowd. Others shouted the name, "Vargas!" Turning, Jake said, "I've been wanting to run into you, Vargas." "And I've been most anxious to encounter you, Senor Cardigan." Stopping a few feet short of Jake, Vargas gave him a slight, stiff bow. "First, though, I must take care of this traitor." "Kill the traitor!" shouted a good portion of the crowd. On the platform, held by two soldiers, the sweating fat man was watching Jake and the general. "The thing is," said Jake, "I don't think Globo's been disloyal to Warbride's cause. He set me up, sure, but that should have earned him a—" "It's extremely dangerous," warned Vargas, "to intercede in an official execution, senor." From his silver-trimmed leather holster, he drew a long-barreled laser gun. "If you will step aside now, why—" "Jake, why are you so interested in this traitor?" Warbride had detached her mics, was sitting on the edge of the platform and gazing down at the two men. "Have you questioned Globo?" "Of course not. I don't participate in that sort of thing anymore." "Be interesting if you did, since I think Vargas doesn't want Globo to talk about what he's been up to lately." "I don't understand, Carino. Don't you really know that Vargas hired Globo to have me killed?" She frowned at the general. "Es verdad?" "Obviously not." Vargas raised the gun to take aim at Globo. Jake moved then. He sprinted forward across the gap between himself and the cyborg. His right hand chopped at the gun in the metal fingers. He knocked it free of Vargas's grasp. "Another traitor!" Several soldiers in the front rows started to rise up. "Back!" ordered Warbride, standing. Vargas swung at Jake with his metal hand. He hit Jake just below the breastbone, causing him to gasp and go staggering back. Vargas followed him, striking him against the side of the head. The harsh light of the clearing seemed to flare suddenly brighter. Jake fell to one knee. Vargas stood over him, raised his metal fist to strike him again. But Jake made a lunge, butting the cyborg in the midsection. Vargas coughed out air. He stumbled back, lost his balance, fell to his side in the dirt. Jake charged, threw himself on the fallen man, and started jabbing him in the ribs. "Stop!" ordered Warbride from the platform. Both men ignored her, rolling over as they struggled. Jake caught a glimpse of Warbride's metal arm pointing down at them. Then a thin, glittering line of green light jumped from her forefinger. It cut through the night and hit Vargas in the face. The silvery side of it made a sizzling sound, and his whole body jerked. His metal fingers came clawing up to scratch at his face. Then he jerked once more and was still. Jake pushed himself up off the ground, starting to turn toward the platform. The beam hit him in the chest. He felt as though he were being lifted clear off the ground. The most important thing in the world was to get one more breath of air. But he could no longer breathe. He was frozen and couldn't move. All the light went away. He heard the wind. It was blowing harsh and hard outside wherever he was. Jake slowly awakened. He was flat on his back on a wide carved wood bed, and a skeleton inside him felt as though it had been taken apart and then reassembled not quite correctly. Pushing backward with both elbows, he managed to get himself into a sitting position atop the antique bed. The night wind rattled the high, wide plexiglass windows that circled the dim-lit room. All that showed outside were the clear, dark skies, stars, and a pale half-moon. He grimaced, shook his head, carefully from side to side. He still enjoyed awakening, even though right now he had to undergo the discomforting after-effects of having been knocked out with a stun beam. "Got one built into that arm of hers," he said as he attempted to slide clear of the bed and stand up. Very convenient for her. Stepping onto the thickly carpeted floor caused, for some reason, all his teeth to ache for a while. There were also assorted twinges making themselves known in his elbows and knees and along his ribs. Doing it very gradually, Jake walked over to one of the windows. That produced a whole new set of aches and pains. He was in a tower very high up. The treetops of the Selva Grande showed about 50 feet below. They were swaying in the strong wind. This must be, Jake decided, one of the ranger stations, taken over and redecorated by Warbride. Small plexiglass panels had been set in the pale pink walls here and there around the room, and they glowed with a faint rose-colored light. The carpeting was pale pink, and so was the only door. Inhaling deeply, Jake started for the door. It slid silently open before he was closer than 10 feet to it. Framed in the brighter, harsher light of the corridor was Warbride. Hands on hips, she stood, smiling at him. She was dressed as she had been at the rally. "I'm truly sorry, Caro, that I had to incapacitate you for—" She glanced at the tiny watch built into her chrome arm. "For nearly 4 hours, but I wanted to cool you off, you and Rafe both." "You succeeded, Elena." Her smile broadened and she crossed the threshold. She walked up to him, put her arms around him, and kissed him full on the mouth. "You remember my name," she said finally. Easing back from her, he said, "Would you prefer I shouted Warbride a few times?" Crossing to the bed, she sat on its edge. "The rally was a political necessity, Jake. I especially like the story about how you got your nickname." Laughing, Warbride said, "My speechwriter came up with that 6 months ago, and it really seems to have quite an effect on audiences. He used to be a professor of literature at Mexico University before that whore, President Romero, put his name on a death list. Originally, I was saying I was raped by 3 soldiers. I decided 5 sounds better." Jake watched her. "It was also interesting to find out how your brother Jorge disappeared. I'd always thought he went into hiding to avoid being nabbed for dealing tech." She shrugged one shoulder, brushed at her short-cropped hair with her silvery metal fingers. "We changed poor Jorge's bio for propaganda reasons," she said. "A martyr is better than a fugitive from the law." "I think you can help me, Elena." "Ah, then you didn't come here to rekindle— Whatever we had once, Elena, is long gone." "Muy triste," she said with a sigh. "But also true, alas. What is it you need, Jake?" "I'm working for the Cosmos Detective Agency, and they—" "No longer a policeman," she said, shaking her head. "I always thought that was a lifetime calling for you, Juanito." "So did I, once." He went over to sit beside her. "Cosmos wants to find Professor Leon Kittredge and his daughter. Their sky cruiser is supposed to have crashed near here a couple of— You're traveling with the Kittredge girl, which strikes me as very strange. Yet you say that you are searching for her and— She's not Beth Kittredge. Isn't she? From pictures I've— Where is she now, by the way?" Smiling, Warbride pointed at the floor with her metal forefinger. "Perfectly safe, Jake," she assured him. "In a guest room 2 levels down. That Nina is very fond of you, and she was very unhappy with me for stunning you." "What about the Kittredge sky cruiser?" "I was told it did crash here in the Selva Grande." "You didn't see the wreckage?" "No, but Rafe Vargas did." "What happened to Kittredge and his daughter?" "Both dead," said Warbride. 28. Jake went over to stare out into the clear black night. The wind was blowing harder. "I don't think they're dead," he said, "because too many people are still trying to keep me from finding them. Maybe it's only that you don't want to believe the truth. The truth, Elena, isn't something I expect to get from Vargas. Just because I used the stun beam on him tonight, Caro, doesn't mean that I don't love him and trust him." Violence and romance. Grinning thinly, Jake turned to face her. "Tell me, what happened to Globo?" "He's in a cell down below. I want to look into his case myself." "While I was in Cuidado, Globo arranged to have me knocked off. Yet you took a risk like tonight's to save his life? Hell, he was going to be executed for the wrong thing. That's not justice," he told her. "After Globo's plan to get rid of me went flooey, I had a nice chat with him. He says it was Vargas who hired him for the job. She stood. That seems unlikely since Rafe didn't even know you were in Mexico. Sure he did. Globo contacted him, or somebody close to him. I told you I've been trying to arrange a meeting with you. Then are you suggesting that Rafe is jealous of you? That he doesn't want an old lover of mine turning up again? Nope, that's not Vargas's reason at all. Then what is? Quite a few people are interested in Kittredge. That's because he's come up with a way to render just about every tech chip on the face of the earth absolutely useless, Jake said. If I find him first, then that process will be used to wipe out the tech trade. For a while, anyway. You're claiming that Rafe wants to keep you from locating the professor? Yeah, and I'm pretty certain he knows where Kittredge and his daughter are. Angry lines appeared on her forehead and around her mouth. I don't see what your reason is for trying to turn me against him. Propaganda and persuasion isn't my specialty, Elena, he said, but I intend to find the Kittredges, and I figure Rafe Vargas is one of those who's trying to stop me. Very slowly, Warbride said, If that's true, then it means he's lying to me, keeping back the truth. It also means he's tied in with the tech trade. Her middle fingers tightened into a fist. We have nothing to do with tech, Jake, not a damn thing, she told him. You must know how I feel about that stuff, especially because of my brother. Most of the recent rulers of your country haven't exactly shared your views. She hit the palm of her flesh hand with her metal fist. If I collaborate with the tech lords, then I'm no better than that puta President Romero. And Vargas agrees with you? After a few seconds, she replied, I've been assuming that he does, yes. She took several striding steps toward the door, turned and pointed at him with her metal forefinger. Come along, Jake. We'll settle all this right now. Saying nothing, he followed Warbride out of the room. The light from the overhead globes made the metal side of Vargas's face glow palely silver. He was still in his uniform, and the metals on his broad chest glowed too. He was sitting in a lucite armchair near the center of his room. When Warbride came striding in, the portion of his mouth that showed broke into a smile. I want you to know, Kara, that I completely forgive you for... Then he saw Jake. Why did you bring this cabron here? Warbride halted a few feet from his chair. We want to discuss something with you, Rafe. We? He was watching Jake. Since when do you allow gringos to... I want to know, she demanded, putting hands on hips. If you had anything to do with plans to have Jake killed. Vargas brought his silver fingers up to touch at his silver cheek. Has he come whining to you with some childish fairy tale of... Vargas, Jake cut in. I used to know her pretty well. I don't think evasive bullshit is going to work. You allowed this man fresh out of jail to come here and accuse me? Did you? She asked. What possible reason would... I can have Globo brought here? Vargas stood up, turning his back to both of them. Very well, but you're going to be angry with me, Chiquita, he predicted. Keep in mind, though, how much I love you and how much you mean to me. When I heard that Jake Cardigan wanted to come here for... Why wasn't I told about that? Back still to her, Vargas held out his metal hand and made a be patient gesture. I was... Forgive me, it was childish, but I was jealous. I knew that you two had once been very close, granted it was many years ago, and I simply didn't want him seeing you again. That was a decision I should have made, Rafe. Yes, surely, admitted Vargas, shoulders slumping slightly. It was wrong, Kara, as was my foolish plan to have this insignificant cucaracha killed. Once I saw him face to face, why, I realized he was nothing but a pathetic, burned-out failure. Certainly no competition for me. Warbride asked him, What about Kittredge? Who? Kittredge, she repeated. I'm afraid, Bonita, that I don't know the professor. Yet you're aware he's a professor. Perhaps I've heard of him somewhere. A gringo, is he not? Reaching out with her metal hand, Warbride caught his shoulder and turned him around so he was facing her again. Look in my eyes, Rafe, she ordered. Do you know anything about the crash of a sky cruiser, Kittredge's sky cruiser, near here? He shook his head, but his eyes were on the light globe floating a few feet above his head. Nothing, Kara, except that it crashed. Rafe! She put her metal hand to one side of his head, her flesh hand to the other, and forced him to meet her gaze. Swear to me that you— I don't have to swear a damn thing. He pulled free, backed away from her. Either you trust me or you don't. At the moment I have doubts, Warbride admitted. Again I ask you, what do you know of the crash? Vargas went over to the far side of the room and his stand looking out a window. There was no crash, he said finally. That was only a story that was circulated. Then what did happen? Vargas watched the night wind whirring the treetops. Keep in mind that funds for our cause are not always that easy to come by, Kara, despite our many recent victories. You made some sort of deal? The Sky Cruiser was forced down in the Selva Grande, he answered, for not interfering with that operation, for providing certain people safe conduct. Well, we added a considerable sum to our treasury. Jake asked him, Who paid you the money? Vargas didn't respond. Warbride said, Answer, Rafe. I too am interested. As I understand it, though I never met him directly, the money came from Sonny Hakori. Mierda. You've been dealing with the tech people while— This has nothing to do with selling tech or even with manufacturing it. Hakori wanted to waylay Kit Regenta's daughter, and he was willing to pay well for our cooperation. His people took care of all the details. Jake eased closer to him. What did they do with the Kittridges after the cruiser was forced down? I don't know. But they weren't killed? Not to my knowledge. Where were they taken? I also have no knowledge of that. What about Sonny Hakori? Where's he? As of 2 days ago, Hakori was in Acapulco, at the Pleasure Dome, his casino complex there. Could Kittredge and his daughter have been taken there? It's possible, but I don't know. Jake next asked, What about Bennett Sands? He wasn't involved in any of this, if that's what you want to know. Warbride asked, How much did Hakori pay you? Vargas looked back over his shoulder at her. He paid us a handsome sum. Specifically? It was $500,000 in American dollars, Chiquita. Where is that money? Vargas looked up at another of the floating globes of light. As a matter of fact, it's still here in my quarters. I was intending to turn it over to you and to explain all that had happened, but then this gringo intruded on us and— Rafe, she insisted, this is muy triste. He touched his silver fingers to his silver cheek again. But we've cleared the air now, being honest with each other, although I must admit I would have preferred to have this little talk in private and without a hostile intruder taking it all in. I have loved you, Rafe, she said sadly. But you're of no use to me if I can't trust you. But you can trust me, Kara. Haven't I told you everything? Warbride shook her head. But too late, much too late. Her metal arm swung up and her middle finger pointed at him. No, Kara, please! An intense beam of crimson light went leaping from her fingertip. It hit Vargas in the chest as he was trying to back away. Metals and ribbons burned and melted first, and then a small, neat hole was burned clean through him. Blood came pumping out of the hole and then out of what showed of his mouth. Vargas's arms flapped and he fell back against the wall. He stayed there until he died, which only took 5 seconds. Jesus, Warbride, said Jake. I'm glad to see, she said with a satisfied smile, that you're finally calling me by my right name. 29. The dawn was gray and chill. Beth didn't say anything as Jake guided the borrowed black sky cruiser up above the clearing. When they were hovering over the highest treetops, he punched out a flight pattern for Acapulco. Why so glum? He asked, relaxing in the pilot seat as the cruiser started cutting through the beginning day. You miss Ogden's wires? She'd been looking straight ahead and continued to do so. I suppose I ought to apologize for the way I'm feeling, she said, except I can't control the emotions that have been built into me. Which emotion is producing that scowl? I'd like to ask you something, Jake. Go ahead. Did you spend the night with that wild woman? Only part of it. Well, I suppose that was to be expected, since years ago you and she were— Whoa, I didn't spend the time in bed. Jake told her. "I was getting information." She turned to look at him. "What did you find out?" "The crash was faked," he answered, "with Vargas's help." She pressed her hands together. "They're alive?" "They should be." "Where? In Acapulco?" "We'll start looking there since that's where Sonny Hikori is supposed to be." "Then Hikori is the one behind what's going on?" "He's behind what happened to your father." She laughed quietly. "To Beth and her father, you mean?" Nodding, he said, "Kittredge and Beth were forced down near Warbride's encampment. Since Hikori's involved, it's likely he had them brought to him." "That would be to the Pleasure Dome, wouldn't it?" "Yeah. Ever been there?" "No, but it was a favorite spot of Bennett Sands, and he talked about it," she said. "Did Vargas say anything about him?" "Only that Sands isn't tied in." Beth looked out at the great forest beneath them. "Why did Vargas confide all this in you? The last time I saw you two together, you weren't exactly—" "Warbride mentioned that you weren't too happy with what she did, and told her so. I appreciate your support, Beth, but that was risky." "My temper sometimes overcomes my reason. Now tell me about General Vargas and why he decided to confide in you." "I had Warbride along. She did most of the questioning." "Didn't she know about the sky cruiser being forced down?" "Apparently not." "And you believe her?" "She was very convincing," he said. "After she found out what Vargas had been up to, she killed him." "Jake." Beth put her hand on his arm. "I thought they were lovers." "They were, sure, but she won't allow anybody, not even a lover, to make deals she doesn't know about." "She might have killed you too." Jake grinned. "No, because she trusts me. Sometimes I wish—" "Wish what?" "Oh, it's only that all of this, people killing each other and trying to kill us, I just wish it were over." "Ought to be fairly soon." "Last night I was thinking about something I did when I was 18, Beth confided. "Everything had been getting too much for me, school, romance, and my father. Being a very affluent and fairly spoiled kid, I ran away to the moon." "That's impressive. I took off once when I was 9, but I only got as far as the Glendale sector. How long before they found you?" "Almost a week. I'd just been hiding out at a villa my uncle has up there. It's way out in the old settlement area, and he rarely visits it himself. But he feels good knowing the place is there should he decide to hop up there for a lunar vacation. It's all staffed by robots, and some very old and antiquated robots they are." "The place is still there?" "Yes, I was even thinking last night that I'd like to head for there again," she admitted. "Except a couple of things keep me here. I want to find my father and, well, I'd like to stay with you as long as I can." After a few silent seconds, Jake said, "I'm glad you didn't run away." She smiled and leaned back in her seat. "I still remember the keyword for getting into the place and activating my uncle's villa. It's eclectic." "Eclectic's not a very dramatic keyword." "My uncle sees the universe as basically eclectic." Reaching out, she took hold of Jake's hand. "I thought for a few minutes there last night, that Warbride had killed you." "So did I. And for those few minutes I really felt as though I'd lost something important." After a while, Jake moved his hand free of hers. The Acapulco Ritz had 5 tap-free vid phones on its mezzanine floor. After Jake and Beth checked into a suite high in Tower 3, he went down to use one of the phones. A gold-plated robot with a permanent smile greeted him in 3 languages and escorted him into a bug-proof phone room. Seated in front of the phone screen, Jake put through a call to the Cosmos Detective Agency in GLA. A lovely crimson-haired young woman appeared on the screen. "Cosmos Yikes!" "How's that again?" "It is you, isn't it, Jake?" "It is. Are you Marnie?" She fluffed her hair. "I abandoned my Andy look," the agency receptionist explained. "But the important thing is we'd heard you'd been bumped off down there in Mexico. Trampled by wild bulls was one rumor, gunned down by a jealous rival of Warbride's was another." "Some truth in both rumors," he acknowledged. "But I'm still above the ground. I want to report in and find out how Gomez is doing." "You can talk to him." "He's in the office?" "Against his medic's orders, hobbling around in a most pathetic but sort of sexy way." "Put him on, Marnie, please." "Surely. And do you think I look less mechanical this way?" Much less. She smiled. The screen blinked for 8 seconds, and then Gomez appeared. He was seated at a desk with a smudged stretch of afternoon sky showing out the high, thin window behind him. "Amigo," he said, smiling. "I'm very pleased to note that you're not defunct." "Not completely as yet. How are you?" "Doing as well as can be expected. A plas cast on one's leg, by the way, brings out the maternal in all sorts and conditions of women," said his partner. "Where are you?" "Acapulco," answered Jake. "Listen, I'm a little wary about my old contacts down here. Do you have somebody trustworthy you can suggest?" "Who you going up against? Sonny Hikori and Associates?" "For a start, yes." "Be very cautious, amigo," advised Gomez. "Let's see. You can try Carmelita Jimenez at the Dalton Walden American Factsbook Center. Don't let her demure demeanor fool you. For general information, see Gutierrez at the Club Latino. How are you progressing with the case?" "It could be that Kittredge and his daughter are here." "What leads you to that conclusion?" Jake concisely gave Gomez an account of what he'd been up to since arriving across the border. When Jake concluded, Gomez looked up from the notes he'd been taking. "This android rep of Beth Kittredge," he said. "What about her?" "You're holding something back, aren't you? I don't know, there's something that comes into your voice when you talk about her." "You and I have been partners too long. It's tough to hide anything from you," said Jake. "Well, what seems to be happening... Hell, I'm getting fond of Beth." "Except that this isn't really Beth." "Exactly, yeah, but in a way she is. I had a crush on a hologram stripper when I was 16. I suppose that's about what this sounds like." "No, actually, it's a tricky situation, amigo." "What I'm certain of is that I want to find Beth Kittredge alive," said Jake. "And not only because I was hired to locate her." Gomez, with too much attention to detail, shut his notebook and moved it to the side of his desk. "Listen, Jake, I think I better mention this," he said. "Kate is trying to get in touch with you. Somehow she's found out that you're down there in Mexico, and she says she has to talk to you, that it's... Something happened to my son? I don't believe so, amigo, but the lady didn't give me any details. She says it's urgent." "I better call her. She informs me she's not at home and moving about a lot, so she wants to have a number where she can contact you. She's been calling the office every couple hours since yesterday." "How'd she know I was working for Cosmos?" "I'm not sure she did, but she was aware that I am gainfully employed here. Since I am your longtime bosom chum, she assumed I'd know how to reach you." "Okay, you can tell her to call me here at the Acapulco Ritz." "Is that safe to do?" "She's my wife. She used to be my wife. Yeah, you can let her know I'm here." "I'll do that. Keep on recuperating, Sid." "You too," said Gomez. Stretching away in every direction were the endless rows of tall towers and skyscrapers, each of the multi-story glass, metal and stone buildings linked with ped ramps and walkways at various levels. A thin mist was drifting in from the sea as twilight began to spread across Acapulco. Countless lights of every color were coming to life. "Looks like a combination of the borderland and the Selva Grande," remarked Jake, turning away from the tinted wraparound window of their suite's living room. Beth asked him, "Isn't it something you've been anxious to do?" "Talk to Kate, you mean?" "I thought that was one of the reasons you took this job, so you'd be able to look her up while you were in Mexico." "Let's just say," he said, sitting in a black armchair that faced the black sofa she was occupying, "I have mixed feelings." "Why exactly did you separate?" "The state of Southern California arranged that." "She divorced you while you were in the freezer?" "Yeah. That's a fairly common occurrence with guys who are in prison," he said, "especially when you get sent up to the freezer. It's a little closer to being dead, and some wives get very uneasy." "Even so, you didn't expect a divorce?" "Nope." He leaned back in his big, soft chair, didn't feel especially comfortable, sat up straight again. "Actually, Kate had left me once before, back about 6 years ago." "Why?" He became interested in the palm of his left hand, started rubbing at it with the fingers of his right. "Being a cop's wife can be rough. I'd been working on an investigation of one of the top suspected tech distributors in Greater Los Angeles, and from what Kate told me later, there'd been some threats made against her and Dan." "She didn't tell you at the time?" "She was like that, kept things to herself. She simply decided that it would be better if she went to live in New England with some relatives of hers. She put Dan in private school, supposedly a very good one, in Boston. That's not as bad as going to the Sky Academy. I'd never wanted to send him away to any school, by himself and away from me. That was mostly because you were trying hard not to be like your father. That was it, yeah. But Dan ended up going through something like that anyway. What about Kate's job? Sands had just opened a branch in Rhode Island, and she was able to work there. That must have been about the same time Sands was in New England himself looking after the plant opening. The reason Kate left GLA was because of the threats, not because of Sands, he told Beth. When people talk about tech wars, they assume that just means what happens between rival dealers and manufacturers. But almost everybody gets involved, cops included, and sometimes there can be unanticipated casualties. The investigation you were working on when she left you, is that the one that was dropped? Yeah, the one that was dropped, the one they said I used my influence to get sidetracked, Jake answered. The fact that I had nothing to do with the investigations being stopped wasn't believed by too many people. That's why I ended up in the freezer. Your wife believed in you, though. She and Dan both. They'd come back before that, just a few months before I got arrested. You were also charged with being a tech user. Twilight was closing in outside. The room was turning dusky. Jake nodded slowly. That part was true, he admitted. Fact is, I started using this stuff the night I came home and found my wife and son had left. I made use of a brain box and a tech chip I was keeping as evidence in another case. Once in college I tried tech, she said, but I didn't find it that satisfying. Maybe it depends on what kind of illusions you use tech for, he said. I just used it to relive the past and improve it a lot and to spruce up the present. In my tech world, my father and I got along fine, my mother was still alive, Kate never left me, and I wasn't hooked on tech. He stood up. Time to go look up Gomez's contacts. If Kate calls, find out where I can reach her. You sure you don't want me to come along? Not on this initial run, no. Crossing to her, he bent and kissed her on the cheek. Stay here, Beth, and be watchful. 30. Jake strode a ped ramp 20 stories above the ground level. The ramp was wide and had chest-high guard walls of tinted plexiglass running along each side. Small globes of colored light dotted the top of each wall at intervals of 3 feet, red, yellow, and blue, continually blinking. In the sky high above, a huge sky van was slowly gliding through the misty twilight. A giant vid screen was embedded in its underbelly, showing images of President Romero. Not a fetching woman, Jake said to himself. A group of tourists came spilling out of an indoor park up ahead. Don't go so close to the edge, Leroy. It's perfectly safe, Mom. They got a wall. Those look awfully flimsy to me. That's because you have vertigo. Weaving his way deftly through this newest batch of pedestrians, Jake continued. The Dalton Walden American Fax Book Center had a blank off-white front. Beneath its name, which was discreetly lettered in neon next to the door, ran a small line of copy. All the latest bestsellers from the United States. As Jake neared the off-white door, it hissed open. There were 6 fax book printers around the circular blank-walled room. The store's only customer was seated in front of the small gray printer nearest the entryway. Scowling, he was thrusting his bank's card into the proper slot. He then typed out the title of the book he wanted and eyed the machine warily. He was middle-sized and middle-aged, a few pounds overweight and nearly bald. Not available either, sir, said the vox box of the printer. It's a bestseller, isn't it? Yes, sir. It's on sale in America, isn't it? Yes, sir. This shop allegedly sells copies of American bestsellers. I want it. This particular bestseller, sir, is unfortunately on the unacceptable list here in Mexico. You're telling me I can't buy a copy? I am, sir. Okay, there's one more I want. He tried another title on the keyboard. That one is available. Good, print me a copy of the damn thing. You must first, sir, go obtain a permit from the office of the Bishop of Acapulco before you can purchase it." The customer yanked his bank's card free of the fax book printer, shoved back his chair. "Let me tell you what I think of freedom of the press here in Mexico." "Before you do, sir, allow me to remind you that we have your name and hotel address on record." The man reflected for about 5 seconds. He slipped his bank's card away, frowned at Jake, stomped out of the bookstore. Jake glanced at the desk at the room's middle. There was no one behind it. He crossed the only other door and tapped on it. "If the printer won't print it, there's nothing I can do," called a woman's voice from the other side of the door. "Carmelita?" "Si. Jake Cardigan." The door slid open and a plump, dark-haired woman of 40 stood smiling out at him. "Gomez phoned me about you." After shaking hands, she beckoned him to come into the small back room. "Exactly how many different books can anybody buy in your store?" he asked, taking one of the 2 chairs. "The list is down to 7. President Romero isn't especially open-minded." She sat in the other chair. "This room's bug-proof." Jake rested a hand on his knee. "The Pleasure Dome. A dangerous place for an American detective. Is Sonny Hikori there now?" "Si," replied Carmelita. "He's been back nearly 2 weeks." "He has living quarters inside?" "He does, very lavish ones." "What about Professor Kittredge and his daughter? Are they inside the Pleasure Dome?" "Gomez asked me that, but I don't know," she said. "I can very discreetly try to find out." "If they are, I have to get inside." "More importantly, you have to get out again." "Right, bringing them with me." Carmelita laughed. "You've got even more self-confidence than that bastard Gomez." "Can it be done?" "I'll need at least a day to find out. Do you have that much time, Jake?" "Maybe, but not much more," he answered. "Is Bennett Sands in Acapulco?" "He arrived shortly after Sonny Hikori." "Are the 2 of them tied together?" "A safe bet, though I have no proof." "Can you get any?" "Not in a day. Not if I'm going to arrange sneaking you in and out of the dome." Jake got up. "Can I contact you any place besides here?" "It's safer to let me do the contacting," she told him. "Gomez got himself hurt. Is it serious? He wouldn't tell me." "A broken leg." "That won't bother him much." "It won't," agreed Jake, and took his leave. There she was, up ahead in the mist, a faint, sad smile touching her pretty face. And for a moment, Jake lost 4 years. But as he moved across the wide ped ramp to the shadowy doorway where she stood waiting, he returned to the present. He saw that she was thinner, and the weary look he'd noticed on the vid phone call still haunted her face. And there was something different about her, reflecting all the things that had happened to her that had nothing to do with him. Very quietly, Jake said, "This is a surprise, Kate. I have to talk to you." He halted 2 feet from her, not reaching out to touch her. "Is it Dan? Is he all right?" "Yes, he's fine." Very cautiously, she took hold of his arm. "There's a little hologram park near here. We can talk there. I don't have much time, Jake." Walking at his former wife's side, he asked, "Where's Dan? With you, or—" "Dan is fine, really. He's going to a private school in Mexico City. This has nothing to do with him." Kate glanced around nervously while Jake paid the sombreroed robot at the gateway of the indoor park. "How'd you get to Acapulco so fast, Kate? Gomez couldn't have told you where I was more than a few—" "I was already here." She hurried along a grassy path that wound its way through a believable stretch of dense jungle. "You have to listen to me. I only have a few minutes." "Have you been sick?" She touched at her short hair. "I've lost some weight, that's all," she said, stopping at a wrought iron bench and sitting. "And hell, I'm almost 5 years older than I was when you saw me last. You look great, by the way." "Sure." He sat on the bench, not too close to her. "Okay, tell me what's going on, Kate." "Listen, you must get out of Acapulco. You and that girl. Right now, Jake. Right away." Bright jungle birds seemed to be flying up above the projected branches of the tall trees. "Why?" "I don't have all the details, which is maybe just as well. I do know they mean to kill you." "Who's doing the job?" She brushed at her auburn hair again. Some dangerous people who work for Sonny Hikori." "How do you know?" It doesn't matter, I just know. Trust me, Jake, and get the hell out of town. Get back to GLA fast as you can." "It does matter how you found out, Kate." He took hold of her hand, and there was no affection in his touch. "Did you overhear a conversation at a party? Catch a mention on the news? What?" She sighed. "Still a cop no matter what they did to you," she said, pulling her hand free. "Keep hitting at the suspect, badger the truth out no matter what the—" "Who's planning to kill me, and how do you know it, Kate?" "Damn it! You must know I'm involved with Bennett again." "Again? You knew about the other time, didn't you?" she said. "In Greater Los Angeles, while we were still married and I was working for him. It was right before your trouble." "My trouble? Yeah," he said slowly. "And what did Bennett Sands have to do with my trouble?" Kate inhaled sharply. "Nothing," she said. Yes, I'm certain of that." "But now, here and now, Sands is in cahoots with Hokori, isn't he?" "Yes, he seems to be," she answered, her voice low. "But Jake, honestly, I only found out about it just recently. Believe me." "Back then, during our happy married days, back when I was supposed to be aware that you were sleeping with him, did you ever happen to confide in Sands about the cases I was working on, about whom I was investigating?" "I may have. We talked about all sorts of things, because Bennett always had time to listen to me. You were such a bright cop, one of the best in GLA, they said. So I figured, really, Jake, you'd be able to figure out who your wife was fooling around with." Jake sat back on the bench, looking up at the trees. "Tech," he said finally. "What?" "Everything is just tech, just illusions. I always thought that you— Hell, never mind." "I overheard Bennett talking to some of Sonny Hokori's people," she said, standing. "They knew you'd be coming here to Acapulco, and they want you dead. Get away, please." He stood up. "What about the Kittredges?" "I don't know anything about them," she swore. "I just couldn't let anyone kill you." "Nope, you couldn't do that." "I have to go." She turned and walked away from him. Jake made no attempt to follow her. 31. The mist had grown thick, and it was pressing against the windows of the living room of their suite. The night city looked fragmented. Parts of it were blurred, parts lost completely in the gray fog. High on the side of a government tower across the way, a 2-story vid-news screen seemed to be floating. Silent images of the funeral of a public official showed on the huge screen. A black sky hearse circling a sun-bright, slanting hillside cemetery, 6 ebony robots carrying a black coffin, a gaunt old woman, sobbing, being supported and comforted by a gleaming silvery priest-bot. Jake turned away from the misty view. "No, not exactly," he said in answer to a question Beth had asked him nearly a minute earlier. "I was angry mostly. Sad, too." "But not happy? Not glad to see Kate again?" Beth was sitting on the shadowy side of the room, surrounded by darkness. "I guess that in the time since I left the freezer," he said, "I've changed some. I'm finally starting to wake up." "Everything she told you, Jake, may be the absolute truth." "Sure, I don't doubt Sands is a partner of Sonny Hokori's, nor that they're all anxious to kill me." "I meant the part about your wife's not knowing whether Bennett—" "Former wife," he corrected. "Not knowing if Sands was involved in framing you 4 years back." "I'm betting he was." "Even if that's so, it doesn't mean Kate had anything to do with setting you up. She may just have told him more than she should have about the tech cases you were working on." "Just bedside conversation, huh?" "What bothers you most, Jake? That she slept with him or that she told him about your police work?" He looked again out at the night. The funeral was over, replaced by a parade along a rain-swept street in Mexico City. "Both," he replied. "No, wait. What really unsettles me is the way Kate talked about our marriage. There was such a bitterness in her voice, such— Hell, none of this has anything to do with the job at hand." From what you said earlier, you're pretty certain Hokori has my father at the Pleasure Dome, Beth said from the shadows. I figured that is a strong possibility even before I talked to Carmelita. If you confirm it, then why not contact your agency for some assistance? Jake grinned at her. Have them send 2 or 3 husky bodyguards? A half dozen or so first-rate operatives to assist you in raiding the dome. Going up against Hokori and his bunch all by yourself, which is what you sound like you're planning to do, is a shade on the dumb side, Jake. Waiting around until Cosmos ships me a crew would... The vid phone buzzed. Jake crossed over and answered it. Yeah? Carmen Jimenez was on the screen. Senor Cardigan, please. That's me. I'm calling from the Dalton Walden shop, Senor Cardigan. The plump woman said in a business-like way. The book you ordered this afternoon has just come off the printer. I know you're most anxious to read it, so if you'd like to drop in at the shop, I'll keep open until you arrive. Yes, that's very nice of you. 15 minutes. He hung up. Meaning she's got some information for you? Yeah, said Jake. So we'll head for the store. I'd rather you... No, I'll feel better if I tag along. Beth stood still in the shadows. It's only a short way. We can use the ped ramps. After a few seconds, he said, Sure, come along. The heavy night fog came swirling over the plexiglass safety walls, spilling down onto the ribbed surface of the ped ramp, tangling with legs and feet. The lights along the tops of the chest-high walls made small fuzzy splotches of blinking light in the thick gray mist. Beth had an arm linked with his. I think we're passing, she informed him. I was saying that I believe we're being accepted by all of these milling pedestrians as just another tourist couple. Father and daughter on vacation? Laughing, Beth said. More likely newlyweds on their honeymoon. Jake grinned. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention a minute ago. Brooding, were you? In a way, he admitted, moving closer to her to avoid a wobbling group of American sky sailors who'd just come charging, most of them laughing and shouting out of a mechanical cantina. I was thinking about Kate, wondering why I never tumbled to what was going on. A wife having an affair with her boss is a pretty frequent thing, a domestic life cliché, yet I missed almost every damn clue. You can't always be a cop or a detective in your own home. That's sure what Kate feels I was. Actually, though, I was as dense as, it's very tough, isn't it, for you to admit you're not perfect. 6 school kids, escorted by a robot nanny whose solid gunmetal legs were pumping hard to keep up with her charges, came running by from the opposite direction. Sure, I can accept not being perfect, but behaving like a love-struck teenager with Kate is harder to accommodate. Sometime, she said, her hold on his arm tightening, we'll have to compare notes on our fathers and the effect they've had on our lives. My impression is that you and the professor have an ideal... Not quite, Jake. In some ways, he's as tough and unbending as I imagine your military dad was, she said, and I'm not always sure lately that he's being truthful and straightforward with me. Because of the trip to Mexico? What's really exasperating is the fact that my memory cuts off several days before the actual trip, she said. I've had the feeling for the past day or more that I was on the brink of finding out something important. Such as the fact that your father and Sands had made some sort of deal that you weren't in on? That's, yes, one possibility, admitted Beth with an affirmative nod. We learned from War Bride, you did actually, that there never was actually any crash. It was faked. I'm wondering, really, if my father might have known in advance. That would mean he was definitely planning to sell out to Sonny Hokori, said Jake. But you should have gotten some hint of that. Perhaps I did, especially during those final days that are missing from my memory. Still in all, Beth, it might be better to assume that he... Jake stopped talking, stopped walking. About 100 yards ahead of them, a tall, slim boy of about 14 was standing near a rest bench and looking anxiously their way. He had hair just a few shades darker than Jake's, a grin that was a younger and much less cynical version of Jake's. Beth saw that Jake was staring at the boy. What's wrong? It's got to be him. It's Dan. He waved, laughing, hand high in the foggy air. The boy's grin widened as he returned the wave. He started pushing his way through the people on the ped ramp. "Wait, Jake," cautioned Beth, eyes narrowing. She caught hold of his arm. "It's my son, Beth." Jerking free of her, he started running. The boy was running too, dodging through the crowd. "Dad!" "No, don't." Sprinting, Beth caught up with Jake. She gave him a sudden rough shove. He stumbled to his left, fell to one knee. A fat tourist decked with cameras tripped over him and they became entangled. Beth kept running. It was she who met the boy. He tried to avoid her, his face growing dark with anger. But she threw both arms tight around him. They went staggering against the nearest plexiglass wall. The wall cracked. A whole jagged section broke free under their combined weight. An old man screamed and brought both gnarled hands up to mask his weathered face. A young sky sailor cried out and made a grab for Beth and the boy she was hugging. He missed, catching only air. Beth and the boy went falling over the edge of the ramp. Locked together, they plummeted down through the swirling gray fog, falling toward the thousands of blurred lights far below. Jake had gotten to his feet, gone stumbling and shoving to the gap torn in the guard wall. "Why, Beth?" he muttered. Then came the explosion, while the two of them were still dropping. A great harsh flowering of intense red and yellow flame that ripped through the fog, snarls of harsh black smoke spilling across the gray night. The remains of the two of them went flying and spinning, scattered forever. Twists of metal and plastic, shards of glass, unraveling ribbons of bright-colored wire. All the fragments and tatters drifted down and away and were swallowed by the fog. Silence seemed to spread across the ramp. For a moment there didn't seem to be a sound in the entire city. He wasn't Dan. He was a kamikaze android sent to kill me, Jake said to himself. Beth sensed that. Staring down and down at nothing, he started to cry. 32. After a while, Jake wandered down to the ground level of Acapulco. He thought at first that he wasn't looking for anything at all, and then for a while he thought he was hunting for tech. Because once he got hold of a brain box and hooked himself up to it, he could relive the past few hours. On the second go-round, though, Beth wouldn't die. And maybe the kamikaze android would actually be Dan. His son would have run away from his private school up in Mexico City to be here with Jake. There wouldn't be any place for Kate in the tech fantasy Jake was going to have. "Help me buy a leg, senor." A one-legged beggar was perched on a crate that had once, according to the legend on its side, held welfare food courtesy Sands Industries. "How much do you still need?" "Only $1,300 American." Jake gave him a $10 note. "How long have you been collecting for it?" "It will be, senor, 7 years this next Christmas. Gracias for your small contribution." "De nada." Jake turned onto a narrow ground-level street that smelled richly of neglected garbage. "I got what you want, senor." "Which is?" The robot was covered with rainbow designs that had been painted on his dented gunmetal body with thick glow paint. "I got ladies, senor, young ones, even a few mature ones," explained the mechanical man. "Where can I get some tech?" "Ah, senor," said the robot pimp disdainfully. "I'm not selling illusions and escapes from reality here. Don't let my format fool you. No, I manage only live talent. Real mujeres, not fantasy ones." Shaking his head, Jake moved along. But in front of a burned-out cantina, he halted. "If it's obvious to a robot pimp," he said to himself, "it ought to be obvious to me. Yeah, I don't think after all I want to escape from reality just yet. There are a few things to take care of first." He started back for the upper levels of the city. Kate, as always, slept naked. She awakened when the overhead lights in the big bedroom blossomed. She sat up in the wide oval bed and stared at him, making no effort to pull up the sheet. Jake gave a negative shake of his head as she started to speak. He drew a wooden chair over close beside the opposite side of the bed, picked up the snub-nosed laser gun off the night table, and then seated himself in the chair. With the barrel of the gun, he reached out to nudge the still sleeping Bennett Sands in the ribs. Sands murmured negatively, sighed, turned away from Jake. Jake prodded him again, this time in the region of his kidneys. Stiffening, Sands rolled over on his back and opened his eyes. Then he tried to rise, reaching out toward where his laser gun was supposed to be. "Not there," mentioned Jake, showing the weapon to him. Sands's face was pale and puffy, his eyes underscored with shadowy patches of skin. "How the hell did you get in here, Cardigan?" Pushing with his elbows, thrashing some, he grunted himself into a sitting position. His candy-striped nightshirt was wrinkled, twisted on his lean body. "I've got one of the best available sex systems in this damn villa, and I'm pretty handy at circumventing security setups," Jake explained to him. "And just to be on the safe side, I brought along a highly efficient tech housebreaker and 3 ordinary burglars. It helped that I was able to bribe most of your servants." "Jake," said Kate, "it wasn't very smart of you to—" "I'll handle this, Katie," Sands told her without taking his eyes off Jake. "Cardigan, you can't just break into my villa this way. That violates all sorts of laws and—" "I haven't been a cop for a long time," he reminded him. "Besides, this is Mexico." "It is, Cardigan, and it would do you well to keep in mind that I have considerable influence in this country. You've put yourself in—" "Get up now, would you? I'm going to make considerable trouble for you, not only with the local law, but in order to do that, you'd have to be alive," Jake pointed out. "And unless you start cooperating, you may not continue to be. Up, start dressing. We have someplace to go." "Jake, it would be really very foolish to kill Bennett. I realize you're terribly jealous, but—" "Jealousy doesn't have a damn thing to do with this," he assured his former wife. "Sands, get moving." Swinging slowly out of the big bed, Sands asked, "Where exactly do you fancy we're going together, Cardigan?" "To the Pleasure Dome for a chat with Sonny Hokori." Sands's red and white nightshirt fluttered when he gave a thin nasal laugh. "You can't really be serious. Sonny will simply destroy you should you venture anywhere near him." "Better hope he doesn't, because you'll go too," said Jake. "It'll be a good idea if you see to it that I stay alive during our visit to the dome." "This kind of thoughtless bravado is exactly what got you in trouble in GLA." "Yeah, that and some help from you and Sonny," amended Jake. "Now get yourself into some clothes, Sands. I'm not especially patient tonight." "We could remain right here," suggested Sands, "and discuss whatever it is you think you have to say to Sonny." "Dress," advised Jake. "I'd prefer to use you to get me into the place. It's simpler, but it's not the only way." "All right, Cardigan, very well, but you're being very unwise, extremely so." From the bed, Kate asked, "Jake, has anyone tried to hurt you?" "Yeah," he answered, "but they didn't succeed." "Not so far," said Sands. The robot was tall. It stood a good 7 feet in height, and one of the small squares of red plexiglass implanted in its white enameled chest had begun flashing. With a shuffling step, it moved to block entrance B to the Pleasure Dome. "No weapons allowed inside, gentlemen," the guard bot told Jake and Sands while they were still climbing the broad white stairway to the arched entrance to the Great White Dome. "Too bad, Cardigan, but it looks like you won't be able to get any closer than Sonny's doorstep." Sands halted 2 steps below the robot guard. "If you'll just hand over your gun, sir, it will be returned to you when you depart from the Pleasure Dome." Jake was just behind the other man, a spare jacket he'd borrowed from the bedroom closet at the villa draped over his arm and hand, concealing the laser gun. He jabbed at Sands's back with the barrel. "Override the robot," he instructed quietly. "I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you and Sonny's other henchmen come and go all the time carrying weapons, so give this guard the password." "Why should I help you to—" "I wasn't kidding about having no more patience tonight. Do it now, or I'll drop you right here." After running his tongue over his lips, Sands nodded up at the robot and said, "Niju Neji." The small square of red in the row on the robot's metal chest ceased flashing. "You should have identified yourselves earlier, gentlemen." He bowed and stepped aside. "Go right on in." "This is only," reminded Sands as he resumed climbing, "the first barrier." The large reception foyer of the Pleasure Dome was thick with noise, music, and people. Beautiful young women, naked to the waist, were circulating through the crowd with trays of snacks. "Some of your biofoods?" asked Jake. "As a matter of fact, no. Sonny gets the stuff from a cousin of his in Rio." Sands glanced around. "You should like the serving girls, though, since they're all Andes that trot on over to the nearest up-ramp," suggested Jake after nudging him in the back with a laser gun. On an airfloat dais that hovered 5 feet above the mosaic, neon-trimmed Flora quartet of bewigged chrome robots was playing greatly amplified Bach. Beyond the foyer, the wide arched doorway to the dice and card pavilion showed. "Look it up in the guidebook, Arlen," said a thin, blonde young woman who was pushing her way through the milling dome customers at the side of a tuxed black man. "I already know it's on level 2, Charmaine." "Then that's where we go first. I'm determined to see at least one death wrestling match before we leave Acapulco." "We're moving a mite slowly," Jake said. "Nudge more assertively, Sands. Sonny does such excellent business here that the establishment is always crowded," said Sands over his shoulder. "Are you sure you wish to hurry this, since more than likely these are your last moments on Earth?" Eventually, they reached an automatic ramp. It carried them smoothly and quietly up to the next level of the dome. They skirted the packed rows of seats in the racing vidroom, where customers were watching and betting on horse races from all over the globe. A lovely Chinese girl in a plaid leather dress suddenly jumped up out of a red plush chair. "Get this blinking thing off me!" she cried, swatting at the bloody, bedraggled bird that had just landed in her trim lap. "One of the roosters from the cockfight lounge," explained Sands with a faint smile. "The little devils get away from time to time." A small, polite silver robot went rushing over to the screaming, flapping young woman. He grabbed the squawking rooster and deftly wrung its neck. "Something similar is going to happen to you, Cardigan." "Onward and upward," Jake advised. The next ramp transported them up to the 3rd level and the soft-lit reception area for one of the bordellos. An efficient young woman behind an antique 20th century metal desk looked up and inquired, "Do you prefer android or human companions, gentlemen, male or female?" "We're just passing through, ma'am," explained Jake amiably. "Head for that ramp yonder, Sands. You know, Cardigan, I think you're actually doing all this just to get back at me for sleeping with your wife." "I'm doing this because I'm being paid to find Kittredge and his daughter. Perhaps, didn't you actually know about our earlier affair?" Jake made no reply. This ramp left them off in front of a blank gray door. After making a faint whistling sound for 5 seconds, the door slid open. "Good evening again, Mr. Sands," said its vox box. "We don't seem to have your companion on file. Would you mind identifying him for us?" "Jake Cardigan," said Jake, urging Sands across the threshold and into the long gray corridor beyond. As the door rushed shut behind them, another opened at the far end of the corridor. 2 men appeared, both of them large and one a cyborg with each of his arms made of gunmetal. "A bit of trouble, Mr. Sands?" inquired the cyborg. "Only for Mr. Cardigan here." Jake said, "We're here to see Sonny Hikori." Sands added, "Without an appointment." "If your buddy'll put down the gun," said the cyborg, "we can maybe see about—" "Explain to them," suggested Jake as he prodded Sands with the barrel of the laser gun, "about how impatient and easily annoyed I am tonight." "We'd best see Sonny," said Sands. A 3rd man appeared in the doorway. He was plump, about 35, and Japanese. His suit was a silky black and had dozens of small golden birds in flight across its jacket. "I've been wanting to meet Cardigan for a heck of a long time," he said, smiling cordially. "Hiya, Jake, come on in. After your goons retreat." Chuckling, Sonny Hikori nudged the cyborg. "Hear what Jake called you, Leon? Apparently that nearly 2 years at Harvard didn't help you much." Cardigan's fucking opinion of me doesn't. You and Brew go wait in the rumpus room, Leon, suggested the smiling Japanese. After glaring at Jake, rubbing the metal fingers of his left hand along the back of his right, the cyborg withdrew. The other man followed. Goons, Hikori chuckled, shook his head. You can both come in now, Jake. Hikori's office was large, its curved, off-white walls covered with rows of vid screens that monitored the goings-on in every sector of the Pleasure Dome. There was no desk, only a white armchair next to a bank of computer terminals. Seating himself in the armchair, Hikori nodded toward a nearby sofa. You can share that, guys, he said. Jake Cardigan. You realize how many years our effing lives have been intertwined, and yet we've never met face to face. Funny, life can be funny as heck at times. Chuckling, he turned to Sans. Asshole, I thought you told me you were smarter than Cardigan. I've still no reason, Sonny, to believe I'm not. Still standing, Jake said. Here's what I have in mind, Hikori. If you don't have Kittredge and his daughter here in this office within 5 minutes, I'll start using this laser gun. First on Sans, then on you. The tech lord chuckled. I tell you, Jake, the way I feel about this asshole right about now, you could slice him up into 16 mismatched chunks, and I wouldn't give a darn, he said. My own person I'm somewhat fonder of. Order the Kittredges brought here. Were I planning to go along with you, Jake, I could only produce the prof, said Hikori. But that feisty daughter of his... Just then 5 of the wall screens started flashing red. A loud hooting filled the big office. The 5 screens were flashing new pictures now, of unmarked sky cruisers hovering around the dome out there in the misty night. The hooting was joined by siren wails. Then most of the far wall of Hikori's office began to glow an intense sizzling orange. In less than 10 seconds, the whole stretch of wall turned to gray, gritty dust and fell away into the fog outside. 33. One of the hovering black sky cruisers had attached itself to the side of the dome. Its nose fell open and 4 dark-clothed men carrying laser rifles came scrambling into the office through the wide new gap in the wall. Foremost in the charging wedge was Kurt Wintergild, the bald-headed field director of the International Drug Control Agency. There was a look of intense satisfaction on his deeply tanned face, and the single rosebud tattooed on his polished scalp glowed especially red. While half of his office wall was still in the process of disintegrating, Sonny Hikori had nimbly somersaulted out of his chair and gone scurrying behind the bank of computer terminals. As the quartet of raiding IDCA agents fanned out across his office, the plump Japanese popped briefly to his feet. He was clutching an ebony needle gun. A blast of 30 silver darts came spurting out of the weapon. Almost everyone hit the agent to the left of Wintergild. The lean blond man howled as he was carried back across the gritty floor by the force of the metal darts stitching into his body. Had the wall been intact, he'd have slammed into it. Since it was no longer there, however, he kept going. He fell out into the mist, screaming, twitching, blood throbbing out of his multitude of tiny wounds. Before Hikori could duck back down, Wintergild had swung his laser rifle and fired. The beam quickly and efficiently sliced the tech lord's head clean off his body. Meantime, Jake had caught Sans's arm, hustling him toward the nearest doorway. Where's Kittredge? Through here. Sans slapped at the recog panel and the door slid away. Halt! Ordered an agent from across the room. This is an official IDCA raid. Nobody leaves. Dropping into a low crouch, Jake went diving through the freshly opened doorway. Sans started to follow, but a laser rifle beam found him and cut off his left arm just above the elbow. His keening screams of pain were cut off when the door shut behind Jake. Gun in hand, he started cautiously yet rapidly along the pale, peach-colored corridor. He'd covered about 100 feet when a door on his right started to whisper open. Jake halted, gun pointing. A sleepy-eyed, red-headed young woman in a rumpled suit of polka-dot pajamas came shambling out into the hall. "What the fuck's going on?" she asked in a drowsy murmur. "Trouble," he told her. "Just stay right there. Don't try to run." "Shit. Where are the Kittredges?" "Who?" "The professor." "Oh." Dreamily, she raised her hand and pointed. "Second door down that way there. Where's Sonny?" "Dead and gone. Shit." Jake ran along the corridor. The second door was standing open, making uneasy clicking noises. Thick greenish smoke was rolling along the hallway beyond. Taking a deep breath and holding it, Jake headed into the smoky corridor. A thick-set man came running at him out of the smoke, his clothes aflame, screaming. He passed right by Jake, staggering more and more, bumping into the walls. Jake kept moving ahead. There was a large rectangular room at the corridor's end. About half of its outer wall was gone. Another International Drug Control Agency sky cruiser was attached to the dome here, nose gaping open. 2 agents, each carrying a laser gun, were standing over the thin man who was sprawled on his back near a cot. It was Professor Kittredge. Wintergild arrived before his 2 agents got around to shooting Jake. They both had their laser guns trained on him, though, and the one who was as bald as his boss was saying, "Stand back away from the professor, mister." "Did you halfwits kill him?" "He's only out cold, conked on the head by a chunk of debris or something. But suppose you explain just who in the hell you—" "My boy, you've been doing a lot better than I expected." Wintergild came strolling into the room, signaling his men to lower their weapons. "We had a considerable head start on you, yet you arrived just about simultaneously." "Jesus, Kurt, why'd you pull a grandstanding raid like this? You practically burned the dome down, kill Hakori before he can even be questioned, and—" "We're flamboyant, my boy, granted, but that's what you need to scare these bastards." Jake knelt down next to the unconscious Professor Kittredge. "You nearly knocked off the professor, too, and Sands is probably dead by now, too." "Sands is alive." Wintergild rubbed once at the rosebud tattooed on his skull with bloody fingers. "He was quite talkative before he passed out. Instructing my medics to withhold the painkillers until he decided to cooperate did the trick." Jake asked him, "Where's Beth Kittredge?" "Not here, alas." Jake felt suddenly cold. "Did they kill her?" "Not at all, my boy. The young lady managed to escape sometime yesterday." "Yesterday? Did she get in touch with you? Or with the local cops?" "She contacted no one, and Sands had no notion of where she went." Jake rose up. "If she got free yesterday, why didn't she get help for her father?" "She's apparently unhappy with him, Jake." Looking down at Professor Kittredge, Jake said, "So he was planning to sell out to Hakori?" "Apparently so, according to Sands. That upset Miss Kittredge, and she went into hiding." "I'll have to find her." "I'd rather you didn't try, my boy," suggested the IDCA man. "Kittredge, after all, has been located and is alive. Cosmos and its client should be gratified at that news. Job's not over until I locate them both." Turning away, Jake started for the door. Snapping his fingers before he got there, he stopped and retraced his steps. Grinning, he punched Wintergild square on the chin. The bald man stumbled back 3 paces, rolling from side to side to maintain his balance. "It's all right, boys, don't shoot him." "That's the one I promised you back at Spaceland Park," explained Jake and left. 34. He was awake when the robot came to get him. Jake had finally returned to the hotel suite about an hour before dawn. Not turning any of the lights on, he'd stood at the wraparound window and watched the foggy city. About the only thing he was able to get any satisfaction out of was the fact that he hadn't given in to the urge to use tech again. "Stuff's still damn tough for me to keep away from," he said aloud, slumping down into an armchair. Actually, he hadn't done that badly so far. He'd established that Kittredge was alive and he'd located him. That would make Bascom and the Cosmos Detective Agency happy. "But there's still Beth," he said. "She was the one who was important, the one he had to find." "She's dead," he said to himself. No, that was only an android simulacrum, a mechanism, not a person. Jake knew that, but it didn't seem to help what he felt. He felt that Beth, someone he'd become very fond of, was lost to him. Jake stayed in the chair, looking absently out into the dying night. Gradually, he drifted into an uneasy sleep. When he awoke, the fog was gone. A thin sunlight touched the towers and walkways of Acapulco, and Jake knew where to find Beth. "She's gone to her uncle's villa," he said, getting up from the chair. "Sure, the place on the moon that she told me about." That would have been exactly what she'd do. She was deeply upset, not certain whom she could trust. She'd want to get away by herself, to be alone where nobody could contact her for a while. "I've got to get there." Jake was striding toward the door of the suite when it opened itself. "I was certain we'd be seeing each other soon again," said the chrome-plated winger as he entered. "If you have a moment, Cardigan, I have to talk to you about a rather serious parole violation." The chrome-plated robot brushed at the sleeve of his white suit, tugged carefully at his trouser legs, and seated himself in the armchair. "Since I don't require rest," he explained to Jake, "I was ready to depart for Mexico the moment the complaint reached the Southern California Parole Authority. As I've all along anticipated, you're almost certain to return to the freezer within... I'm in the middle of something important," Jake told the gleaming robot. "I don't have time for you right now. I'm the one who has the time, and you're going to have to accommodate me." Winger settled into the chair. "The field director of the International Drug Control Agency has filed a complaint against you. You should have realized, Cardigan, that when you assaulted an important law official, you were risking a serious violation." Jake held up one finger. "I gave Wintergild one punch on the chin, which constitutes a serious assault. As I recall the rules, Winger, you have to hold a formal hearing before you can charge me with a parole violation of any kind. And I'm in the process of gathering the material for that hearing right here and now," the robot informed him. "If you'll cooperate by sitting down, we can start this little preliminary discussion." "Soon as I finish what I have to do," promised Jake, "we can have a nice long chat." He started toward the door. "I'm not against using force to persuade you to stay," warned the robot as he stood. Stopping and facing him, Jake said, "I have to find Beth Kittredge. I'm fairly certain where she is, and you can tell me her present whereabouts, and I'll see to it the information gets to Wintergild. He's also most anxious to locate her." "Looks like you're going to have to try force," said Jake impatiently, "because I can't wait around here to—" The door of the suite all at once opened itself again. Gomez came limping in, smiling broadly. Ignoring Jake, he addressed the immaculate robot. "Is this the room that just phoned for a repairman?" "It isn't," snapped Winger, making a shooing motion with one chrome hand. "I happen to be conducting an official investigation for the government of the state of Southern California. Your intrusion is— Hey, they told me there was a malfunctioning robot up here, senor." With a slight limp, Gomez made his way into the living room of the suite. "You've been misinformed. There's no malfunctioning robot here." "Ah, but there's where you're wrong, amigo." Smiling, Gomez suddenly reached up to touch the mechanical man's silvery neck. A harsh buzzing sound came from something concealed in his hand. Winger's eyelids started blinking in double time. "You used a disabler on me. That's most illegal." Both hands dropped heavily to his sides. His eyes clicked shut, and he ceased to function. Gomez was in the pilot seat of the maroon and yellow sky car. "You may commence at any time, amigo, heaping gratitude on me. Assaulting a robot can be a serious crime. I appreciate your helping out, but the particular disabler I used to render Winger even stiffer than usual," said his partner, "has a wipeout attachment. It erased all his chrome-plated memories back 10 full minutes before my auspicious advent." Nodding, Jake said, "How'd you know he was coming to call on me?" "The Cosmos Agency specializes in gathering little tidbits of information from hither and yon, and from yon came the news that Putz Wintergild had complained to the parole folks because you tipped him over onto his toque. One punch. Sufficient to inspire him to have you rerouted back to the freezer. So Winger hinted when he dropped in on me. However, even as we speak, even as you drink in my words of wisdom delivered in the melodious voice that has been known to charm birds out of trees and both princesses and bimbos into the sack— where was I? I hope you're going to make a point about my being able to keep clear of the damn freezer." "Exactly, amigo. Bascom's pulling the usual strings to derail, circumvent, and otherwise circumlocute the complaint." Gomez glanced down at Acapulco below. We're fast approaching our destination. The only snag is that it'll take Bascom at least a full working day to get everything cancelled. I decided, therefore, to pop down here to the country of my illustrious ancestors to roadblock Winger before he could do you any harm. Entiendes? Yeah, and thanks. It's nada, Gomez assured him. I think nothing of dragging my pain-racked body out of my sickbed and hobbling to your assistance, Jake, thereby denying myself the ministrations of 3 gifted physicians, 7 medbots, and 5 fetching nurses, 2 of whom seem to be named Mitzi. About this private spaceport we're heading for? Owned and operated by a contact of mine. Gomez punched out a landing pattern. If we want to make a quick jaunt up to the moon without anyone being the wiser, Montagna is the gent who can arrange it all. Oui? Si, of course, said Gomez, smiling. I don't want to miss out on the close of this case. After nearly half an hour in the communications room at the edge of the small spaceport, Jake pushed back the metal chair he was sitting in. Looking away from the computer terminal, he glanced up at the vid-porn calendar on the opposite wall. On the small screen, Miss April was about to jump into bed with 2 husky sky sailors. Jake left the chair and the view of the animated calendar to start pacing the room. There was a tap on the door, followed by the entrance of Gomez. All the details have been smoothly and swiftly taken care of, Jake, he announced, noticing the calendar on the wall. I didn't know anybody wore those anymore. But back to reality. We're the proud temporary owners of a trim moon craft booked to blast off in exactly 2 hours and 16 minutes. How'd you arrange such a quick departure? Gomez smiled. Montagna owes me a few favors, he replied, resting a hand atop a terminal. I trust you won't mind that our bark on this fateful journey has Moonbase Gourmet Food Shops Limited emblazoned on several portions of its exterior. It helps our cover story, actually, Jake said. Thanks to your buddy's somewhat unorthodox information-gathering setup here, I've been able to check on all the moon flights that Beth Kittredge might have been on. And, well, nobody by that name departed anywhere in Mexico, not on a moonliner, a tour ship, or a private charter. It figures she wouldn't use her true name or ID papers. But there are 2 possible passengers to the moon who could be her, he told his partner, one of whom listed her name as Bev Kingsmill. Boy, she's not the sort who keeps her initials when she adopts an alias, is she? She struck me as brighter than that, but I won't rule this lady out. So what you've concluded, amigo, is that it is indeed possible she's holed up on the moon. Yeah. Especially since no one closely resembling her seems to have used any public means of transport out of Acapulco since the time Beth escaped from the Pleasure Dome. That includes skyliners, land buses, and rented sky cars. Then, said Gomez, pointing upward, we may as well go to the moon. 35. When Jake came walking into the galley of their moon-bound spacecraft, Gomez was arguing with a kitchen computer. His curly-haired partner was sitting slightly hunched in front of the terminal, inset in the gray wall next to the stove unit. He had a plastic china bowl in his left hand and was gesturing with a spoon in his right. How can you have gone wrong on oatmeal? He was asking. It's one of the basics of the human diet, has been for countless centuries. Well, let's give her another try, said the terminal's vox box. How about the raisins? They taste okay? Gomez set the bowl on a gray counter and kept the spoon. See, but I'd like them some other color than blue this time. Jake sat at the gray metal galley dining table. I got through to the Cosmos Agency again on the sat phone. Since you looked somewhat less gloomy and morose than you have during the past 18 hours of our jaunt through the vast wilderness of space, he said, gesturing at the clear darkness outside the viewport, I'd guess Bascom had some relatively good news. Jake said, He did, yeah. Bascom's been able to get my parole violation charges dropped, so at least I won't be heading back to the freezer. Let this be a lesson to you. You're going to have to be much more selective in the future about which assholes you knock down and where. Gomez eyed the stove. What about getting the old charges against you wiped out entirely, since we ought to be able to prove now that Sands and Hokori framed you back then? Sands is still in a coma, so that's going to have to wait. What about the fate of your one-time missus? Kate's cooperating with the various lawmen. Looks like she won't be charged with anything. And where's Dan? He's still at that private school in Mexico City. When I get back, I'm gonna have to work a few things out with Kate. I want to be involved in my son's life again." "Sounds like the lad could use that about now." Gomez waved at the stove with his spoon. "Oatmeal?" "Coming up," promised the terminal. "We want to make sure we get it absolutely right this time." Gomez joined Jake at the table. "Okay, next I'll ask an unpleasant question. Do you think Kate was in on your original frame-up?" Putting both of his hands palms down on the metal tabletop, Jake said, "I don't know. I don't have enough facts yet." "What about your cop instincts? Do they tell you anything?" "Maybe I'm ignoring my intuitive feelings," admitted Jake. "It's going to take a while to sort all this out. Some of it's going to depend on what Sands has to say when and if he wakes up again." "Wait until you've had a few more wives, amigo. It'll be a lot easier to accept that one of them may have done you wrong," Gomez assured him. "How about Professor Kittredge? What's his version of recent events?" "According to our boss, Kittredge is claiming he was kidnapped, he and his daughter. Says he has no idea that Sands was a partner of Hokori's." "With Sands in Slumberland and Hokori among the angels," said Gomez, "that's hard to refute. Thing is, Beth allegedly took off because she realized her dear old dad was intending to sell out to the forces of evil. That's another reason why I want to find Beth. She may decide to act the way you're acting about Kate and simply back off from the whole problem. Everybody does that sometimes, Sid. Turns out I've been backing off from problems for the past 15 years. Gomez put up both hands as though fending off a charge. "Whoa now," he cautioned. "This is commencing to get dangerously close to a serious conversation on the meaning of life and how we perceive it. I don't like to dwell on my true purpose for existing beyond admitting that I was put on Earth to gladden the hearts of the multitudes." Managing a grin, Jake said, "One thing I am sure of, I want to keep working for the Cosmos Agency. See, it would be a shame to split up the team again, and I really will strive not to break a limb every time out." "Oatmeal's ready," announced the terminal in a pleased tone. They docked at the landing dome of New Moon Base 2 37 hours after leaving Earth. Outside the milky see-through walls of the Great Dome, 2 other similar domes showed. Beyond that spread the white, silent desolation of the moon itself. "Reminds me of some real estate I once invested in around the Palm Springs sector," observed Gomez as he disembarked from their anchored spacecraft. "Except my quarter acres sported a cactus." "She'll be here," said Jake, mostly to himself, following his partner onto a down ramp that led to the customs complex. The artificial air inside the dome felt harsh on his throat and in his lungs. He coughed. "Ah, amigo, you missed the pollution-scented air of our old hometown." The ramp took them to an entryway for the first below-surface level of the moon colony. "Allow me to take care of the customs folks." There were 2 white-enameled robots seated at the silvery desk beneath a floating commercial vehicle sign. Gomez introduced himself as a space trucker for the Moon-based Gourmet Food Shops Limited organization. He produced spurious ID papers for himself and Jake, plus all the proper bills of lading, unloading permits, and travel visas. The whole process took a little over 7 minutes, and both the robots, almost in unison, wished Gomez and Jake a pleasant sojourn on the moon. 3 minutes later, they were in a subway car heading for the old settlement. The 24-seat car was chill and clean, and they were the only passengers. 6 silent vid commercials played on the row of large screens on the left-hand side of the compartment. 2 of the ads were for Sands food products. Jake coughed again. "Old settlement's about 30 miles from here," he said. "Beth's uncle has his villa down on OS Level 2. Through the windows on their right showed the dead white walls of the tunnel the subway train was rushing through. "You're absolutely and totally certain," inquired his partner, "that you want to encounter the authentic Beth Kittredge in person?" "Yeah, I have to," answered Jake. "It's what I've been moving toward since I got out of the freezer. This Beth may not be a ringer for the android version. She'll be close." Gomez laughed quietly. "Hey, you really did fall in love. I came to like her a hell of a lot, and I want to see her again. Except that this Beth, the original, doesn't know about that. Fact is, she doesn't even know you at all." "I'm gonna have to risk that," acknowledged Jake with a quick nod. I'm pretty sure I dreamed about her in the freezer just before they woke me up." He stared out at the bright-lit white walls that went flashing by. "I don't know why. I must have seen Beth before somewhere. Maybe it was a premonition. Then you came around to show me a picture of her, and next Bascom showed me a hologram in his office. Finally, I met the android duplicate. Obviously, you have to meet the real Beth Kittredge," agreed Gomez. "That's the last move in the game. Okay, I know it sounds a mite odd. Keep in mind, though, that it also ends this assignment." "It maybe ends the assignment so far as Bascom and Cosmos are concerned," he said. "But you're going to have a few loose ends of your own to tie up. That, amigo, may take you a considerable while to do." The villa was nearly a mile from the final stop of the OS Level 2 subway line. Jake walked from the small, rundown station alone. Gomez told him he preferred to wait on the station's one remaining bench, since sentimental reunions made him uncomfortably tearful. The other estates down on this level were real, but most of the trees, grass, and shrubbery were hologram projections. The whole system was no longer in great shape, and every so often all the trees would grow dim and then vanish completely for a few seconds, along with all the flowers and all the vast lawns, leaving only metal flooring showing. The area was in its night cycle. The wide, tree-lined streets were dark. Less than half the floating street lamps were functioning. Light showed at the windows of only 2 of the houses he passed. On the vast appearing and disappearing lawn of one of the villas, a robot gardener was pretending to be pruning the shrubs. "Howdy, friend," he called as Jake went by. "Evening. Howdy, friend. Howdy, friend." There were lights showing in the villa he'd come to visit. Just inside the open rusted iron gate stood a mechanical guard dog. One of its plexiglass eyes had fallen out. Its imitation fur was patchy, and it could manage nothing more than a very weak growl when Jake entered the grounds. The air down here must be thinner than it was up in the dome. Jake was having trouble with his breathing. Coughing again, he hurried to the villa along its simulated path, climbing the 5 steps to knock on the authentic oaken door. After nearly a half-minute, he heard shuffling footsteps from inside. In another half-minute, the door opened a few inches. What do you wish, sir?" A very ancient robot butler, his silvery head tarnished, his dark suit frayed, appeared in the opening. "My name's Jake Cardigan. I'm an operative with a Cosmos detective agency in Greater Los Angeles," he said. "I'd like to see Miss Kittredge." I'm not certain that's possible. Allow me to determine if Miss Kittredge is receiving visitors this evening." He started to shut the door and turn away. Jake gently nudged the door wider open with his foot. He stepped across the threshold and into the shadowy foyer. "It's all right, Edward." She was standing on a low step of the wide, curving staircase. She held a laser gun pointed at Jake. "I'm Beth Kittredge." It was Beth, alive again and looking exactly as she had the last time he'd been with her. "I was hired to find you by your insurance company," he explained, moving nearer to her. "I thought you might be here. Quite a few things have happened since you left Acapulco, and it's safe to come home now." The frown faded from her face, and she took a few steps toward him. "Jake Cardigan," she said slowly and thoughtfully. "Yes, my father, when I still had faith in him, spoke highly of you. Your record as a cop wasn't all that admirable toward the end, but we concluded you'd been framed." She nodded, smiling quietly at him. "Yes, I think I can trust you." "You can, yeah." She lowered the gun to her side, moving even closer to him. "You know," she said, "I have the feeling we've met somewhere before." Jake grinned at her. "Matter of fact, we have," he said. "Let me tell you about it." This is the end of Book 1, but the story continues with Tech Lords, Book 2 of the TekWar series. Keep listening after the credits for a free preview. This has been a Podium Audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more sci-fi, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You've been listening to TekWar, Book 1 of the TekWar series, produced by Hannah Grenfell, written by William Shatner, performed by Jeffrey Kafer, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 1989 by William Shatner. Production copyright 2023 by Podium Audio, all rights reserved. This interview may contain humor, quips, and one incredible guest. Also leaf blowers, chainsaws, and a possible cell phone here and there. Hey, that's life. Listener discretion is advised.
I'm Victoria Gherkin, the publisher at Podium Audio, and I'm delighted to be joined by Mr. William Shatner and Jeffrey Kafer. So a bit of background on how we got here. Podium is well known for its science fiction audiobooks, and Jeffrey Kafer is a listener favorite in the genre and has recorded a lot of books for us. So when Jeffrey mentioned to me that William Shatner's TekWar series didn't have audio editions on the market and that he'd love to bring them to listeners, well, I listened. And a few months after that conversation, here we are launching the TekWar series. And we also wanted to give the listeners a chance to hear some background about the books, and what better way to do that than a conversation between our narrator and our author. So I'll hand over here to Jeffrey to begin that conversation.
Great. Thank you very much. What a thrill it has been to bring this series to listeners. Published 30 some odd years ago. It's really been a lot of fun to dive in and get to know Jake Cardigan, our hero of the story. So thank you for writing this, and thanks for letting us handle your work. I have some questions prepared for you, but if we happen to go off course, I am more than happy to take your lead if that works for you. So starting off, what was your original impetus for writing the TekWar series? Was Jake Cardigan?
Well, it's been a long time. I was filming. I think I was directing a film. Lo, these many years ago, and there was a strike. The coincidence of as we speak, there's an actors' strike, a writer's strike, because of new technology has entered the fray. There is streaming, which I really don't quite understand yet, which occupies a great deal of the listeners, the viewers' attention. And then there's artificial intelligence, which may replace the live actor and or writer. And then there is, and there's AI. So all those things are new technology, and there is a ferment to set things right as we, the actors and the writers, view them as right. So this pushback, because of tradition, is always a huge inertia, and it takes a great deal of effort to break new ground. So, having said that, we were in another strike, and if I remember correctly, there was the advent of another technological improvement, and so everybody went out on strike, and we were in the middle of this film, and I put down. I had finished a police series, some while earlier, and so I wrote down one sentence. Cop interred illegally or with false evidence is released and comes back to clear his name and to find his family, who's then disappeared. Forgive me. That's not my phone. So the question then is, okay, it's answered. The question is, who answers it? So as the strike progressed, I began to amplify that spine of a story, and it became TekWar. And Jake Cardigan, there was always something about a name. You had to, in those days, I don't think it's necessary now. In fact, it probably isn't necessary. In fact, it probably, as a writer, you want to choose a strange name rather than something that has got punch to it, because the character has punch to it. So standing with your arms on your hips, legs astride, and looking off into the distance, you don't want your name to be Mr. Apar-Poo-Poo or whatever you want clear and clean. That was the thought. So Jake Cardigan had a good sound to it, and that became the hero's name. And wrote the book, and it was, I'm trying to remember now, and it had some popularity, and then I was asked to turn it into a screenplay, and it became a screenplay, and then I was asked to direct it, and it was very successful there too. So that's the origins, the roots of TekWar.
Right. That's really interesting. So, speaking of our hero Jake Cardigan, obviously this story is in the world of sci-fi, but in some ways the story is really about addiction, which is still a prevalent topic today. And Jake himself is a tech addict, and that's not too much of a spoiler. We know this very early in the book. Why did you decide to cast Jake in this flawed hero as the guy trying to really eliminate the very thing he's addicted to?
Well, again, tech came out of my habit of viewing a lot of television. I love the window that television gives you, and so I'm addicted to the news and to sports and to movies and to events. I love documentaries, so I'm tied to TV, and sometimes to the detriment. I should be working on something in my conscience nibbles at me. You shouldn't be watching TV. You should be working. And then I think, well, I'll do that right after. Like, I'm going to record a children's album this afternoon.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've been working on a children's album some time, and I've got a gentleman, Dan Miller, who is a musician, and Robert Chernow, who's a lyricist, and we have an album out there now called "Call Me Bill" on Spotify, and an album of a performance I gave at Kennedy Center. So we made an album of that, and the London LSO, London Symphony Orchestra, is going to be under their prestigious label, and so we're making with a label called Cleopatra. I'm going in this afternoon to do the first recording of children's album, which takes as its theme the intertwining of nature and the strange intertwinings at time, the almost comedic an elephant and a termite. There's a song, The Elephant and the Termite, because there is an interaction between elephants and termites in Africa, which is most amusing. Just one sentence, the termites build mounds, and along comes an elephant along the treeless prairie there, and has an itchy behind, and scratches its behind on the mound, destroys the mound while scratching itself, and as a result, a pool of water begins to occur, and it becomes a watering hole. And a lot of watering holes are formed by elephants knocking down this particular kind of mud, making a depression in the earth. The water comes, and gradually it gets bigger and bigger over the years and becomes a source of producing life. That weird intertwining is reflected in the lyrics of this children's book.
All because of an itchy butt.
All because of an itchy butt. So the idea of being fascinated by television to the point where you can't do anything else. Again, I was going to write a book on, and I still might, although I don't know what the conditions now because it was years later, but gaming, kids, teenagers going into their rooms and playing games, the games, whether they're the mystery or the shoot 'em up games, spending 12 hours losing their lives in games. You're nodding your head like you've had experience.
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, let's look at that later. But I became fascinated by the addiction. I mean, the kids' whole lives changed as they would go into the room, order hamburgers, and play the games with people around the world. Mm-hmm. They became so enthralled by that, they were addicted. But it wasn't putting a needle in their vein. It was a mental addiction. So that concept came, and I thought, if people get addicted to this other world of television, and then makers of material, of content for that addiction play into that addiction, you could have somebody watching television 24 hours a day. And they're zoned out. Now, it goes further than just say, oh, that was a good show. It goes into, you don't do nothing else but zone out, which is what all addiction is. You lose your consciousness. You lose your consciousness and become consciousless, I guess. And you're zoned out because what you're looking at, what the real world is to you, is overwhelming, and you wish to escape it. So that was the basis of the concept of tech.
Right. Understood. Interesting. And that is still prescient today, obviously, especially with the rise of technology. Along those lines, then, even though the book was written 30 plus years ago, do you think that the vision you constructed of the future has come true in any way?
Well, yes. It gives it a lot more emphasis, a lot more importance, the vision of the future. What I was really taking from was, I suppose, because the future is like, what is the future? Is the future a minute away or 100 years down the line? I mean, how do you define the future? And I suppose anything that is a second ahead of what you're saying or doing is the future. So my thought was not that it was going to take place 30 years from now, just that it was a story that I imagined could be true because it was partially true then, and I was, playing with, instead of working. Oh, I was saying I was going to record the first recording time of this album. Instead of working on the album, I got fascinated by a documentary early this morning. So
really?
I watched the documentary and I feel guilty. And I'm doing what Jake Cardigan did. I got fascinated by a documentary. I'm like, God, that's incredible. So there I am in bed, and I got to get up, and I should be warming my voice up, and I should be getting ready. And I've done quite a bit of work on the music and the lyrics, but I should be, because at 1 o'clock this morning today, I'm going to. And I didn't. I got into TV, and that's why I mentioned I'm doing this album. And I did a Jake Cardigan.
Right. I just have to say that it's amazing that the world gets another William Shatner musical album. I think that's super cool.
Well, it's so interesting to the creative process seems to be burgeoning, seems to be evolving in me. Got a watch coming out, a watch, but the face of the watch is unique in that the Webb telescope is the second hand. A partial Earth is the hours, is the minutes, and a partial sun is the hours. And the face has got the Milky Way, and the band has moon dust, and it's got the NASA imprimatur on it, and it's a whole thing that happened as a flash of creativity. In the same way that one line about Jake Cardigan begat all those books and and the movies and the series and the animated thing that may happen, and then this. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, right. You never know where that spark of an ideas
exactly
going to come from,
because so many people who are on strike now have an idea that is going to be wonderful and can't manifest it.
Right. One of the things that stuck out to me in the book is that everything presumably seems to be made of plastic. The Plas video, the Plas Deus, and I was like, oh, that's interesting, and yet it's true. Everything seems to be made of plastic these days.
And the plastic itself is changing, in that plastic is poison. The bottles of water are poison, and all the plastic that's going into the ocean is poisonous in one form or another. And we're beginning to invent a different kind of plastic that is going to be it will destroy itself. So it won't, and we won't use trees to make it. And so, yes, everything is evolving beyond our imagination. I mean, based on fact, who knew that the currents of the ocean would make a garbage dump the size of Texas in the northern Pacific Ocean?
Right.
And who knew? And here's a whole science fiction idea that underneath these hot vents where the Earth is separating in its tectonic plates, underneath, between the magma and the plate, life abounds in extreme conditions. So there are ideas for science fiction, not that hasn't been done, but maybe in some form of like that it hasn't been done. Ideas for science fiction are all around us.
Right.
It just needs to take one spine of an idea and amplify it.
That is fascinating. You're going. This is great. I love hearing this. You've got constant ideas. This is really great to hear. So we're talking about being able to predict the future, and it's kind of funny looking back on things like 150 years ago when the so-called futurists were trying to predict the future. They would depict stuff like not cars, but robotic horses pulling buggies, or a computer in the,
that's so far as they could imagine. Yes,
exactly. In the 33rd century, computers were still using punch cards, right? So they're inherently limited by the tech of their day. How can futurists? How can we expand our notion of being able to think forward? How do we get out of that box?
It takes leaps of imagination. So that's why so many great science fiction writers were scientists. They could see something happening in the lab and think, wow, if we could do, if that red beam of light could cut metal, then you could sense it. And then you just let the basic fact expand beyond your mind. Well, they'll never be able to have a computer on your wrist. My God, come on. But maybe they would. beyond our imagination, what it's turning out to be is a race, a what's the Indianapolis race? The
Indy 500.
It's perfect. It's an Indy 500 race between technology that will save us. We'll get ventilators that'll suck the methane and the carbon dioxide out of the air and bury it in under the tectonic plates, and total destruction of at least the ability for human beings to live. It's a race, and there's going to be a cross where the graphs meet, and it'll become irreducible. The two sides of our brain, and this is other science fiction thoughts that science fiction writers have. So we have this one side of the reptilian brain. We're going to kill you. We're going to make war. We're going to slaughter you. And okay, we're going to send up the Webb telescope, $9 billion to get it up there, and all the technology involved in getting it there, technology and what it's looking at, and the perception of what it is looking at to conceive that those furious forces that we're looking at are making things like stars, and then the stars explode and they make things like gold and silver and copper, and they flash light. The extraordinary magic of reality, which we can't see with our two little eyes, we're gradually becoming aware of how incredible, beyond our imagination, complexity reality is, which involves quantum. And so to be able to see something and bring it into existence and then not see it and it goes out of existence is a science fiction concept that is now real. If that can happen, what can't happen?
Right.
And we little bugs on this beautiful earth are aware, and we fight that nature. We got the most destructive of wars happening in our time, when every bit of our resources is being used to just stay alive, to feed ourselves, to clean our water. And yet we're expending. What madness, what part of the human brain would allow that to happen? Instead of, a Manhattan Project of all the scientists in the world working on trying to save our lives.
Indeed. So you mentioned sci-fi authors, and one of the TV series back in the day was integral to my upbringing. It's one of my favorite TV shows ever, a sci-fi horror anthology series. So not the show you thought I was going to talk about.
No, I was wondering I thought, what is he going to say?
Loved it. I think I've seen every single episode. I'd be home sick from school and I'd be watching this show.
You had TekWar.
Well, a little bit before TekWar.
Oh, no, what I mean is you suffered from tech.
Oh, I guess I did, right? It was,
See?
But it was so
a little analysis goes a long way, doesn't it?
It does indeed. But when you have an author like Richard Matheson,
Richard
the episodes,
Matheson, unbelievable.
Some of the
great guy,
best known episodes. And so, how did working with somebody like Richard Matheson, how did that help shape you as an author?
If I had only known. How about this for a phrase that everybody says? If I knew then what I know now, if I had been just conscious, actors, young actors who like nothing else exists, but like, what's the next job? And I got to work on this part, and they like me, and it's just so totally inwardly focused. Actors are so totally inwardly focused because they have to be, as against outwardly focused, like what's happening in the world out there. Oh, who's that? I should get to know them. I can't believe that I was so blind all those years ago. But you had the rent to pay, the mortgage, you had the children to educate, and you're intense about survival, and not like what incredible people are around and who wrote this. So Richard Matheson, I met him.
Oh.
But I didn't worship him as I should have. Because he wrote a great script. Good. Okay. It happened by magic and but what an artist. But all those guys, all those great science fiction writers, I don't know who the great science fiction writers are of today. Who are some of the great names? Name me two great science fiction writers that are not writing for television today.
Oh, wow, you're going to put me on the spot here. I'm
not cognizant of anybody.
I mean, there's a million sci-fi authors out there, especially when you talk about the indie community. I mean, Podium publishes all the sci-fi, right? So this publisher that you're working with, they publish so much sci-fi, and there's so much good stuff out there. But it's hard to know who the long-term people are going to be.
Right, exactly. That's what I mean. Who are the giants today? Or have the giants not stood on their feet yet, and they're still releasing themselves from the bonds of the Lilliputians?
I don't know. That's a very good question. I'm not very good at predicting the future either.
Well, it's not so much predicting the future, but whose books are selling and whose reviews, whose content is really, really terrific. I don't know. I am not. I'm not aware. But
that's an interesting question.
In the Isaac Asimov days, I knew some of the authors then.
Right. So how did knowing those authors, how did working with those authors eventually help shape you as an author as well, especially in sci-fi?
Well, you know, a great science fiction writer, the reason science fiction is so entrancing is because everything is possible. So anything they imagine, and it's a truism, but it is a truism because it's true. Anything you can imagine, we can achieve eventually. So what the great science fiction writers are imagining, we realize now more than. I love the one where the science fiction writers said to get to the moon, you sit on a metal plate, you sit on it, and you throw a magnet in the air, and the plate will rise to the magnet, and you keep throwing the magnet up, and someday you'll reach the moon. That was one of the early moon of the journeys. So as ridiculous as that sounds, what the science fiction authors are imagining today, we now realize is possible based on the fact that anything is possible if you can imagine it.
Indeed. And you mentioned going into space and the moon. What you went into space. So you can add astronaut. You can add astronaut as to your resume.
My favorite words is I'm a half astronaut.
I love it. Well, I can't say that to you. I just can't say that.
Okay, as an astronaut, I'll accept it about gratefully.
As a half astronaut, how would, I mean, you have been clear that was a very life-changing experience for you. How would that change how you might continue to write in the TekWar series?
Clarify that question.
Well, so you talked about how the impetus for TekWar was spurned by your environment, the things you were seeing in the world.
Right.
How you've seen space. Do you think that would change how you view the future, or you would?
Well, the experience was more earthbound than that. When the spaceship got into orbit for those few minutes, the sky was black. totally palpably black. None of the magic of the skies that we dwell on. None of the magical things that sparkle in the sky that have entranced humanity since the dawn of our minds being able to encompass that were there. It was totally black. What was there was the overwhelming realization, which I had long held because I've been an ecologist since reading Silent Spring. I just realized how incredibly, I saw with my own eyes. I've spoken a great deal about how vulnerable the Earth is, but you could see the paper skin, you could see the paper skin air surrounding the Earth, essentially 2 miles of oxygen. And then, the Earth is polluted beyond belief, and things are changing. And as I say, there's this race between death and life, between the great future that technology can bring and the obliteration of life, of most of life. That we're in the beginning of the sixth destruction.
Wow.
Anthropocene, they're calling it. So I saw that with clarity, and I came back filled with grief, not all.
Yeah, you've mentioned that. And I don't see how that couldn't affect you as an author if you were to continue, as you continue to write and do different things.
Well, yeah.
So along those lines, then, besides the newly recorded audiobook, any future plans you can tell us about the TekWar universe?
We're trying to sell an animated version of it, and we're so close. There's a great animation house wants to do it. We've got what they call a deck, and we're trying to sell it. And we're trying to interest people in doing an animated TekWar.
Very good. That sounds exciting.
Yeah.
Wow. So like an adult more, or more like a younger?
Real characters and fleshed out more and more interesting science fiction concepts. And the artists that have already been drawing have been it's been otherworldly. It's an incredible project. I just hope I can sell it.
I hope so too.
We must come to an end.
We have come to an end, sir. I really appreciate your time. I mean, what a conversation. We stretched from dunghills in Africa to quantum computing. So, I mean, what a real pleasure it's been to speak with you.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. You take care. We'll visit again another time, perhaps.
Great.
I hope so.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Take
Thanks
care.
a lot. Bye.
Bye. Holy shit.
He had a lot of background noise going on there that somebody was chainsawing trees outside. I was like, stop.
Leaf blower, his phone going off, dogs barking. Oh my God. Fine. So was that okay? Did I do okay? You got to tell me I did okay.
No, you did amazing. That was great. He definitely. Let's stop recording.
And now a first look at Tech Lords, the next installment in the TekWar series. 1. Friday, May 16th, 2120, was gray and rain-filled across most of greater Los Angeles. It was not going to be an especially good day for Jake Cardigan. At a little before 10 in the morning, he landed his air car on the ground-level visitors lot next to the Oceanside Educational Academy in the Santa Monica sector of GLA. There was a sharp wind blowing across the choppy Pacific. The academy consisted of a series of 3 huge linked plexiglass domes built on pilings out over the gray, foamy ocean. Several off-white gulls came circling down through the hard rain to settle atop the nearest dome. Jake unbuckled his safety harness, sighed, shook his head, and with hunched shoulders, stepped out into the rain-swept morning. He didn't much want to be here. He was a sandy-haired man in his late 40s, of middle height, good-looking in a weather-beaten, world-weary sort of way. He ran from his car to the entrance of the nearest dome like someone who was still in pretty good shape. The curved plastic-glass door, which was tinted a pale blue, hissed open in anticipation. Jake entered the large oval foyer. "I have an appointment with—" "Halt!" advised the 7-foot-tall security robot who stood wide-legged at the far end of the room. "Keep your hands at your sides." Jake obliged. "As I was saying, I have an appointment with—" "Please state your name, sir." The big robot's voice was high-pitched, a bit squeaky. "Jake Cardigan." "Last name first." "Cardigan Jake." He walked a few paces closer. "Look, I'm supposed to see the dean about my—" "Cardigan Jake." The gunmetal robot had 3 rows of tiny lights implanted across its wide chest. Several of them began flashing in sequence as he checked out Jake's name. After less than 10 seconds, he made a disapproving clucking sound. "You can't be admitted, I'm afraid. Please take your leave." Instead, Jake walked right up to the security robot. "My son Dan is a student here, and don't blame me for that. My ex-wife picked out this place for him," he explained. "The dean wanted to see her this morning to talk about some problems Dan's having. Kate, though, says she can't get time off from her new job up in San Francisco, and she asked me to come instead. Clear?" "Cardigan Jake, convicted felon sentenced to 15 years in the orbiting penal colony commonly known as the Freezer," recited the big bot. "It is the opinion of the Academy that convicted felons tend to have a bad influence on the developing minds of our students, and therefore there's a rule against—" "I was up in the freezer," Jake cut in to admit. "However, I was released after just 4 years. And as of a few weeks ago, I was given a full pardon. All the officials and toadies in our great state of Southern California, not to mention every damn official in the greater Los Angeles government as well, now firmly believes that I was framed and wrongly sent to prison. So unless you want to be dismantled piece by piece and donated to the nearest scrap heap, you'll let me in." "Are you threatening me, sir?" Jake gave a bleak grin. "I am, yeah." "I'm designed to withstand assaults." He held up his metallic right hand, each finger of which was tipped with a different-colored light bead. "Built into this hand alone are several formidable weapons, any of which is capable of—" "Maybe you ought to check with your bosses," suggested Jake. "Since I'm here, I'd like to keep the appointment with the dean." After making a few rattling sounds, the robot shut its metal eyelids. Various sorts of whirrings came out of its skull and broad chest. The tiny lights flashed. "Wouldn't you know it?" he asked when he snapped his eyes open. "Our files weren't properly updated. You aren't, Mr. Cardigan, a felon at all. Allow me, therefore, to extend you a cordial welcome to the Academy." He held out his left hand, and a slip of yellow plas paper eased out of one of the thin slots in his palm. "Take this pass and travel along corridor A2, following the green floor arrows to door A-2/203. "Thanks." Closing his hand on the pass, Jake stepped around the bulky robot and crossed the threshold to the corridor. A loud hooting commenced, pouring out of a row of small overhead speakers. "Whoa there, hold it!" The robot spun, grabbed out, and caught Jake by the shoulder. "You ought to have informed me that you are carrying an illegal weapon." "I'm not." Jake tapped the shoulder holster he wore under his jacket. "I have the proper permits for this stun gun." "I have to have a look at them." The robot ran his left forefinger up and down each of Jake's arms, around his torso, and then, bending with a faint creak, he frisked his trouser legs. "I don't note any other weapons." Jake took his ID packet out, flipping it open to his gun permits and his license as an operative of the Cosmos Detective Agency. "I'm a private investigator these days with all my papers in order." "That must be a fascinating line of work," remarked the big robot as he scanned the material with his plas eyes and his left thumb. "I bet it beats standing around in a drafty foyer all day." "The work is usually a little more interesting than that, yeah," Jake acknowledged. Everything is in order, Mr. Cardigan. You can proceed. Much obliged. He put his IDs away and started again along the designated corridor. The dean's office was large, and its one see-through wall offered a view of the rough gray Pacific. Strung out along the horizon were several robot scows. The dean's desk was made of licorice-colored plexiglass, and seated behind it was a copper-plated robot wearing a conservative business suit that was the same color as the rainy sky outside. "We were expecting Mrs. Cardigan," the robot told Jake. "I was expecting the dean." Jake lingered in the doorway. "Dean Bushmill is unavoidably elsewhere. I'm the assistant dean of Oceanside," explained the dapper robot. "My name is TekWar M14 SCES-30FAB. Jake crossed the room slowly and sat down in the tin chair facing TekWar. "My former wife couldn't get the time off to come down here from Frisco," he said. "Is Dan in some sort of trouble?" "Serious trouble," replied the robot. "Can you give me some specifics?" The robot said, "Your son is currently being held in the detention wing in Dome Number 2. He is suspected of using the highly addictive electronic drug popularly known as Tek, pending further investigation into the—" Wait. Jake was on his feet, frowning. "Dan's not using Tek or any other. According to our records, Mr. Cardigan, there is a family history of addiction to the— Come on, Tek addiction can't be inherited." Jake, his anger growing, leaned and put both hands palms down on the desk. "I was a techie once, I've never denied it, but that was years ago and it has absolutely nothing to do with my son. You are also a tech dealer convicted and sent to prison. Growing up in such an environment would certainly influence a child toward— Why the hell can't you guys keep your records up to date? I was cleared of all those charges weeks ago," Jake told him, lifting one hand and turning it into a fist. "I just went through all this crap with your SecBot." "Perhaps I'm in error." The assistant dean robot reached to his right, touching a control panel built into his desktop. "If you'll turn your attention to the screen on the wall behind you." A picture blossomed on the large wall screen. A lean man of about 40 was seated cross-legged in a field of high yellow grass, lecturing a scattered crowd of several hundred people. His hair was dead white and long, tied back with a twist of crimson ribbon. He wore a two-piece suit of silky crimson fabric. Up behind him on the sunny hillside was parked a glittering silvery land van with the words Caravan College lettered on its side in glowing tubes of colored light. "They tell you Tek will hurt you," he was saying to the seated crowd. "They manufacture stories about its being addictive, about Tek's causing epileptic seizures, about its ruining lives. Lies, all lies, my dear young friends and disciples. Tek is, if you want the truth, simply the most important discovery of our 22nd century. Important because it has liberated the imagination, freed the mind of its fetters, and most importantly, enabled poor docile ciphers like you and like me to discover the true nature of ourselves and of our souls. Trust me when I tell you that Tek cannot at all harm you and can only liberate the—" The robot had touched the panel again and the image of the sunlit field died. "I assume, considering your background, that you know who that is." "Sure, it's Professor Joel Frieden, a nitwit who travels around the country advocating the legalization of Tek." Jake sat again. "What's he got to do with Dan?" "We found the vid case you've just seen," explained Assistant Dean TekWar, "in your son's sleep cubicle hidden away in his property locker." "You did, huh?" Jake stood again, walking around the desk to stand next to the robot's chair. "And Dan gave you permission to search?" "Of course not. Our periodical random searches of the students' belongings for subversive materials, pornography, and illegal substances wouldn't be effective if we were to warn them in advance of our intention to— Under the existing laws in SoCal, TekWar, you violated my son's civil rights," Jake told him, keeping the anger out of his voice as best he could. "On top of which, even if your search had been legal, all you've proved is that Dan has dubious taste in what he watches on his vidcast machine. Having a copy of a lecture by a dimwit like Prof. Frieden doesn't make anybody a techie. I'm assuming you didn't find a brain box or any tech chips when you ransacked Dan's stuff." Well, no, the important point, however, is that he was in possession of a vidcast that openly— I think I'd better talk to the dean. Fairly soon, mentioned Jake, the bleak grin touching his face again. Since Kate seems to think, God knows why, that this is the school Dan ought to be attending, I guess he'd best stay here for now. So I want your dean, not a robot, not an android, but somebody with a pulse, to drop all the charges and reinstate my son. He paused, taking a slow, deep breath. Otherwise, I'm going to start a lawsuit against you folks. Well now. The robot raised his hand and made a calming gesture toward Jake. Then he shut his eyes. Allow me to check up on a few things, Mr. Cardigan. His coppery skull began to produce humming sounds. Every few seconds he nodded, and after nearly 2 minutes he opened his eyes and said, Dean Bushmill is unable to leave the golf tournament he's playing in up at his satellite country club. He does, however, agree with you that a grave mistake has been made in the case of your son. Daniel Cardigan will be released from detention immediately and all charges erased. Dean Bushmill wasn't aware, by the way, until just now, that you were such a highly thought-of member of the staff of the Cosmos Detective Agency, a very prestigious and influential organization here in Greater Los Angeles. Which proves that even deans can learn something new every once in a while. The robot rose up. I assume you'd like to visit with your son while you're here. Jake hesitated a few seconds before answering. Yeah, sure, he said finally. I would. 2. The sound of the rain was kept out of the visitors' lounge. It hit silently at the curved, see-through walls. Jake sat alone in the large, quiet room. Down near the arched doorway, a small cylindrical servo mech was aimlessly polishing the nearwood flooring. The silvery mechanism wasn't functioning just exactly right, and it kept bumping into the wall, backing off, polishing a small circular area, bumping into the wall again. Jake got up, stared out at the ocean. A lone gull came diving down, skimming the churning water and plucking up something in its beak. The servo mech bumped into the wall again. Jamming his hands into his trouser pockets, Jake started pacing. He was very uneasy about meeting with his son. The polishing mechanism bumped into the wall, but this time it tipped over on its back. Jake strode over to it, crouched, and righted the thing. Sounds like you're on the fritz, he said. Always butting in on something, aren't you? Jake stood and faced his son in the doorway. How are you doing, Dan? Dan was leaner than Jake, an inch or so taller already, and he had the same color hair. How the hell do you think I'm doing? Everybody here knows you're a tech head, so they figure I must be one too. Dan, I haven't used that stuff since— Okay, never mind, I'm fine, I'm great, isn't that what you want to hear? Nope, what I want to hear, first off, is what's been going on, Jake told him. Did you really have a vidcast of that asshole Frieden in your locker? You still playing cop? Did you? Professor Frieden is an honest, intelligent man, and while I don't exactly agree with his views of tech, I think he has some interesting things to say about our society. I just wanted to make sure the damn thing wasn't planted on you. Oh, yeah, that's right. People have a tendency to frame the poor Cardigans. First they framed you and shipped you up to the freezer. Now they try to get your only son shipped out of this shithole. Don't you like the academy? I love the place. It's absolutely terrific. Is that what you came to talk about? Jake put his hand on his 15-year-old son's shoulder. I came here because they'd tossed you in detention. Dan jerked free of his father's touch. If Mom could have kept the appointment, you wouldn't have come at all, so don't bullshit me. Maybe I wouldn't have come, Dan. The few times I've seen you since we got back from Mexico, you haven't acted especially— What did you expect? You came down to Mexico and fouled up everything. I found the people I was hired to find, Professor Kittredge and his daughter Beth. I helped break up one of the bigger tech cartels. Well, you got your reward, didn't you? I hear you're shacking up with Beth Kittredge. Jake paused and met Dan's eyes. He said quietly, I'm seeing her, yeah. After a moment, Dan looked away. Well, is there anything else you want to chat about? Want to see a printout of my latest grades? Dan, I didn't plan to get myself sent up to the freezer. I know I went away at a time you needed me, but— Jesus, don't go trying to give me the same crap the school robo-therapist hands out. Loss of the father at a crucial point in the development cycle. Dan turned away, kicking out once at the wobbly servo mech. As for what happened down in Mexico, I didn't know at the start that your mother was tied in with any of it, Jake told his son. And I also didn't know that Bennett Sands was going to turn out to be connected with the tech trade. Turning, Dan faced him again. I'll tell you something about Bennett Sands, he said. He wasn't, I guess, the most honest guy in the world, but he was more of a father to me than you ever were. Jake let out his breath suddenly, shaking his head. Come on, Dan, don't keep trying to hurt me just because. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm just trying to tell you the goddamn truth, his son said. You got Bennett Sands nearly killed, then you... Listen, Dan, Sands was in cahoots with a guy named Sonny Hikori. Hikori was one of the worst tech lords going. Well, Bennett Sands was also looking after Mom and me. Now she has to work that stupid job with that vid ad agency up in Frisco. We owe that to you, too. This probably isn't a good time to debate about what went on down in Mexico, Jake said. I had a talk with the assistant dean. They're dropping all the charges against you, reinstating you, and I already know. The bot who escorted me here told me that. If you need anything else, call me. Jake moved toward the doorway. I'm sorry I don't need you for a damn thing. You've already screwed up my life just about beyond repair, his son told him. The best thing you can do is just stay away from me. Can you please do that? Jake stared at Dan. Finally, he nodded. Sure. Why'd you come back at all? Christ, I wish you'd served the whole 15 years up in the freezer. Jake walked out of the room. A few minutes later, he found himself outside again on the parking lot. The rain seemed colder and more penetrating than it had when he arrived. 3. The new Malibu Supermall covered nearly 5 acres. Built of crystal-clear plexiglass and silvery metal, it rose up 10 levels above the ground and also offered 10 below-ground floors. The Supermall sat just across a wide slot roadway from the ocean. At a few minutes after 1, Jake was hurrying along an Ag Level 3 walkway. He was supposed to meet Beth Kittredge for lunch in a Mexican restaurant in Ethnic Row, and he was nearly 10 minutes late. Off to his left stretched Pastry Lane, and as he weaved his way through the afternoon shoppers, the sense of fresh-baked cakes and pies, all piped out of an overhead bank of smells simulator nozzles, briefly engulfed him. He dodged a string quartet that was set up at the side of the walkway. 3 humans with a pretty blonde young woman android on cello were playing gentle Baroque music that the combined noises of the 3rd level nearly smothered. Next came a small parade of middle-aged female shoppers, each trailed by a wheeled robot shopping cart. Skirting them, Jake nearly collided with a wandering robot balladeer who was playing a popular tune from the late 20th century. He had an enameled surface that was painted in rainbow stripes, and his out-of-tune electro-lute was giving off faint swirling wisps of brownish smoke. As Jake passed a boutique that specialized in moon-base fabrics, 3 large gunmetal security robots came bursting out. They were dragging a veteran of the Brazil Wars, a gaunt young man still wearing the tatters of his old uniform and clutching a large handmade sign that announced, "Broke and Hungry." "No begging allowed on this level," said one of the SecBots in a thick, rumbling voice. "Jesus, I fought for you guys down in Zill," the one-time soldier told them. "I made it safe for you and your families. All I want now is... Here." Jake handed him a $5 banknote. $5? What the hell can I buy with that? "Move along," another of the robots advised Jake. "No begging, no contributing to beggars." $5, repeated the young man as he crumpled the note and stuffed it into a tattered pocket of his coat. "Have you priced any of the food in this shithole?" Shrugging, Jake continued on his way. On his left now was a maternity shop, and on his right a hologram puppet theater. Gathered in front of the gilded entrance to the theater were about a dozen or more small restless children. Lecturing them was a silvery female model android in the crimson and white uniform of a Supermall tour guide. "Okay," she was asking, "how many of us know what a hologram is?" "How many of us know where the darn bathrooms are?" asked a Chinese boy. Grinning, Jake started to circle the cluster of kids. That was when he became aware of the harsh muttering directly ahead of him. "No good bastard. Kill the son of a bitch. Jake Cardigan, dirty bastard. Kill..." Lurching along the walkway, shoving shoppers out of his path, came a large, well-dressed, well-groomed man in his late 40s. His eyes were wide, his gait stiff-legged and jerky. Noticing him, the android guide began shooing her charges toward the opposite side of the wide walkway. "Gang, let's scoot over in front of that shop." "Dirty bastard! Jake Cardigan! Kill him, graveyard dead!" Jake looked at the man. He'd never seen him before. Suddenly, the muttering man swung out and slapped one of the scattering children. It was a small, dark-haired girl, and she began to scream and sob at the same time. Jake was caught in the swirl of panicked kids. On the crowded walkway, he was afraid to draw his stun gun, and he eyed the stranger warily as he approached. "No good son of a bitch! Kill him!" With no warning, the well-dressed, well-groomed man reached inside his coat and yanked out an electro knife. He clicked it on, and the 10-inch black blade began to drone. Jake held his ground. "Better put that away," he advised. Instead, the man lunged violently, stabbing out with a sharp, chattering blade. Jake dodged the thrust of the knife, got in under the man's guard, and elbowed him hard in the midsection. They both went stumbling, tangled together across the walkway and through the entry of the theater. There were 3 people still inside the place, huddled up near the projection stage. One of them, a lanky teen, jumped over a row of seats and ran for a side exit. As he pushed his way out, the other 2, a married couple in their 30s, went dashing along the aisle and out the same exit. Up on the oval stage was the 3-dimensional image of a lovely blonde maiden in a flowing white gown. She was about 2 feet high. She was tied to a stake, and a ferocious emerald-green dragon was bellying toward her, snorting smoke and exhaling crackling orange flames. Rushing toward them on the back of an ebony stallion was a knight in gold armor who waved a golden sword. Jake took all this in while he delivered several sharp punches to his assailant's ribs and struggled to keep clear of the slashes of the whirring blade. "Dirty no-good bastard! Better off dead!" He broke away from Jake but tripped and fell onto the stage. He dropped through the image of the fiery dragon and stayed down, crouching on one knee. "Throw away the knife, okay?" "Son of a bitch!" The man leaped straight for Jake. Pivoting and dropping into a crouch, Jake avoided him. Before the disoriented assassin had regained his balance, Jake jumped forward and landed several hard chopping blows on his neck. The man started making gagging noises. He crashed into the front row of seats, twisted around, and fell to the floor. Jake moved forward, kicking out. His booted foot connected with the knife hand, sending the buzzing blades spinning away into the surrounding dark. Jake grabbed hold of the man by the front of his expensive coat and tugged him upright. "Now tell me what the hell is going on." The man's eyes suddenly snapped shut. He began to jerk convulsively, moaning. Yellowish froth came spilling across his lips. He jerked twice more, then ceased to breathe. Jake let go of him, took a step back. The man dropped to the floor, hitting it with both knees. He stayed that way for a swaying second or 2, then fell all the way over and was dead. Up on the stage, the Golden Knight thrust his sword into the heart of the dragon. Jake found the dead man's ID packet in an inner pocket of his suit coat. His name was Edwin L. Pland. He was an executive with a hydroponics company and lived in the Oxnard sector of Greater Los Angeles. Still breathing hard, Jake sank down into a front row seat and absently started tapping the packet on his knee. Edwin Pland. I never heard of him, he said to himself. From behind him, an authoritative voice ordered, "Please to stand up. Drop whatever it is you're holding. Raise both hands high." Getting up, Jake tossed the assortment of IDs down onto the corpse's chest. 2 big security robots were stomping down the center aisle, each pointing his forefinger at Jake. That was the finger that usually contained a laser gun, which indicated they had him figured for a fairly serious and dangerous criminal. Lifting both hands, Jake explained, "I'm Jake Cardigan, a licensed operative with the Cosmos Detect. Move away from the victim, please." "You've got that wrong. I'm the victim, or was supposed to be. This guy was. You have the option of remaining silent until the law officers arrive on the scene," recited one of the secbots as he frisked Jake. "Or you can make a full confession to either of us." "I'm the one, see, who was assaulted, so a confession isn't, hey, I've got a permit for that." The robot, having found his stun gun, was easing it free of the shoulder holster. "That will be settled after the police arrive, sir." The other security robot knelt next to the body. "Victim is dead," he announced. Jake nodded at his stun gun. I already showed my permit to your doorman down on level 1. Just contact him and ask him if... Jake, are you all right? It was Beth, standing at the back of the small theater. Yeah, I seem to have survived whatever sort of attack this was supposed to be. Miss, warned the robot who'd confiscated Jake's weapon, I'll be forced to shoot you down if you take another step. Why would you do something like that? Because you're armed. Beth frowned at the stun gun in her hand. So I am, she admitted. I got restless waiting at the restaurant, Jake, and decided to come hunting for you. I pulled this out when I heard the commotion in here. Please, miss, surrender your weapon. Lowering her gun hand to her side, Beth came up to the stage area. She was a slender, dark-haired young woman. You're certain you aren't hurt, Jake? Outside of a few bumps and bruises, no. As she passed the bot, she handed him her gun, grip first. Moving close to Jake, Beth put her arms around him. I'm glad you survived, she said softly. I feel pretty much that way myself. Smiling, he kissed her. Please stand clear of the prisoner, warned the robot. Why is he a prisoner? Demanded Beth. They think I killed this guy who was trying to kill me. What did kill him? Jake shook his head. No idea, he just died. Some kind of fit, maybe. Letting go of him, Beth went over to take a look at the dead man. Nobody I've ever seen. Who is he, Jake? I don't know. It's not someone you arrested back when you were a cop, a crook with a grudge against you? Grinning, Jake replied. He had a grudge, all right. Fellows, I'd like a word with you. A tall, raw-boned man had come into the theater and was making his way down through the shadows to them. I'm Agent McQuarrie with the Federal Security Office, Beth said. Sorry, I ran too fast for you, Hobie. I would have kept up if I hadn't gotten entangled with a robot gypsy violinist and several shopping carts. He showed his ID packet to the standing SecBot. I'm one of the government agents assigned to look after Miss Kittredge. I'll vouch for her and, with some reluctance, for Cardigan here. After the robot scanned the credentials, he returned the stun guns. Forgive us for interfering with a government operation. This isn't a government operation exactly, said the FSO agent, glancing over at the dead man. He was trying to kill you, Jake? So he said. Why? No idea. Know him? Not even casually. You working on a new case? Between jobs. Something left over from your work down in Mexico a few weeks ago. The Hikori cartel's defunct as far as I know. So is Hikori himself. Interesting. Beth, do you know this guy? No, anyway, it was Jake he came after, not me. The kneeling robot got up. This man, based on my prelim diagnosis, was poisoned. Jake frowned. You sure? All the indications point that way, sir, meaning your beating of him didn't contribute to his death. I tend to beat anybody who comes at me waving a knife. Beth took hold of Jake's arm. This doesn't make much sense, she said, unless it is some leftover from what went on across the border. All the survivors, he reminded her, are accounted for. Just then, a large black man in civilian clothes pushed into the theater by way of a side door. Well, it's Jake Cardigan, he said as he joined the group. Had another falling out with one of your tech-dealing buddies, did ya? This was Captain Hambrick of the Southern California State Police. He'd been Jake's boss once. You know damn well, Jake told him, that I was cleared on all those tech charges. I heard about that, Jake, but it's funny. I still can't shake the notion that you're tied in with the tech lords, said the policeman.